have to be like an idiot to think that. The fact that somebody can make a post hoc explanation that explains the data doesn't mean that the evidence supports both equally. That's just obviously false. Like if I say
Mm-hmm.
gravity explains why the perihelion of Mercury is happening and why there's a curvature of light around the sun or something. And then you say, no, it's farting pixies. Farting pixies designed the worldview that way. And because I can make an explanation that is perfectly compatible with all the evidence, therefore yours isn't more
Okay, so
supported.
TJump,
Well, no, wait. So
yes.
the fact that you can make up a stupid post hoc explanation of the data, which is also consistent, doesn't mean that the evidence supports your post hoc explanation. Evidence is the
Mm.
ability to start with a hypothesis and predict something we don't
Uh-huh.
know yet. It is not the ability to take the things we know and post hoc them back to explain them in infinitely many ways. So the fact that you can take any data and make it consistent with infinitely many hypotheses isn't evidence of infinitely many hypotheses. It's only the only one is evidence for is the one that you can start with and make predictions and get things we don't know yet and get it right. And that only happens for like one theory or two.
Okay, so anyway, TJump, you have this specific rhetorical tactic which revolves around you saying that, well, the person who disagrees with me is an idiot, and whatever I believe is
Well, that's
correct, and
not a
that is
rhetorical
really
tactic. It's just
unsubstantive,
a
it is
fact.
uninformative. Wait, I didn't even interrupt you once. I don't appreciate the lack of common
Well,
courtesy,
like
right?
you're not understanding. So if I call you an
Wait,
idiot,
wait, wait. I'm
wait,
understanding
no,
perfectly,
you're
actually. I
not.
think I'm understanding your own
No, you're
arguments even
not.
better
No,
than
you're
you,
not. No,
actually.
you're not.
But I like,
No, you're not. Server muted. So I call you an idiot, and then I explain why. Commenting on the idiot part, that's just irrelevant. So you have to actually address the reason why I called you an idiot. So I said you're an idiot if you think underdetermination means that there is no evidence for a particular hypothesis because it can be explained by infinitely many ways. That makes you an idiot. That is only an idiot would think that. Because this is the important part. Try to focus on this part of the argument. What makes something the evidence is if you start with a hypothesis and can predict about the future that we don't know yet and get it right. That's the evidence. What is not evidence is the ability to then take that evidence after we've discovered it and post hoc rationalize it into infinitely many hypotheses. So you're an idiot because you think the post hoc rationalization is what justifies something as evidence, ignoring the significant part, which is the ability to predict things before we know it yet. So forget the idiot part, just address the actual evidence part.
okay, so I don't know why you oddly assumed that I wasn't going to address the relevant part.
Well, I was
But
just going to
anyways,
skip
I
past
think
the
you're just,
idiot part.
I think what you did a while ago was convince me that you're woefully ignorant in the topic, because what I was not questioning your conception of evidence. I was not questioning that we can, I guess, give some form of evidence for a conclusion by starting off with the hypothesis and using novel testable predictions for that conclusion.
Okay.
What I was questioning was a particular hypothesis that's been started off with in the I guess the process of inferring to the best explanation for particular exponendums, basically, or some theory of
I'm
the
not
matter
using
to
abduction.
predict the external world or whatever. That's what I was talking
I'm not
about,
using
right?
abduction.
So again, so wait, hold on, just give me one moment, real quick. So I just have an issue with this particular part. The hypothesis you start off with, whether it would be that there is an external world or there's not an external world, how exactly would you present a metaphysical argument which establishes beyond a reasonable doubt, or even
Arguments are
raises the
relevant.
probability
Arguments
of
are
this
garbage.
metaphysical
Arguments are
hypothesis to
nothing.
be the
Arguments
case?
are nothing. Evidence is novel testable prediction. So if you can successfully make predictions, that's the evidence. The arguments, like abstract a priori arguments, are nothing. They're just garbage you've made up in your head that mean nothing.
Wait, how is arguments not evidence?
Because they're abstract a priori garbage that you've made up in your head. They're purely imaginary until you can demonstrate.
Wait, hold on
they
there a second.
correspond to
But you
reality.
pretty much said at the beginning of this conversation that you're not just a raw empiricist and you accept
Right.
conceptual arguments as evidence,
No,
and now
what
you're
I said
contradicting
was,
yourself currently. That seems hypocritical.
when you want to make arguments that correspond to reality, then you need something more than the argument. Now, if you just want to say you can imagine something, then a priori abstract arguments are fine. Like I can imagine a pink elephant. That's fine. But if you want to say it corresponds to reality, then you need more than the arguments. So arguments mean nothing until they correspond to reality. To do
So
that,
are you
you
trying to
need the
say that
extra
a
evidence.
posteriori justification is not parasitic on a priori assumptions or metaphysical assumptions we make in the background?
No, again, you can make whatever assumptions you want, and they are justified by the novel prediction. So I don't know what you're not getting about this. It's super easy.
Wait, hold on there a second. So that wasn't even a direct response to the question. I'm actually worried about whether you actually grasped the question even a while ago, right? Because
You
the question I
asked
asked
if
you
my
originally.
epistemology was
Mm-hmm.
parasitic on a priori assumptions. That was your question.
Yes. And
So
you didn't give a good response to that question.
That would mean, like, what you're asking is does my epistemology invalidate or make a priori assumptions worthless or something, or not evidence or something? In my worldview, those you can start with those as many as you want, but none of them are evidence of what's going on in the external world. They can be evidence of what's going on in your mind. None of them are evidence of what's going on.
But it
in the
doesn't really make any
shush,
sense to
shush,
me. I mean,
shush,
if you're familiar,
shush. None of them are what's evidenced in the external world until they've been confirmed with some additional methodology.
yeah, so this doesn't really make any sense to me because obviously
that
you're using
not
the
make
novel
sense?
testable predictions to make or to predict facts about the extramental world, right? And I mean, via the principle of inferential justification, right, which is the idea that the foundation of a belief or justification is basically what determines the justificatory value of that specific belief.
That's
If you
gibberish.
grant that whatever novel testable predictions, wait, hold on there. If you grant that whatever novel testable predictions you make are parasitic on these background
Well, no, I
hypotheses,
don't
these are
grant that.
things which are conceptual or a
I said that's
priori.
not.
Then how does it wait? How does it make any sense? Wait, just give me one moment, please.
Well, no.
How does it make any
I said
sense?
it is not parasitic, so I proved your argument wrong. It is.
Oh,
not
so you say it's
parasitic.
not parasitic. So when you
No.
make like novel testable predictions, you're not assume the logos.
Logos. There's no logos in mine. Logos is garbage. Logos is a dumb
How is
thing that
logos
stupid
garbage?
people believe. There's logos like words having any kind of objective meaning, like logos in the Bible or logos in Peterson or logos.
No,
in
that's
Hegel.
not what I'm talking
Absolute
about. Logos
garbage.
means
Absolute
reason.
garbage.
That's yeah, you're dumb. So logos means reason actually. Logos
Goodbye.
represents laws of logic. That's
Bye-bye. So I've already debunked your dumbassness. A priori logical arguments are fine if you do them to mean correspondence to things in your imagination. If you want to say they correspond to reality, you need something more. That's novel predictions. It's very simple. If you're too stupid to understand that, that is your problem.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Pretty good.
Have a good morning.
All right. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine, man. Thanks, man. I don't know if you recall the conversation we had I don't know, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, no, it's no problem. Talking about your stance on objective morality and its relation to consent and whatnot. In that conversation, you started off by saying like it would be impossible to consent to something without knowing it, but then you swapped over to you can consent to something.
No, I just you can consent to something without knowing it if you have deliberately limited your knowledge.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Which is fine.
So the solution is don't do that. Problem solved.
Well, yeah, you can say just don't do that, but
yeah,
the fact of the matter is you can. Huh?
That's it. Problem solved. You don't need anything else. There's no.
No,
more,
you do.
No
if you can do it, then it's very probable that somebody could. That somebody will.
I don't care if somebody could. Some might. I don't care. That's fine. If they choose to do that, that's fine. Problem solved. This covers the entire spectrum of all logical possibilities. You have the ability to have all knowledge in a situation. You can choose to limit your knowledge in that situation, in which case you've consented to this possibility. Problem solved. That's literally all of the logical possibilities have been solved.
Calm down. It's okay, dude. Chill.
Okay. Don't say calm down. Don't say chill. You're done. So that covers all logical possibilities. You're done. I'm not letting you back up. So all logical possibilities are covered by this. You can have all possible knowledge of a situation, and you can choose to consent to limit your possible knowledge in a situation. Most people probably won't do that because they're not stupid. I don't think a rational being would do that. And even if they could, then that would mean they consented to all possible limit of consequences of what they happen to consent to under those limited knowledge. That's literally all logical possibilities. My worldview has completely solved that problem. Next, anybody else got any questions? Speed arguments. Yeah, that's right, Tim.
Thank you for having me in. I was just curious, and this might be due to my ignorance and not following you on social media, but I remember watching a video that was about a half an hour long where you were making the case for atheism or non-religiosity, but I can't remember the details of it. But perhaps you could clarify for me. Was there a moment in time where you made a positive claim about the existence or non-existence of any deity?
Yeah, so deities, just like Santa Claus, fairies, leprechauns, etc., are figments of human imagination. Most figments of human imagination don't correspond to reality. Therefore, God most likely does not correspond to reality, does not exist.
And so you're talking in terms of falsifiability and therefore likelihood, but you're not talking about
What?
you're not making a positive claim.
I didn't mention falsifiability there.
Okay, my bad. Then you're not making a positive claim in regard to the existence of God. You're talking
No,
more
that
as
is a
to
positive claim. So
the.
like if I say anything that
Ah,
humans come up with in their imagination mostly does not
okay.
correspond to reality. Therefore, any new idea probably does not exist. It's just no. So this is a positive claim that whatever you just thought of does not exist in reality.
Right.
And then I can say, so for any idea, it starts off as it does not exist, purely imaginary. And then we would need further evidence to conclude it does exist. And so a god like fairies, leprechauns, unicorns, ghosts, whatever, start off at the position it does not exist. It's only a figment of human imagination. So this is a positive argument that no such thing exists in reality
Oh, okay.
until evidence is provided to show it does exist in reality.
And what is usually the way this argument get tackled by your opponents? If they want to like tackle that argument in the best way that they could, how would they usually go about it?
Well, mostly they have to argue that purely imaginary things that they come up with can be shown to exist in reality in some way without reference to the external world. So usually they try logical arguments, ontological
Right.
arguments, those kinds of things, which are terrible. They don't work. We can prove they don't work. So it's mostly their argument is something along the lines of, nuh-uh.
Because logic and other reasons, basically.
No, there's nothing in
That
logic
they say.
that does that. They're trying to
According
say
to them,
that
that there is a logical reasoning that leads to that.
well, there's some way to use an argument to indicate what exists in the external world. That's what they're trying to say. They're saying that there's some way to use like a priori arguments to conclude that something in our imagination exists in the world without reference to the world. That's what they're trying to argue. It's like ontological arguments, those kinds of things that use deductive reasoning to try to conclude there's some positive property in the world that we can just think about and know it's there or something.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yep. Have any others? No. All right. Hey. Looks like your mic is broken. You need to fix it and then come back.
Hello.
Hey. I can
Good
hear
day,
you now.
TJump. Big fan, big fan.
Thanks.
I want to ask you, do you recall debating someone named D1, the Spur King?
Nope.
Oh, all right. That was just my question. Other than that, have a great day. Huge fan. Hope everything's going well.
Yep. Anybody else got any questions?
Hey, great discussion on logic, by the way. Would you be willing to indulge someone talking about ethics and morality as it relates to Christianity and atheism?
Sure.
I'm a modern Christian, and I have to admit, 500 years ago, I probably would have been burned at the stake. So
would most of us.
I'm just saying I am not the most liturgical person, but what if let's suppose for a second that the most important part of religion is not whether God exists or whether God created the universe, but whether we are living a good life and whether we are forming a good society.
Sure.
And I mean, to me, when I am reading the Bible, I am searching for information about how I could be a better person or how I could be a better member of my community. And not that it has to be the final authoritative stamp of, what one has to choose, but at least, I mean, to me, the comparison is that, when the Romans were in charge, if you did anything that Rome didn't like, they would at best imprison you and more likely kill you. And might made right. And quite frankly, don't mess with the boss. And so these guys come around and they start talking about loving thy neighbor and being generous and kind, which I think was this radical departure from kind of the Roman way of doing things. And the Greeks also had military, and they also fought and conquered to expand their lands and defend against others and all that other good stuff. So
did Christians,
so-
like crusades and stuff.
true. I mean, if you give it enough time, and I mean, because the thing is that I almost see it.
Just to clarify, enough time. There were a section of Jews who were extremely violent, who the Romans wanted to pacify during the time of Jesus. So like it didn't take much time. There was not very much time taken there.
Yeah. I mean, there was a siege of a mesa, I think, in Israel that lasted a good amount of time, where some Jews had thought that they were going to escape the Romans by being up on top of like a butte or a mesa, and basically the Romans put enough resources in to build up scaffolding to get to them and kill them all. So
But to go back to your arguments, your argument is the most important thing about religion isn't the God existing or creating the universe, but its moral impact on society.
Right. I mean, because the thing is that in Christianity, nobody expects you to be able to replicate what Jesus did. It doesn't matter how much you pray, you're not going to be able to lay hands on people and cure them by your touch. You're not going to be able to walk on water. No one ever says you're going to be able to do that. And so, I mean, to me, the bigger part of prayer is actually just letting go of things that are bothering you and just kind of putting them into a mental space that's not yours. Like, I'm not going to burden myself with this anymore.
Sure. So
I'm going to throw it over the wall, so to speak, mentally, and say,
I would agree mostly. I would say that religion, while not true, can have positive psychological and social effects on people. I recently had a debate on this with R and Ra at Modern Day Debate Con 3.0 or 3.1 or whatever. It's on my YouTube channel, where you can see the debate topic was, does religion cause more harm than good? I took the position religion causes more good, and showed a lot of papers and things that it does cause psychological and health benefits for people who believe in religion that can be socially beneficial. So I would agree that even though it's not true, it does provide a social benefit to people. Overall, it does also cause a lot of social harm too, but the social harm is like 1/5 of the social good that it's caused. So there's a net positive impact on society with religions. For past societies and societies that are poor and have hard lives, it does have benefits. Modern societies, not so much. Like modern Western societies don't need religion. The benefit is significantly less, and the consequences start to outweigh the benefits, and you can replicate the benefits with secular ideologies in wealthier nations.
And just for the entertainment factor, I just wanted to add one other potential topic. Do you believe, or what is your stance that on atheism and marriage? Do you think atheism might encourage people to have either multiple partners or not stay married to the same person as long? And I'll leave.
Well, I don't think atheism encourages that. I think that religions sort of endorse monogamy, which then increases the rate of monogamy, whereas religions who don't do that obviously don't encourage monogamy, and so the rates of non-monogamy increase. And so it's not that religion encourages multiple partners, it's that, or that not that atheism encourages multiple partners, but that religion encourages monogamy, which, I mean, I don't really see a problem with this. So yes, I think that's, if we have a religion or an ideology that doesn't promote monogamy, we will have more polygamous relationships, which I think is fine.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yep. Thanks for coming up. What's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
All right.
Well, I've been watching your video. I started to watch your video recently. Actually, I was raised a Hindu. I'm from India. I was raised a Hindu, and I started to flirt with Christianity a little bit. Then I just left it, and I just said it isn't for me. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts about Eastern religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism? Have you ever thought about this, or have you ever discussed about this in the past?
Yes. So I have about, I think 10 or 12 debates with Hindus on my channel, different varieties, because Hinduism isn't, I don't like, it's not like a religion, it's much a conglomeration of a whole bunch of religions, right? So I have a bunch of debates with Hindus on my channel. Buddhists and Jains, I think, like many of them, Jainism doesn't have a god in it, so I like that. I think Jainism is probably the most moral of all the religions. They get morality right. I think Buddhism is like the second best. There are a few versions of Buddhism that have like terrorist Shinto Buddhism or whatever, like in World War II and later on. But I think Buddhism and Jainism are probably the most moral religions of all. I like the fact that Hinduism, it's a coincidence, but they have an age of the earth of about 4.3 billion years, like one waking cycle of Brahman or whatever. We're technically only supposed to be like halfway through it, so it's about 2 million years off, but it gets the closest age of the earth to any other religion, which I like. So it's a cool prediction that I get to throw in the face of other religions, which is phenomenal. I think that fundamentally the evidence problem is still the same in all of the Hindu religions that exists in the other religions. There's just no evidence that it's true. But I like it better than most of the Christian religions because they don't kill as many people. So it's an improvement.
Okay. Also, like since you're talking about Hinduism, there's also things like Ayurveda and yoga. So there are many. There are some atheists who have said that Ayurveda doesn't work or it's pseudoscience, and same thing goes for yoga and spirituality. What's your stance on things like yoga and Ayurveda that is I consider as a product of Hinduism?
There's this thing called the placebo effect, where doing certain activities, meditation, relaxing, astrology can make you feel good. And the feel good sensations do literally have a massive impact on your health. So like people who are religious here in America, Christianity, praying to a god will actually help them to heal faster. They will recover from diseases faster by praying to a god with like a pastor nearby or whatever. Not because there's a god out there, but because being around somebody who they believe in and believing that there's this all-powerful being out there will lower their cortisol level, and their cortisol level inhibits their immune system, and so their immune system can function better and their cells can reproduce faster, and so their bodies can heal better because they're more comfortable and happier. And so there are lots of things like meditation that work extremely well to help people with well-being and comfort and emotional security that do have a significant impact on physical and emotional health. And so I think those things do work to some degree, just as much as many similar kinds of meditative practices work in order to benefit people's lives.
Okay, then. Okay, one last question. Okay, I don't know. Can I ask you some questions related to social issues like politics a little bit?
Sure.
Actually, I saw your some of your I think you had a debate with Wash.
Yep.
And you were you apparently you believe that Black Lives Matter is not it has some flaws in it.
Sure. Well, every ideology does. Sure.
So, and also what's your thoughts on transgenderism and super straight? Like, what's your stance on it?
Well, my position is that the people on the right have a rational argument that there's only like 1, 2 genders or whatever. And that position is a perfectly rational position to take because it's based in biology. Whereas the transgender ideology on the left is taking a psychological position where genders are a psychological phenomenon. And both positions are perfectly fine to justify. But the people on the left are saying that the people on the right are completely irrational and illogical and just denying science, et cetera, which is wrong. They're not. There are many professional biologists. Richard Dawkins, for example, says, yeah, there are gender and sex is synonymous. And that's a perfectly rational position to hold. And so my defense of like the more right-wing positions is just to show that there are rational arguments for the 2 gender position, and it's not some evil ideologically biased, just immoral position to take. And I think that when the left demonizes rational argument-based positions, that it's really dumb. And so that's my position.
But can't we also say that gender and sex is are different. Like gender is basically a social construct or something like that.
Yeah, like I said, so both positions can be supported. My argument isn't that like the left is inherently wrong. I think there are possible cases of actually people being genuinely transgender. I think that just like sexual organs can develop on people with the like wrong chromosomes or whatever, brain states can also do the same thing. So like brains are physically brains are different between men and women, like levels of gray matter, levels of patterns and sensitivity to oxytocin, etc. And so it is possible for in like a male body, a female brain to form, just like it's possible in a male body for female genitalia to form. And so it is possible for people to literally be transgender in that case, where their brain had developed into a female, which doesn't correspond to their genitalia or physical body or chromosomes. And so I think transgender people are absolutely possible. I think it's far less than what people actually attribute to that. I don't think it's based on psychology. I don't think it's just what you feel. I think that there is actually a physical way to accomplish that. But I think that my contention is that I think the people on the left are overly harsh in demonizing alternative positions they disagree with without considering the argument. So that's the reason I take those debates, not because I particularly care about whether or not there are transgender people or take a strong stance on that. My strong stance is that I think people on the left are overly critical of positions that they disagree with and just demonize them for no reason. And that's why I like to take those debates.
Okay then. Well, thank you very much for answering my questions. Have
Yeah.
a great evening or morning or afternoon.
Absolutely. You too. So
Mine's just more of questions. What's your opinion, or I should say position, on deism?
theism without the actions.
Wait, 1 sec, TJump. My audio output's messed up. 1 sec. Let me increase it real quick. 1 second.
Sure.
Oh wait. There we go. Go ahead, speak.
So my position on deism is almost identical to my position on theism. There's no evidence of any of them. Deism is just God without the doing stuff. So it's like there's equally as little evidence for both.
Okay. So I just want to ask a few opinions about a few of the arguments that I've seen so far for it and how you would refute them personally.
All right.
So I don't know if you're really a finitist when it comes to the universe, are you, or no?
I don't take a strong stance on that. Either one is possible. I think that the current consensus in physics is that it's eternal. And I'm perfectly happy with a necessary being that's like a quantum field.
Oh, okay. Now, here's where I heard an argument the other day that kind of was interesting. It was the unconditional reality one. It was like, oh, if the universe is finite, there has to be a part. Well, our reality is composed of parts. Therefore, there has to be a reality that has no parts and has no conditions for why it exists. What's your opinion on that?
It's gibberish.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you for your time.
Well, like I would ask, why do you think
Okay.
there would have a thing that would need no parts? What is the inference to that?
Well, I think the argument more comes out like more of a negative theological position that like, oh, well, we only could say this being exists by negations. Like, oh, if this God existed, some ineffable being that existed before the universe even existed in its first place. Kind of like a causal sequence. Like, oh, P then Q. It was the P, then we are the Q.
That sounds more like, from a theological perspective, the only way we can get to the conclusion that we like is by using negations. But why would that inform us about reality? Why do you think that's simply because to get to this conclusion of a God, you need to use this kind of argumentation? Why would you think that this argumentation actually tells us about reality, not just what you want to be true?
I definitely don't think it really tells us more about reality. I think it's definitely just the position that a God exists, and even if the God does exist, it's based off of pure logical reasoning and not actually informing you any, like, I guess, guiding through life.
Right. So that's the question is why would this hold true about the universe? Like you can say that in order to get to these God, you need to use negations, and that's fine in your ideology, but why would the universe and reality also have that requirement? Why would the necessary aspect of reality also have to require you to use negations or whatever? It seems like I can say the fundamental nature of reality is a quantum field, which you can discover through empirical verification and the Casimir effect, problem solved. Why would I need to use this negation methodology? It seems like that doesn't tell me anything about reality.
Okay, wait a minute. So you think that a God has to inform, like, information about reality for it to be true?
No,
Or
I
do you
think
just
that using
no?
the method of using negations is ad hoc method that tells us nothing about reality. The method that I use to tell us about reality is science. And so it seems like a more plausible explanation of the fundamental nature of reality, whether it's a necessary being or an infinite regression, is the things that science tells us, not the things that this negation argumentation methodology tells us.
Okay. Mind if I back up just a little bit, because I think I forgot a point, or I was trying to like ask you about.
Sure.
Okay. So if I'm correct on how this argument goes, it's universe is therefore finite, which this person defines God as some unconditioned, omnipotent being or self-sufficed being, where it says if the universe is finite by virtue of causal sequences, this being had to have existed before us to exist. But if we are to accept a God, it always will result in a metaphysical paradox. So if this God was to exist, it would have no virtue of like something before it. It would have to be the very first starting of the being. Like, and I think you can argue quantum fluctuations to suffice this as well.
Well, here the question is why do you think that thing has to have no parts?
Has to have no parts.
Yeah.
Technically, because at that point in time, nothing would exist if this being didn't create all these things.
Sure, but you can have parts in a no time. Like we can just literally stop time. You're still going to have parts.
Well, at that point in time, if the universe did not exist, there'd be no spatial or temporal properties.
Sure, but there are other fields. Like space and time isn't everything. It doesn't affect everything. Space and time is a specific field in physics. There are other fields that are outside of space and time. So you can still have parts without space and time.
Okay, well, I'm saying more of like a predating everything's existence in a way. I feel like that's the only way we can actually like kind of get to that point.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean there. So like predating
Nothing
everything
existed.
well, there has
True
to be
nothingness, literally.
true nothingness. That doesn't make sense because if there's true nothingness, there can't be a necessary being.
Well, necessarily, in a way, this is how this works exactly. Is because most people look at nothingness as it's like, oh, there's nothing, or there's not lacking spatial properties. But the way that nothingness actually is defined in more of a quantum way is that it is the lack of lacking properties. It is I would say more in the case that a lot of people or a lot of quantum physicists believe that before the universe even took place, there was nothing in existence. But nothing in this context just means a lack of properties or a lack of formation, a lack of existence. It's the lack of the abstract being. That's why when I would say
Nobody in
nothing,
quantum physics thinks that. So in physics, in quantum
I have
physics,
one of those.
in quantum
Huh?
physics, nothing means none of the normal kinds of stuff that we interact with. That's all it means. It doesn't mean literal philosophical nothing. It doesn't mean lack of properties. That doesn't matter at all. What it means is that there's no things that can interact with the kinds of mass that we interact with. That's all it means. So like most physicists think there was a thing before the Big Bang, and they call it nothing because it's none of the kind of stuff we interact with. So like most physicists think in a multiverse or string theory or whatever, and they can just call it nothing because it's nothing of the stuff that we know about. And that's how physicists operate in a methodological sense. They describe things based off of what we can interact with. Nobody thinks it's this lack of property description. That's not a thing. There's a video by, what's her name? Hofstetter, Sabine Hofstetter, I think, where she goes through the 9 kinds of nothing described in physics and philosophy.
Mhm.
It's not the abstract thing you're talking about is more of a philosophical thing. Nobody in physics cares about that.
Okay. So here's where the things get a bit weird. Even if we're to say this being supposedly has composed parts, now here's the better question: is do you think it's possible for this being to exist in any sort of methodology if the universe is finite?
Say that again. So there could be a necessary being who has parts, and then there's a universe, and he created the universe. So there's those
Of
two.
composed parts realities. Do you think that could possibly be the case or no?
What is the question?
Okay, do you think that a necessary being is possible, or are you like
Yes.
complete like a hardcore atheist? Oh,
Yes.
okay, that's all I wanted to know.
So yeah, I
That's my
think that there
question.
could be a necessary being that's a quantum field. Graham Oppie, the atheist, argues that the ontological arguments, all of them, can be answered by a quantum particle that is the necessary being. And so, yeah, I grant the possibility of a necessary being. Sure.
Isn't that like theory called quantas or quantum fluctuations? I forgot the name of it.
Not really. No, like there isn't a theory in physics using quantum particles or
No, I'm saying,
quantum.
wasn't there a name slapped on it or something? I forgot the name of it was.
I don't. I just think he called it quantum particle. I don't know if he named it or not, but
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you for your time.
yes, people in my chat. I'm currently demonetized on my YouTube, so send super chats to my gaming channel. That's the one that sends super chats on YouTube.
Hello, can you hear me? I have a quick question. Assuming God exists, which religion would you choose? Like, which one seems to be the most correct to you?
None of them? Like, I don't know. If I was going to pick a religion, I'd pick Jainism because it's the most moral. But Jainism doesn't have a god. So of the god ones, I mean, I'd probably just pick Norse mythology because it's the coolest.
All right. That's all I wanted to ask.
Sure. Anybody else have any questions?
Hey,
you got anything
So,
non-morality questions?
okay, man. I wasn't like I don't think that your thing is, huh?
Do you have any non-morality questions?
Well, no, I mean that's the main thing that I want to talk about. I don't think that it's like I don't think you're like it's I don't think it's like self-contradictory or anything. I just think that like I was thinking about it.
Let me see if I can.
watching
Let me see if I can
Yeah, go ahead.
do this. So there's certain things that are immoral. So like torture is immoral, right?
Generally speaking, I would say yeah.
But if you consent to it, it's not immoral. Like if you ask to be done, it's like it's not immoral anymore. You've literally asked for it, right?
Sure.
So if you are in a mental state where you consent to being ignorant, knowing that things could happen to you in the future, then that's the same thing as like consenting to torture.
Right. Yeah. So the problem that I have with that is like you like is the withdrawal of consent, and in the conversation that we had, there was you kind of got at some point we got to the point where because you're saying like well you can just define it as you can withdraw your consent at any time, but you can also define it as
yeah. So you define it that way. So you have like a condition.
Able to withdraw your consent.
Wait, say that again.
You can consent to not being able to withdraw your consent in the future, right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, and so that's kind of where I had a problem, especially with the materialist view, where mental states arise from physical states.
I don't follow.
Well, okay, so like, would it not be possible for somebody in the best possible world where they have total control over their own personal universe to create a conscious being, but create them in such a way?
No.
Well, hold on. Just let me finish real quick. Create them in such a way where like they're really stupid, for instance, and they're very easily convinced of things, and then I can just create them, tell them to come to my universe, and like essentially convince them to give up. How would that not be possible?
It's just literally against the conditions of the world. So like in the world, if you create any conscious entity, the conscious entity would have to have some minimum level of intelligence and rationality, and it would get its own universe. And so it would be impossible to create a being to be subservient to you, or create a being who would, once in its own universe, would want to go to your universe and be subservient to you.
Well, so that's the thing. Like it's because how would it getting its own universe change its like physical makeup, right?
What?
Well, because if you're a materialist, like the mental state, like mental states are arising from the
right. So what I'm saying is you can't
being,
design the brain to be pre-programmed to want to go to your universe. That's not an option. Whether it gets
I'm not even necessarily saying pre-programmed, right? I'm just saying like made in such a way that they're very easily convinced that they're very susceptible.
That's literally pre-programmed. No, you cannot pre-program them to be susceptible to be subservient. No.
I mean, if it's possible to, if mental states arise from physical things, and like I'm in a universe where I have absolute control over the physical realm, I mean, would I not be able? Like, why would I not be able to form?
You cannot design another consciousness like that. You can't. It's logically or physically impossible in this universe. Can't do it. So if you could create a consciousness, it would be given its own minimum state of intellect, rationality, and you would have no say over how it's designed in that way. You would just
so like I would form material into some way where it's like
material isn't relevant here. So in this world, you can have non-material consciousness. I'm fine with that. So I don't care about material. But so if you're trying to form a consciousness, I am, but it's not logically necessary that physical stuff forms consciousness. And so if we're in the best of all possible worlds, like, could we have non-material things? Sure, why not? I don't care. So if you're trying to form a conscious entity, with whatever medium you want, it will be physically impossible to form it with some predetermined state of, I don't know, whatever it's supposed to be like, whether it's specific ideas or a tendency to go towards specific ideas. You will have no control over that. You can make a fake AI, a philosophical zombie, do whatever you want in your universe, But any consciousness is going to be given its own universe, its own level of rationality and intelligence, and it's going to be independent of anything you want.
Well, so if I make like a dumb consciousness, like it would then
You
be
just literally can't.
Hold on, okay. Look, if I made, I don't know, if I like reformed Bob from down the street, Bob the plumber, and like I reformed him atom for atom in my universe, right? Like he's going to have a similar process to the actual guy.
Then he would immediately transfer over to his own universe.
So he's going to have a similar process.
So again, you can't create any consciousnesses in your universe ever. You can't do it. Will not happen. Any consciousness you create will immediately just magically disappear into its own universe with its own level.
I know.
Okay.
No, I know. But like then once they've done that, they can consent to re-entering your universe, right?
They can, but you have no way to encourage them or to make their brain in such a way that it would do that or be more probable to do that. You have no influence over them whatsoever.
Well, you have influence in the creation process.
No.
So like
as soon as a consciousness is formed, like the universe, the laws of the universe will magically reform that into its own being with its own set of conditions of minimum levels of intelligence, rationality, and independence, and you will have no say over that whatsoever. You can try, and like if you're in a building process and you get 99%, then 100 happens, and you had it pre-programmed in some way, universe takes over, reconverts all of that into the minimum standards, which are completely independent of you, and gives it its own universe, and you're done. You have no say anymore.
Okay, so like, because I remember you also defined like the ability to give a consent is like adult level intelligence. So like children in best of all possible worlds, children and child level intelligence would be impossible. It wouldn't exist. Okay.
No, they're not impossible. Like if you are an adult and have that level of intelligence and choose to restrict it to that level, you can do that. But you can't create a child in that way. No.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess that solves that problem. I'm still confused as to how this is demonstratable or it's like separate. Like, huh?
This is like the goal of this is to define what a perfect world would be. It's not something we're trying to demonstrate. It's not the goal here. So the best of all possible worlds is what the most perfect moral world would look like. In this world, any conscious entity would be given the minimum level of intelligence and rationality and independence. And so they wouldn't start as like babies. It just wouldn't happen. It would be better to not do that for any conscious agent. And then if you wanted to experience what it was like, you could then choose to do that, that would be okay. That's okay. But starting people as babies without their consent is not okay. And so in the perfect world, no, you couldn't create a baby that was just up for grabs and could do anything that you could want with it. Like, no.
Wait, so having children is immoral?
It's immoral for the universe to limit the consciousness of the child. It's not like you don't like you don't have any control over that. It's all biology. But if you had the option of giving a child full level of like intelligence or rationality, and you chose to deliberately limit it to where it did not have that, that would be immoral. Yes. Like if I could choose, I'm going to let you have your intelligence now, or I'm going to dial it back and make you a child. That would be immoral for me to do that. Yes.
Okay. So you don't think morality, like something being immoral, like requires any sort of intention behind it? Like morality is like, okay. Well, I mean,
like you can do immoral things even if you intend to do good things. Like that's a common thing. That happens a lot.
Yeah, I would agree with that because we have there are laws in place that reflect exactly that. But then what's immoral in that instance is not necessarily that you're doing something with positive intentions. It's that you're doing something that you ought to have known.
Well, I'd say you're doing something that somebody else doesn't want, or you're doing something that is an involuntary imposition of somebody else's will. I don't care what your intention is. Your intention is irrelevant. You could do it without even intending.
Well, no, I mean, if your intention is to violate their consent and even to do something positive, right? Then you would that would be absolutely immoral.
No. So let's say I intend to violate your will. Like let's say I try to punch you in the face, but I miss and I accidentally throw my wallet at you and give you $1 million. Like I had the intention of harming you, but actually accidentally gave you $1 million. That would actually be moral. I've done a moral thing, even though I intended to do an immoral thing.
Hmm.
So I think intentions are relevant. I don't care about intentions. I care about imposition of will.
Okay. I mean, I think intention is important, but I mean, that's
why.
I don't think it. Why? Well, I mean, like, well, part of that is going to be it's going to definitely be reflective of the type of actions that you are most likely to take in the future. So there's that.
So like take the model of my best of all possible worlds. In my best of all possible worlds, it's impossible to do anything to anyone they don't consent to doing, right? So in this world, it doesn't matter what your intentions are. You can have any evil intentions you want, but you're never going to be able to do anything to anybody who doesn't consent. Can you ever do an immoral action?
Well, so okay. So part of another contention that I saw some other people have the same contention is that like if you consent to not being able to withdraw your consent, which again that would be I agree with you, that'd be very, very stupid, but I assume it's theoretically possible for somebody to be that stupid and still be considered like a conscious being that has free will and all that. And so they can consent themselves into a situation where they can no longer withdraw consent because they're defining it as.
Well, we've already gone down this conversation. It's just irrelevant now. Just focus on the basic part.
Well, no, I know, but like, so the problem is like, why do you not think that consent necessarily has to be active?
No, I don't know what that means. Like you have to have active consent in somewhere along the line of things. So like if at point A,
I guess like active means like persistent consent.
No, only if you choose to do that. So like you can consent to not have persistent consent. That's up to you. Like right, I can't force you to have persistent consent. Like no, it's up to you. You choose.
Well, you mean you say you can't force somebody to have persistent consent, but like you're able to force them to have it. Like, well, in this universe,
so let's say I will limit your consent. I'm going to stop you from being able to limit your own consent.
Well, I mean, you're stopping somebody from. Well, in your system, like you're defining it as like somebody must have a minimum level of intelligence.
Sure.
And in order to be able to, be their own being. That way you can't like just infinitely create like totally
people to be subservient.
Susceptible people. Yeah. But then you're not willing to also say that like somebody must like that like the universe inherently defines it as like you must have persistent consent.
Right. So like the point is that the definition of morality is imposition of will, right? So you have to have will, which is consent, which is all the minimum level of intelligence or whatever. Once you have that, you have to be free from me. I don't get to do anything to you once you have that. So the requirement is I have to give you that, which requires a minimum level of intelligence, rationality, independence, whatever. But after that, you get to choose. You get to do whatever you want.
Yeah, I get it, but like,
well, so that's why I say there's a requirement that I give you a minimum level of intelligence. But once you have that minimum level of intelligence, I can't then force you to not limit that. I can't then say,
right, I get it.
Like you can't lower your intelligence. No, I'm going to stop you from doing that. No, that's up to you. And so the same thing applies to consent here. Like I can give you the ability to consent, but I can't stop you from removing it from yourself.
Actually, here's a question. If you're requiring that a conscious being once being created, like even if it was created like stupidly, it was automatically upgraded to a minimum level of intelligence.
Yeah.
How is it? Would it? And if reducing its intelligence would make it so that it is now susceptible to trickery and whatnot, how does the universe not prevent it from doing that, even after it was created?
Do what?
So like you're saying like the universe is preventing like the creation of low level intelligence, like low level consciousness that can be easily tricked into like getting into bad situations in which they don't actually consent. But
well, that's impossible. So you can't create anything like that, but people can voluntarily limit themselves to become that.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I know, but I get that. But like once if you can't create that, what's stopping you from creating some sort of higher intelligence that has like some sort of inclination to do that? Right.
Well, the inclination part would be the part that you can't do. There's no you can't add inclinations. You don't have the ability to do that.
So then what? It seems like every time that a I mean, do you not think that like we have sort of any sort of natural inclinations towards things, or no?
Sure, defined by like nature and biology and stuff. Sure, which would be
Yeah.
defined. Those conditions would be defined by the universe, which would set the inclinations to some again minimum level of whatever you want to call it, which you have no control over. So the same as the intelligence.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
So
so I mean, I'm
you
fine.
don't get to
I'm
say.
fine with like, yeah, I'm fine with like not with like another moral agent not having any control. I'm fine with that. But it's like, so then would the universe once because you can attempt to create these intelligences, and then the universe just takes them away from you, like they blip out of existence and go into their own universe. But then once the universe does that and then upgrades them to whatever intelligence and gives them whatever inclinations, like does the universe ever why would the universe ever give them the inclination to then have the desire to go and lower their own intelligence if doing that would then make it possible for them to put themselves in a situation where they don't actually consent?
Well, so you can lower your intelligence and still not be able to consent to those things. Like you can put a law in the background that says don't allow me to consent to things that if I knew all of the rules I would not consent to or something. And so then you can lower your own level of knowledge and then also have this safety net in the background that prevents you from doing that. And so that's perfect. So there's no logical inconsistency with lowering your intelligence and preventing you from doing these things, which is what I imagine pretty much all logical beings would do in that case. So if you wanted to lower your intelligence, you would lower it, but also create the safety net that would prevent you from doing things like becoming a permanent slave or whatever. And in which case you can achieve the goal logically without any kind of rational inconsistency in the universe.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm fine with that, but it's like it's
Oops.
because what I'm saying, I'm not saying that like obviously like I can't, that you or me or anyone else can't set it up so that they never get fucked over. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I'm not worried about being able to make it so I can't get fucked over. I'm worried about, is it possible for me to make it so that I can get fucked over? It's like try to just like if I was just so inclined, like would it even be possible?
It's possible. Like it's possible for you to lower your own intelligence. Possible. It's literally possible for you to destroy your own life and like make yourself be tortured for all eternity if you choose to do so.
Right, and then also do that in such a way where
let's use that as an example. Let's say some person has the option to literally make the universe a living hell for themselves and make themselves permanently tortured and give up all of their rights to do anything to change it. Is them doing that to themselves immoral?
I mean, like I might say yes, but I mean, in your system, the answer would be no.
Right. Like if they choose to do this, if they knowingly choose to do this, perfectly fine. You guys can do that. And so if they do it, they volunteer to let somebody else do it. It makes no difference. So if they're doing it or somebody else is doing it, that's your choice. Because what I think is moral is your ability to choose. That's your ability to consent. Your ability to self-determine what happens to you is the moral thing.
No, I get that. So somebody who does that thing where they put themselves in that situation, like, do you think that kind of being like that is even possible, or do you think that it would be physically impossible for that kind of person to even exist?
No idea.
No idea. Well, I mean, like in your system, right? Would the universe not see
like
that?
The conditions of the universe and what it defines, what we would define as like a perfectly rational entity or having a minimum level of intelligence, minimum level of freedom. I don't know exactly what those criteria would look like. So I don't know the answer to that question. So I don't know what the age of consent would be or what a minimum level of intelligence would be objectively. I don't have access to that information.
Okay. That's that's fine. All right. I mean, yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with all that. I guess like the only thing that I would say then is like, and I'm sure you probably addressed this at some point. I haven't seen all of your videos or anything, but you said that like, this is just like the whole your stance on objective morality. That's just like a hypothesis at this point. There's no like, solid proof or anything of it yet. And then how it's, but you believe that at some point there will be evidence of it.
Hopefully, predictions that are hopefully confirmed in the future. So yes,
right. So the only thing, and I'm not trying to piss you off or anything, I don't see how this is that much different from sort of like a religious view, because
I
obviously
don't
they're
claim
gonna
that.
think that once they die, it's all confirmed, right?
Well, the difference is that they claim there's evidence and I don't. So like it's irrational to claim there's evidence when there's not. It's perfectly rational to claim you have a hypothesis there's no evidence for. So if religious people were just saying, I think there's a God, but I have no evidence, then I'd be fine with that. Like that's not an irrational position to hold whatsoever.
I mean, it would be unreasonable though, because you have no reason to believe in it, right?
Well, if you like it, that's a reason, I guess. But like
Hold on.
it's only irrational to believe something is X and not X at the same time, like a contradiction. So it's irrational to say, I believe there's evidence for God when there's literally no evidence for God. That would be irrational. But to say, I acknowledge there's no evidence, but I believe it anyway because I like to or whatever, that's not irrational. There's nothing irrational or unreasonable about that. It's perfectly reasonable.
No, it literally is unreasonable because there's no reason behind it. Well, no, like if there's no evidence,
like
then there's literally no reason. Huh?
If I like it, that's a reason. Like saying, I believe it because I like it is perfectly reasonable.
I mean, would it not be possible to like something, recognize that you have no other reason beyond that, not believe it, but then like something else, recognize you have no reason beyond liking it, and believe that, and like not believing A but believing B, even though they're equal? Would that be contradictory? Like a double standard almost?
There's a bunch of different hypotheses that all explain the data, and physicists are like, I like this one better. That's why I'm picking it. That's what like string theory is. It's not like there's more evidence for it.
Well, I mean, in that case, it would just be like which one has like better predictive power, I guess. I mean,
well, no, none of those have predictive power.
If they all have equal power, then like just picking whichever one is just random at that point. Yeah, I would agree with you there. But I don't know. It just seems like I mean, I just because like you're an atheist, and so I don't know. It just seems like it would be difficult to. So if like you have like a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, they said like, look, I believe in God and whatever, and then they said, well, I don't have. Okay, yeah, I think you already said this. Like if they said that they had no solid reasoning to do so, then you would just be like, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, as long as they admit it. So they say, I believe what I want to believe, but there's no evidence for it, and I admit there's no evidence for it. Perfectly rational, perfectly consistent. Like, all right, like I could say, I think you should probably believe things or look for evidence for things or try to find evidence for things. Like they could even say that. They could say like, as a Christian, I think God exists, and I think we're going to have evidence because when I die, I think we're going to meet him, and so I believe in it. And that's fine too. Like you can believe in hypotheses that you think there's going to be evidence for in the future, and look for it.
Okay, so if you believe in a hypothesis that you think there's going to be evidence for in the future, and that's reasonable and that's rational, is it irrational to believe in something that you don't think has any evidence and you think never will have any evidence, or would you say that that's still reasonable as long as you recognize it as such?
Yeah, it's not irrational. Like it'd be irrational if you think there's evidence and there's not. There's some kind of contradiction there.
Okay, I guess at that point I would just like have a difference of definitions then, but I mean, sure, that's consistent at least. I mean, that's fine. I have no issue with that. All right. Okay. But I mean, back onto the morality thing.
Oh, what's up? I did want to. I had a couple super chats I wanted to address first. Get thank you for the super chat. He asks, what do you think about metaphysical anti-realism and the indication behind Donald Hoffman's view? It would be great if you guys talked. I've sent Donald Hoffman a email a few times. I haven't heard back. I think his anti-realism is just that there's no like actual physical world. It's all like hologram kind of a thing, which I don't think there's any reason to believe it any more than like the Matrix hypothesis or whatever. So I don't really agree with it, but it's the same kind of thing here. It's just an alternative hypothesis. He likes it better. He doesn't claim there's any like extra predictions that he's discovered yet. So it's in the same boat as my morality, where we're just like, we're going to make predictions. Hopefully this is true. And that's it. So I'm fine with his theory there. I don't like it. It doesn't have any evidence. And so I'm going to reject it, which is perfectly rational. Just like anybody could reject my morality for the same reason.
Were there any? Wait, was that all the super chat? Or
That was the one I saved that had a question. There were some others, but they're more like comments.
Okay. But oh right. So so back on the morality. You say that you don't know, you don't know that what the minimum intelligence would look like or anything like that. But that there inherently must be. Well, so I guess I'm just kind of not sure how this all translates into how does you can agree that having a certain minimum intelligence is moral and all that.
Well, I would say that you would need it to be moral. I don't think having intelligence is moral.
Right. All right. Yeah. Sorry. That's fine. You have to have a minimum level intelligence to be moral and all that. But if let's see, how did I word this? What is that threshold? How is that threshold? Because how is that threshold objective? Because I feel like
it's like asking when can you rationally make a decision or something? Is there some objective fact of the matter of when someone can rationally do something? Yeah, sure. Clearly, the ability to understand the consequences of an action do make it rationally justified in voting or drinking or whatever. And someone who can't is unable to do that. So someone who's mentally handicapped, clearly not the case that they can rationally decide. What point is that? There's going to be some answer. There's going to be some fact of the matter that's an answer of when this happens. What cognitive level does accomplish this? But we don't know what it is because outside of our ability to understand neurology and biology to that level yet. We will have an answer eventually.
Well, that confuses me a little bit. In the last conversation that we had, whenever we were discussing being able to consent to something without knowing fully about it, I asked you okay, well, what's the threshold of I know 10% of the information and I don't know 90% of the information. Is it rational for me am I able to consent yet? And you said whatever the threshold is just totally up to you.
Yeah.
Well, if it's so, but it seems like that's very similar. It's whatever the threshold of not knowing in order to consent to something versus whatever the threshold of intelligence is.
Right. So the threshold of what makes somebody moral is going to be objective for the universe. It's not up to opinion. It's not up to you. And then once you start with that, you can then subjectively, you get to choose whatever you want to change. That's fine. But yeah, there's going to be an objective finite answer for the universe of what this standard should be.
Well, okay. Do you think that two systems that are different, two conscious processes or whatever, that are different, can have but inherently must have different levels of intelligence? Or do you think two different systems can possibly have the exact same?
Sure, they can have the exact same. I don't see why that would be a.
Well, just because they're inherent. It's if they're inherently different and they inherently process information differently, then
Well, it's asking, can two people both be the exact same height? Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah.
Because intelligence is only one aspect of the brain. Can you change other aspects of the brain without affecting intelligence? Yes. Why not? A person who's blind and a person who can see are both equally intelligent. Sure. I don't.
Well,
their ability to process information and come to conclusions can be the exact same.
Okay, so well, okay, so if intelligence is I guess so intelligence is going to arise from whatever the system is. There's certain systems are responsible for allowing us to have intelligence, and those systems, if that system, whatever that system is, because obviously you brought up being able to see versus not being able to see, whether or not I have eyes is going to be irrelevant as to that's not a part of the system that gives me intelligence. But if two systems that are both responsible for granting intelligence are different, would they not inherently have different levels of intelligence?
I don't understand what you're asking there. So is it possible to have two people who are completely different people that have the same intelligence? Yes. Is it possible to have? I don't. because it seems like you're asking, is it possible to have the same intelligence but not have the same intelligence? And that's obviously no, it's a contradiction. But is it possible for two
No.
different people with two different personalities to have the same intelligence? Yes. Like, I don't see why that would not be possible.
Oh, I mean, because like, well, it's like. I'm trying to like figure out how it would. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine.
Well, like intelligence is some set of abilities, ability to rationalize, ability to make connections, ability to derive conclusions from premises or whatever. It's some processing ability of the brain. It's a mechanical
Yeah.
process that you can do a certain amount of intellectual work in a certain amount of time or whatever. And that can be
Yeah.
done with lots of different personalities. Like you can literally just put that into a processor of a computer and take it from any computer and just replace the processor. A brain can be the same thing. There's some part of the brain that does intellectual processing. And if you take whatever part that is, you can literally replace it in any other brain and get the exact same intelligence level, as long as there's no other parts of the brain that's adding or subtracting from that. And so you can have a bunch of other stuff in the brain. As long as it doesn't add or subtract, you'll get the exact same intelligence independent of the personality.
Well, yeah. So I mean, at that point, like, well, at that point, personality and intelligence are two different things. So then
Right.
I'm not talking about. So at that point, I'm not talking about like two different personalities having different intelligences. I'm talking about. Okay, so like, like, do you think? I mean, do you think that there are like different types of intelligence, or do you think like intelligence is like one thing?
Like one thing. I don't think like people usually refer to like emotional intelligence or whatever. It's not intelligence. It's just like the ability to sense other people's emotions and intuition. So no, I don't think there's like different kinds of intelligence in that way. No, I think intelligence is just the ability to process a certain amount of information in a certain amount of time.
Okay. And then I mean, you are a materialist.
Yeah.
So like there's some like system, like physical system made up of like, you know, atoms, whatever, and that allows for intelligence to be a thing,
Right.
Or it is itself intelligence.
Right.
So
So as I said before, I don't think that's logically necessary. I think it's perfectly logically possible to have a non-physical mind that can do this.
okay. Well, I mean, I would disagree with you on that one, but that's
Wait, why? What's the logical contradiction in a non-physical mind?
to a non-physical mind. I mean, I think, well, it's more so just like the definite, like how I define like things like existing, like, right. If it exists, I feel like it probably has to have some sort of physical qualities.
I would disagree. Like I think there's no logical contradiction with like ghosts or non-physical beings or like a different field that's a non-physical field existing. Like there's no problem with that. Like, why? Why would you have this hyper?
I'm not necessarily like, well, I mean, I guess like it's not. I'm not saying that there's like some sort of logical inconsistency. I'm saying like just like definitionally, I don't think that it's physically possible. Like, it's like, well, there I go using the word physically.
Well, so
I
nomenologically
don't know
possible
like
is
like things that are spiritual, like some like spirits. Like I don't know, like when people say like spiritual, I don't know what that, like that doesn't seem like it makes sense to me. Like what is something like non-physical that exists?
Well, so it'd just be like a different ontology. So it's like we're made of gluons, bosons, protons, et cetera, et cetera. There could be another kind of thing. Instead of it being this thing made of energy and physical mass and stuff, there could be just a different like thing out there, which is a different, it still exists, but it's just another kind of ontology, and it's the spiritual stuff. And so the spiritual stuff can make things and be the consistency of whatever builds souls or whatever. And it can be the non-physical stuff, because the physical stuff is just our ontology of what we interact with in this universe. And there could be a different ontology that is made of different kinds of stuff, and that could be the spiritual non-physical stuff.
I mean, would that stuff be able to interact?
Nope,
with-
not with us, with itself, not with us though.
Okay, and then like, I mean, would it be? Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I would agree with you there. So it's like if we are physical, and then there's some other spiritual thing that's a different thing, like we can't interact with that, so it's like almost irrelevant to what.
Well, sure, but that's
to us.
Well, the point is, I'm just saying it's logically possible for there to be a spiritual realm, spiritual brains. That's the only argument here. So I agree that there's no reason to believe this. It can't interact with us. It's completely irrelevant to our existence. But the point is that, is it possible to have this? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it's possible.
Also, I mean, okay, let's say that absolutely was the case. Like, and there was like a mirror universe, and then we were all just like that kind of spiritual stuff. I mean, in that universe, like, how would that be even like? how would we how would we be able to tell if we're in that universe, the spiritual realm, or in the physical realm? It's like it doesn't seem like by that definition that's even relevant, right?
It's would depend on like how you define it. So if you define spiritual realms as things made of something else other than matter and energy, then we would not be in that universe because our universe is made of matter and energy. And so like you could say that there's different laws that govern the spiritual stuff, and it interacts and combines in ways that are different than our physical universe, and then that would be a way to differentiate. But the point is just that you can just easily imagine that it's logically possible for things to exist that are non-physical stuff, a different ontology, that could construct the whatever you need to build a brain or a consciousness or whatever. And that's because whatever the process is doesn't need to be physical. It is in our universe, and that's fine, but it's not required to be.
Okay, so then if we wouldn't be able to interact with that thing, it would only be able to interact with itself, or things like it.
Well, like you could say there's like 80 different realms of spiritual ontology, and they can all interact with themselves, and only our universe can interact with itself, and so ours is the minority. Like it wouldn't make a difference whether it can interact or how much it can interact with. It's not relevant.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But I assume that if we can't interact, right, we also we wouldn't be able to make ourselves spiritual, and the spiritual wouldn't be able to make itself physical. Like we can't like transform into that. I would assume, right?
Not necessarily. There could be like a dualism kind of a thing where your soul is attached to your physical body or whatever. So it's there's different ways to like there are ways to have a spiritual realm that does interact, and we just can't detect it yet. So either one would work. It's not. I don't.
So you just said that we couldn't interact with it.
Well, that was just like the hypothesis I was proposing at that point. But there's infinitely many possible ways to construct a spiritual realm hypothesis where it does interact. It just interacts in a way that we can't detect or something. So like there's infinitely many ways you can posit this realm and say it could be doing something, may or may not be interacting, might be dualistic where it just like womps on and follows the physical. It doesn't make a difference to the argument.
I mean, if it interacts, I mean, how is that any different than just saying like it's just another type of a physical thing? Like in the same way that we have like different types of, I guess, I don't know, matter and energy and whatnot.
Well, if it's not matter, if it's not made of matter and energy, but can move matter and energy, it would be a different kind of thing.
Yeah, sure, it'd be a different kind of thing, but it would still be like because like matter and energy, I mean, we both classify those as physical, don't we?
Well, I think physical is just all of the energy-based stuff. So if there's some other thing that's not energy and it exists, then you wouldn't call it physical. You'd have a new ontology for it, and that'd be fine. So even if it could interact with energy, that wouldn't make it physical necessarily.
I don't know. I guess I can't really comment on all that. So I don't know. I have no idea. But so okay. So then well, hold on. So regardless of if it can interact, it's not matter or energy, even if it can interact. But how would it then be able to transform into matter or energy, or the other way around?
Well, it wouldn't need to. Like you could say it doesn't, but it could also do that. So like, say there was some spiritual, I don't know, pixie fart realm, and the pixie farts could magically transform into energy. They could. I mean, that's possible. You don't need it to be able to do that. You can just say it can't, and either one of those hypotheses would be fine.
In the best of all possible worlds, where like you have like libertarian free will and all that. Like let's say that you're a mind and you're a physical mind. Like, would you be able to make yourself a spiritual mind?
Sure.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that like fundamentally change like what you are?
No.
No?
Because what you are is the conscious process, and the conscious process could be transformed to any material or medium, and it's still the same conscious process. So, like, if you make a chair, different type of process. The type of process is determined by like what's going on or how the process is processing information and how it produces the conscious experience. And so, it doesn't matter what medium you use. But yeah, how it's processing information is the part that you can't change, but you can change what's the medium that is processing the information, no problem. Like if you want to make it silicone, or carbon, make it carbon, or
right. That's all physical stuff. Like we're talking about like spiritual versus physical. It's like
the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter is if you replace the carbon with spirit goo, and the spirit goo makes the same processing computations, then it's still you.
Well, it might make the same computations, but like that's like the end result. The mechanism of like how it does that could be wildly different, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like the mechanism is irrelevant. Like if I take your consciousness out of your body and place it into somebody else's, it's still you. And that's what you're talking about. It's like changing the body. Like I don't care.
Huh. I don't know if I would agree with that one, but I don't know that I could convince you otherwise either. I don't think much. I mean, I don't think much matters that too terribly much. But yeah. All right.
Cool.
Yeah, good talk, man.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Everyone. All right, later.
Hey.
Hey, thank you for having me again. I was gonna ask, is it can it be made? Can a case be made for? Can we say, for example, it's more plausible for there to be intention behind a certain phenomena or an event, and for that argument to be sound or valid? So, for example, someone seeing a watch and saying, like the watchmaker argument, and then assuming because of that it's more likely that that watch has someone who has made it. There was an intention behind that
Well,
watch.
so just
being
to jump
there
in
or
there, so
existing.
is there some form of object that we can infer is more likely designed? Yes. Does the watchmaker argument, is that such an argument? No, watchmaker argument is garbage. So there are arguments that are justified to conclude design. Like I have seen BMWs made at the BMW store. I see a BMW on the street. I am therefore concluded that it was designed by the BMW store. That is a rational way to conclude the BMW was designed. And so answer to the first question is yes, there are ways. And I think your follow-up question is gonna be like, what are those ways or something?
So I think, yeah, that would be.
So the
a
way to
question,
do
a
that is
follow-up.
through induction. If you see an object that you've seen designed before, or all the properties in which of you it has, or you have seen designed, you can infer it was a designed object.
Oh, okay. So let's say I have not interacted with or have not observed that thing being designed by
Sure.
someone who has an intention.
Yep.
Can I still make a case and that argument would be
Nope.
valid? Or let's see,
Nope. So like
I
let's
can't.
say we're walking on the beach and we see a tesseract. A tesseract is a four-dimensional cube in mathematics. Would you
Oh,
rationally be able to conclude it was designed, or would you rationally conclude it was a natural process that made it?
what would be the answer to that? I mean, is it more plausible that it was designed or it was not designed?
Well, technically it's neither, because we have no idea. We've never seen a tesseract formed by nature. We've never seen a tesseract formed by design. So the only argument you can make is there's more natural stuff that we know about, so probably natural, but it's essentially like a 51-49 kind of a thing. We don't have any good basis to conclude either way. If we have an object that we've never seen before and we don't know how to analogize its properties, then we couldn't
Right.
conclude one way or the other. We just have to conclude based off of our current knowledge. Right now, we don't see anything higher than human level intelligence. We don't see anything in physics that could do it. So it's just kind of like, I don't know.
So for example, my personal like natural phenomena, that every once in a while I attribute intention behind it. I don't know, for some reason it kind of stuck to my head. Like some people would go with the genetic sequence or the DNA as the
Sure.
one that they think it's much more plausible to have a designer behind it because it bothers them. They just cannot understand it otherwise.
Sure.
Mine would be like from the personal point of view of humans on Earth, they see the moon and the sun having the same size, and it kind of bothers me personally, and I want to explain it in a way that seems just as plausible as a designer. No,
So yeah,
I
I
guess how would
actually
I
sort of
explain it?
agree with you there. So like back when DNA was first discovered and we knew nothing about it, it was perfectly rational to say this looks a lot like a code. Maybe it was made by a designer. That's a perfectly rational argument. Since then, the naturalist hypothesis that it's a result of abiogenesis, result of self-selecting organisms, that hypothesis has made hundreds of novel testable predictions that have been confirmed in a lab. And so even though when we first saw it, it was perfectly rational to make a analogy-based argument that this is a code, therefore it's probably made by a mind. Since then, there's been lots of evidence to indicate the alternative hypothesis is better, and there's been no evidence to indicate the design hypothesis. And so that argument has been defeated. But initially, when you just look at it with no background information, that is a perfectly
Right.
rational argument to make. Yes.
So given the advances that were made in epigenesis, you said
Abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis. So right now, it's much more rational to say it's due to chemical evolution rather than an intention.
Yes, by a significant margin.
By a significant margin. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a
That's
really
interesting.
great article on this called First New Scientists, the Search for the First Replicator. And it goes through dozens and dozens of papers where there have been novel predictions confirmed in labs about if this was a process of abiogenesis, here's what we would expect to see under these conditions. We do see it. So like RNA forming on clay, corpuscles forming on clay, our ability to make self-replicating RNA molecules, our ability to find the fact that these can be made, or the substances that make these can be made in early Earth environments or other environments that are throughout the universe. There's been dozens
do
and
you happen
dozens.
to know? Do you happen to know how close we are in the laboratory to produce some chemical thing that is self-replicating?
Well, the first cell has already done that. So Craig Venter created an artificial cell that did that. But I think you're asking, can we do all of the steps from beginning to end? There's about 10,000 different steps, and we can do about 1% of them.
So we haven't reached a stage where we have yet made a self-replicating
From scratch?
system
No.
that is.
Well, we
Yes.
have made self-replicating RNA molecules. Yes, we have done that. We have made self-replicating systems. We haven't made a self-replicating cell from scratch. But
Like it's almost like to create our own version of tree of life that it still would not close to that.
well, that would take
Like a new
millions
DNA
of
kind
years.
of thing. Okay.
So like
the early stages,
it's
not
like
necessarily
this.
the
So
whole thing.
there's about 10,000 steps to go from basic molecules to self-reproducing, self-organizing organism, and we can do about 1% of those. We can make self-replicating molecules, self-replicating RNA molecules. That's been done, but we can't do the full thing to create life. But we can do 1,000 of the steps, and we've proven they exist. And so, if we're comparing the two hypotheses, design versus non-design, design has explained 0 steps. Non-design abiogenesis has explained 1,000 of the steps and proven that these work in a lab, made successful predictions. And so this hypothesis is infinitely more supported by evidence because it makes sense. It's explained 1,000 of the steps. So it's kind of like in evolution, we haven't seen every single transitional fossil, but the hypothesis that predicted the fossils we have seen was evolution, and the God designer one predicted no fossils, or didn't predict any of the fossils that we found, whereas evolution did. And so the one that's supported is evolution, not design. Not because we've explained literally every single step or found confirming evidence of literally every single step, but because it's the only one that's made correct predictions of any steps, and it's made correct predictions about a lot of them.
Okay, that's a sufficient answer for me. I guess the final question that I have is in regard to free will, and I'm curious in regard to your position as to whether it is rational to have a position of free will while not being a naturalist. Can you make that case, or is it?
Depends what you mean by free will. So, like libertarian free will, I think is incoherent. I don't think it's possible to have a libertarian free will. You can be a compatibilist where you think free will is compatible with determinism. It's just changing the definition of free will essentially, and most philosophers are compatibilists. And so if you do that way, it's perfectly rational. But I think that the libertarian kind of free will is irrational because I've never heard of a coherent definition of libertarian free will that actually works.
So it goes down to what they mean by the term. Okay.
Well, yeah, sure. But like for libertarian free will, I think any action is either going to be done for reasons, in which case it's determined by those reasons, or it's done for no reasons, in which case it's random. And determined and random, neither one of those can be libertarian free will. And any kind of mechanism or explanation of what you add in is either going to fall into one of those two categories: done for reasons, done for no reasons. And so I don't see a third possible option that could get you libertarian free will. It's always going to fall into some combination of determined or random, which means I've never heard a logically coherent definition of libertarian free will. So I don't think libertarian free will is a coherent idea.
Explains why compatibilism is a lot more prevalent among philosophers.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be for me. Thanks.
Yep, no problem. Gorski, what's up?
Mr. Jump, how's it going?
All right.
You want to talk politics just for a couple minutes? I'll be brief.
Sure.
Okay. Just to better kind of figure out how you think about this sort of thing, I got a few questions, and I'll start off by asking: do you think if it was? Yep.
One sec. I got some super chats I wanted to go over first, and I forgot. All right. So super chats were. Get Stanfield asked if morals is something that falls into a realm of hypothesis, then I agree. Wouldn't this still entail moral anti-realism given the hypothesis? No. So like, if there's no evidence of moral realism, that doesn't mean moral anti-realism is true. It just means moral anti-realism is probably the most supported position. I guess that would be the best answer. And so like currently the best position is morality is a product of evolution, which would then be a form of moral subjectivism or moral anti-realism. A good question asks, objective morality could be grounded on a material brain. A victim's brain evaluates immoral actions that capability transcends individuals. Agree. I don't think so. Even if it transcends individuals, that wouldn't make it objective. It could still be like a subjective social construction if it's just a product of a material brain. So there would need to be some like truth that we are evaluating that is true because it corresponds to something independent of our brains to make it objective. So it wouldn't simply work to say that it's true because of our brains. Get Stanfield, thank you for the super chat. Can you send me your book list again? Yes. Send me an email. I'll send you my book list. Get Stanfield, thank you for the super chat. An idealist would say that during the computation of adding 1 + 1, how could you phenomenally connect the seemingly two? I think that's a question about, like, what's his name? Bertrand Russell and somebody else proved that 1 + 1 = 2, and it took 500 pages. I think that would be a question for them. But I don't like, I would just see that two rocks is a feature of reality, there's no like idealistic correspondence of this seemingly two. It's just like numbers are a description of reality. All right, that's it for the super chats. Go ahead, Gorski.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of objective morality, just a quick question on that. You've said before that you're kind of basing some of that off of the evidence being like specific patterns we see in excuse me, human behavior and moral progress in society. But you've also said you take it on faith. Is it both?
Yes. What? Well, so like I see patterns in reality, and I think these patterns point in a direction, but the patterns aren't evidence of the conclusion. The patterns are the thing I'm using to infer the conclusion. And so I can't use the patterns as evidence. That would be circular. It'd be like saying, I see rocks fall. My explanation that rocks fall are fairies, therefore the rocks fall under the evidence of fairies. Like, no, to have evidence, you need to say, I see rocks fall. I think they're caused by fairies. If fairies are true, here's some other phenomenon we would expect to see that we haven't seen yet. And so simply the rocks falling is the phenomenon you're using to make the hypothesis. You can't use that same phenomenon as evidence the hypothesis is true. So moral intuition and moral progress is like the rock falling. It's the thing I'm using to describe or to infer that I think morality is true. But I can't use that as evidence morality is true. That's the phenomenon I'm explaining. And then I have to make further predictions that I can use as evidence if those are confirmed.
Gotcha. All right. So I gotta go soon. I'm just gonna blow through some of these political questions just to kind of see where it is that you think about these sort of things. The first being, okay. So if it was completely optional, do you think people would voluntarily choose to fund things like NASA, military, public education?
Some people would, yeah. Most people would.
So you think that? Yeah, most people. Is what I'm asking.
Yeah,
probably
definitely no.
not.
Definitely no.
Oh. What if it could be shown to be a net benefit to society? Do you think that incentive enough would be enough to no?
No. Like
so
if it was
people
optional, I would not pay taxes. I don't care. I wouldn't care about the benefits. Like,
so you think that it's just not within human behavior? That's why we have to kind of legislate it in order to get that greater benefit or betterment of society?
Yeah, that's what governments do. That's why they exist. That's why, like, if it was optional, people would not build roads. If they would not build cell phone towers in poor neighborhoods, they would not build satellites that gave access to internet to everyone in the country. It just wouldn't happen. And so governments have to fund those things, the things that people don't want to do, in order to get them done, which would benefit society. So building roads to poor neighborhoods cause economic growth, which build the economy and give access to opportunities and education and welfare. Like public education is a great example. People would not build schools in poor neighborhoods if it wasn't funded by the government. So yes, the government is designed to spread out the technological advancements like roads and schools and other technologies to people who don't have the money to build it, and rich people aren't going to build it for them, or they would only do so at a very small percentage of like charity churches. It wouldn't be sufficient. And so yes, using government funding to do these things is very, very good for the economy, for society, even though most people wouldn't choose to do it. And so we need a government to enforce these kinds of things because it's better for society to do that.
Okay, here's where I'm just going to do like the silly kind of Pine Creek thing where I say, I'm trying to trap you. I'm let the quicksand flow over you. I think you'll have a good answer for this, and that's just what I'm looking for here, which is, so then what's your biggest issue with market socialism where all new businesses would have to be democratized worker cooperatives?
Well, I don't have a problem with it. I think it does work in some cases.
Really? Like what kind of cases? What do you mean?
Well, there's lots of companies. I think Monsanto is the cigarette company, but something similar in Spain is a worker cooperative, and it works fine. It's very successful.
Mondragon.
Yes, that's it.
Hmm.
So there are examples of it working. Like I don't see a problem with that. I wouldn't want people to like forcibly implement it because it has a high failure rate as well. And so until it's been proven to actually work at the same rate or same level of rate on a like standard of an entire country, I wouldn't want to implement it into like our society because it's not proven to work that well yet. And so I guess that would be my main criticism, is that I wouldn't want it implemented until it has a more substantial basis of evidence that it can work on a governmental level as an implemented process, which I don't think it has yet.
What is that fail rate sort of caused by?
A lot of things. Like I don't.
So what's the main thing?
The main thing. I don't know.
Would you say human behavior, say like entrepreneurs, that it would stifle new business creation due to human behavior wanting to be your own boss, sort of thing?
Maybe not. It's more complicated than that. So like in a system where they have to compete against those kinds of companies, they normally lose. They take longer to manage and make decisions because there are worker cooperatives and you don't just have like a CEO who gets to decide, which means that the level of diversity is significantly smaller. So because lots of private companies get like CEOs in charge and they do lots of crazy things like buying Twitter for $44 billion. The fact that you can do this causes a great diversity of types of companies, many of which fail, but many of which also find the secret sauce that has significant success. And so in these kinds of democratized systems, they have less ability to diversify like that. So I think there's a lot of reasons that are a lot more less obvious than just people like money.
Mm-hmm. So you need maybe more economic studies demonstrating them to be more stable than a traditional firm.
Well, I don't really care about the studies. I care about people need to create them more, and the number have to be created in a sufficient amount and sufficiently successful amount to demonstrate that they can produce equal economic growth levels in a country or statewide level. So like if we had an entire state of America where bunch of people just started making worker cooperatives and it all worked and their state was significantly better, that would be great evidence. That's what we would need to see. So we start at the county level, then convince the other local counties to do the same, then expand out to the state, and then that would be the correct way to implement a new economic system. Start at the local level, demonstrate it works, convince the other local systems to do the same, then convince the state level, and then move on to the government level, but never have the government implemented it until it's been successfully working at like the state level.
Would you be willing to allow the government to provide, say, financial incentives or some sort of subsidies?
Sure.
Yeah, you would, eh?
Sure.
Wow. All righty. That's it, man. That's all I got.
Cool.
Let you get on to some theist callers. Cheers.
What's up, man?
Hey,
So, I think God is the best explanation for why anything exists. You agree?
why? No. Why?
Yeah. Huh? Well, I think it has broader I think God has broader explanatory scope. He could.
What do you mean?
Well, so if the universe is,
Well, I mean, like more specifically, what do you mean by explanatory scope?
what I mean is God can explain a broader range of data through a philosophical framework. So basically, God, as a metaphysical explanation, can provide an explanation for the existence of the universe, for consciousness, for free will, for morals, for a wide range of
Just to
phenomena.
clarify,
Yeah.
what you mean by explanatory scope is we can make up a reason why this thing would create that thing.
No, what I mean is, as a hypothesis, it could if you posit it as a hypothesis, it can provide an explanation or a framework for explaining different phenomenon.
Well, so like, let's say I can imagine that there is a magical farting leprechaun named Bob, and Bob wanted to create all the stuff that we see today. Therefore, that explains all the stuff that we see today. The explanatory scope of Bob is infinite. It can explain literally anything, right?
Potentially. I mean, so if you just imagine something, right, there's going to be issues with that because you're going to have to, it's going to have to be a coherent concept, right? And so you're going to start running into philosophical problems when you start making up things that don't exist, like as possible
Like a
explanations. I mean,
god.
you could do that in
But
physics too, right? You don't have to do it in in a theological context. You could just say
right,
there's a field that explains something and we can't observe
right,
it. And so,
yeah,
what is the value in doing that? Really, I don't
right.
understand.
Well, I agree, but they all have equal explanatory scope. So explanatory scope just doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It means nothing.
No, not really. So let me explain it this way. Like, what do you think is the explanation for the universe?
Quantum field.
Okay, and what is the origin of the quantum field?
Doesn't have one.
It doesn't have one.
Yeah, uncreated.
The quantum field was uncreated.
Yeah, the consensus in physics is that quantum fields are the fundamental nature of reality.
Okay, but physics can't. Physics is assuming that physical reality exists, right?
No.
You're saying physics applies to non-physical reality?
What?
So
No?
physics only deals with the physical reality. It's never going to
Sure.
be able to say, here's why the original cause existed, because it assumes that the original cause existed in order for physics to provide a description of it. It's never going to be able to.
Every
That's
worldview
a
who
consensus
wait,
view.
one sec,
That's a
one sec, one
consensus
sec, one
view.
sec. What you're saying doesn't make sense here. So any worldview who says this is the original thing is pretty much going to say that original thing is uncreated. Like I don't know of any worldview who says there is an original thing and it just magically poofed into existence. I don't know about that one.
No, but what I'm saying is like physics is physics. We can't just lump all these different worldviews into the same bucket, right? Like
Right.
physics deals only with physical reality, right? So,
Because that's all that's been demonstrated to exist. But I don't see why that you keep saying that, but it doesn't seem relevant.
well, no, it is relevant because in terms of like the explanatory, like scope and power of a physical explanation, right? Like you're only this is like a consensus view. I'm not saying anything controversial. Like physics is only going to be able to go back to like basically the way you described it. Like it's only going to be able to go back to an initial singularity, whatever that
Well,
is. Like
no. So like people don't agree on the singularity. Singularities aren't the fundamental thing anyway, but I don't see the relevance of why you keep saying this. So physics can only go back as far as the evidence takes us. That part I agree with, which evidence is we only have for physical things. That part I agree with. So yes, physics only deals with physical things. If we could demonstrate evidence of a non-physical thing, then physics would be happy to investigate it if it could. So physics doesn't only deal with physical things inherently. It only deals with physical things because that's all we have evidence for. But this seems irrelevant to the scope question. The question is explanatory scope relevant? The answer is no. For example, you can have explanatory scope of, let's say, Thor causes lightning bolts and thunder, and Thor causes this big divot in the ground of like a hill or valley or whatever. So Thor has more explanatory scope than does the physical interaction in clouds to produce lightning or thunder, and the tectonic plates to produce holes in the ground, valleys. But he's wrong. The amount of explanatory scope just doesn't matter.
Okay, so before I address this point, because I think it can be addressed, I want to go back to your earlier point about physics. I think what you're confusing is empirical evidence with evidence more broadly, right? Science only deals with certain types of evidence. It has to be empirical, evidence has to be physical. Once you start going beyond that and starting drawing inferences to things that potentially may be non-physical or immaterial, however you want to describe it.
Well, no, science does deal with those. This is a common misconception among theists, where they think science can't deal with those things, which is just false. There's an entire journal of science, of parapsychology. Science deals with the only kind of evidence. Well, you were right when you said science deals with certain kinds of evidence and not others. That's because if science doesn't deal with it, it's not evidence.
How could
If it
science deal
works-
with non-physical evidence?
So I have a magical friend named Bob. He's non-physical, but if Bob exists, he will tell me what cards you're holding. He will go over to your house and he'll tell me what cards you're holding. You hold up a card. He says 6 of clubs. That's great evidence of Bob. There you go.
But so I submit that's not coherent. Like if you look up any standard definition of physics, right? Physics only deals. I mean, think of the word.
Wait. This is literally a thing. We have parapsychology journals in science that do this. No one in science disagrees with me.
Parapsychology can be explained through physical processes.
Right. So we don't think they're
Science
true.
does
No. I don't get what you're not understanding. Every scientist agrees with me here. Science doesn't care whether it's physical, non-physical. We don't care. If it can make successful novel predictions, it has evidence. If it can't, it doesn't have evidence. We don't care what you include in your hypothesis.
Well, you can't.
whether it's physical or non-physical.
I don't think you can use a tautology to make your definition fit. Like you still haven't explained if something is non-physical, how that could ever be incorporated.
I literally just did it. So if there is a non-physical entity named Bob, I believe Bob exists. If Bob exists, he can speak to me in my mind and tell me what card you are holding.
Science would say that's physical.
No,
he spoke to you in your mind. You're saying science would say that's not physical.
No,
how did he?
The interaction of Bob in my mind can be physical. Bob's existence would be non-physical.
No, forget his existence. The point is there's a physical interaction.
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not. No, because what I'm saying is there must be a physical interaction. You're saying no, there doesn't. I'm saying
there must be a physical interaction. Yes, but that's irrelevant because science can investigate non-physical things.
Science would never be able to.
Shush. Science can investigate non-physical things through their interactions with the stuff that we can demonstrate, which is all physical. There's no non-physical things that we can interact with. There's no evidence of any non-physical things. Therefore, currently, the only way to justify the existence of a non-physical thing is to have it interact with the physical stuff, because that's all we have right now. So once we have like Bob interacts with my brain to tell me what cards you're holding, we now have evidence of a non-physical thing. And now we can use references like Bob to do other kinds of stuff. And so we could use the non-physical to interact with other things, make evidence of the non-physical. That's fine. But currently, physics only interacts with the physical because that's all the evidence we have. It's not because there's some philosophical limitation to physics that it can only interact with the physical. That's false. This is a false assumption theists make to try to obfuscate the fact that they have no evidence. Physics is fine with anything. We're fine with non-physical things. Science is fine with non-physical things. All you got to do is show evidence, and we are perfectly consistent with accepting that evidence in science and physics.
Okay. Well, I submit you're begging the question because what you're saying is that, what you're basically saying is that the inference that science would be able to draw an inference based on a physical interaction that something non-physical exists. And what I'm saying is science will never be able to demonstrate that or draw that inference because if there's a physical interaction, science will never be able to go beyond that and say that physical interaction was caused by this mythical non-physical entity. right? Science, you'll never be
So
able
that-
to
this is just-
demonstrate
you,
that.
you are just wrong. You were just wrong. Every
How am I
scientist,
wrong?
every scientist in the world will agree with me and say, if I could predict every lottery number and say it's because Bob is talking to me in my head, they will grant the existence of Bob. If I say that I have a book that I found 6,000 years ago that says DNA is a double helix, the world is 4.5 billion years old, the fact that quantum entanglement happens, then whatever wrote that book, if it's a spiritual entity named Bob, that is evidence of a non-physical entity. Every scientist grants this. This is a straw man by theists to try to misconstrue science as saying it just can't talk about the spiritual. That's wrong. That's 100% wrong. No scientist believes that. We are perfectly happy to grant the existence of non-physical things if you have evidence. You just don't.
Tom, you actually think that because you subjectively posit the character Bob, make predictions off of this imaginary person that you posit in your brain, that science would then publish papers saying Bob exists. No.
Yes.
That's totally
That's literally the process of
because
science. That is science.
That's not the process of science.
That is literally the process of science.
That is not the process
Every
of science.
scientist in the world agrees with me on this. If you have a hypothesis,
show a reference. Show a reference. You can't
any
just,
one of them.
You can't
There is
just
a parapsychology journal for this.
You're going to go back to parapsychology?
Yes, that's what they're doing.
No, parapsychology could deal with
You're
parapsychology.
not understanding. You're not listening. Parapsychology journals fails. They don't work. But the goal, the methodology of the journal is to create a consistent method that would demonstrate the existence of parapsychology things through making predictions like what other people are thinking, what other people are doing. And if they worked, that would be evidence of non-physical things.
No.
Every scientist grants this. Every single one.
Okay, let's do
If
a
you
thought
don't
experiment.
understand this, you just don't understand science.
Okay, let's do. All right, let's not go extreme with saying neither. I think you're being rational. I'm not saying you don't understand science. I just think you're incorrect. Let me explain a thought experiment.
No, you are wrong. Like every scientist.
Okay, I get it. You think I'm wrong. Let me explain a thought
I don't think you're
experiment.
wrong. All of science thinks you're wrong.
Okay, let me
Richard
explain
Dawkins
it.
agrees with this. Christopher Hitchens
Right,
agrees with this.
dude.
Sam Harris agrees with this. All of the scientists agree with this.
Okay.
They're perfectly
Appeal
happy
to
because
authority
they literally
is not
said
gonna-
this word for word.
Tom, let me just explain a thought experiment. Let's use your example, okay? The mythical person Bob that you created that gave you the lottery numbers, right? Why couldn't it just be that you were clairvoyant, that you somehow time traveled into the future, you saw the winning lottery numbers and you came back? How would science be able to distinguish between those two claims?
That's irrelevant. That's the problem of
No,
underdetermination.
you
So-
said that it's evidence.
Stop,
It's absurd.
stop. Listen.
Absurd.
In science,
It's
everything
irrelevant
can be,
now. Okay.
stop talking. This is accepted part of science. Underdetermination is a fact in science. So every amount of evidence that we find can all be explained by infinitely many hypotheses. We don't care. Not irrelevant. Because whatever the first one does that can successfully make predictions and get it right gets all the evidence. The evidence is for that hypothesis. And so even if others can come along and post hoc explain those things, we don't care. So in science, if you make a hypothesis that Bob is talking to you and he predicts the lottery numbers and you get it right X number of times, you have all the evidence. Bob has the evidence. There is now evidence of Bob. And for someone to counter that, what they need to do is make a new hypothesis that makes extra predictions that you don't make yet and get those right. And then once he has that, he has a better hypothesis. But until that happens, you have the best hypothesis. And that's how science works. Even if it can be explained by a bunch of other hypotheses, doesn't matter. We don't care. What a new one needs to do to overtake yours is make new novel predictions that yours hasn't made yet and get those right.
Okay. So you're basically what your position boils down to is that if you had this power of doing this thing based on physical interactions in your brain, and you just subjectively tell the person doing the experiment, this is the imaginary person, Bob, who's feeding me the answers, that becomes the basis for the science, because you subjectively say the words, it's Bob. The scientist can't look at other explanations. He has to go with your hypothesis that it's a non-physical being, Bob. It can't be other things, and therefore that proves that science can examine the non-physical, right?
Yeah. So like if you produce a hypothesis,
Sorry,
no,
that's
you don't
wrong.
understand it. You don't understand it. So what they're going to want is they're going to want, so how do I interact with Bob and how do I ask him things? And if you can give that and say, here is how you can pray to Bob and Bob will tell you. And if Bob tells you in your brain, you can predict things too. And if you get it right, even better evidence of Bob. So the fact that what scientists want isn't just your testimony. They're going to want some repeatable way to test it. But they're going to use a starting point of your say so. So you're going to start with an experiment. Scientist does an experiment in the lab, has a machine, and says, I can make particles go faster than light. Then the scientists are going to want to repeat that, do a repeatable test. This is a part of science too. Right now, the evidence is just your say so. That's it. It's how all science starts. One person does an experiment. The scientists look at it and say, how do we repeat this? And then they're going to need a repeatable methodology to test this. So if I say, in order to talk to Bob, you pray to him and you hold your fingers in the cross direction and say, wiggly, wiggly, Bob, give me information. And they do it and they get information from Bob. That's evidence, further evidence of Bob. Yes, they will now grant the existence of a non-physical entity named Bob. Yes, 100%.
All right. Well, we may disagree to disagree. I mean, look,
Wait,
possibly.
Tell me a scientist. If I give a method to talk to Bob, Bob will give you information in your brain. They try it. Bob gives them information. It is correct. Why would science reject that?
Well, there's a variety of reasons. I mean, one.
There's zero reasons. Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you think are the reasons that they would reject that?
Well, so one of the reasons is that there's methodological naturalism, right? So like as a method of science, it's going to be limited as almost by definition, which is kind of what I'm trying to argue.
No, this is the point. They would immediately reject methodological naturalism and say, yep, Bob exists.
No.
Every science would be like, yeah, methodological naturalism is done. We have Bob now.
No.
Yes,
because you'll never be able to say you'll never be able to say science would put a cap and say we have an unexplained phenomenon.
No one would do that. Literally, this is
would.
just you. This is a theist misrepresentation of science because they don't want to admit they have no evidence.
Show me like
every single like I can't. You can ask any scientist. Call a scientist. Say, I believe in this guy named Bob.
Well, anecdote.
Wait. Just listen to this, and every scientist will agree with me. If I believe in the spiritual being named Bob and he can give me information and he's non-physical, and he will give you information too. All you got to do is pray to Bob. And if they do it and they get information and it works every single time or a higher rate than chance, they will accept the existence of Bob. Every scientist will say, yes, if you can do that, I will accept the existence of Bob. Every one of them, all of them.
I actually disagree with that.
Then you're an idiot and you don't understand science. What you're doing you have a
using ad hominems doesn't. You don't get points for using ad hominem.
So server muted. If you don't accept this, it's because you are biased and you are trying to paint science as being just categorically defining the spiritual out of the realm because you don't want to admit you have no evidence. This is just false. This is a mischaracterization of science by theists because they're dishonest. The correct answer is every scientist in the world is happy to accept any evidence of the supernatural if you can do what I just described. Give me you give me repeatable, testable predictions based on your belief that I can repeat and do the same methodology you're doing. And if it works, I will grant the existence of the supernatural. Every scientist says this. Everyone would be willing to give you a Nobel Prize. No one categorically would deny this. The problem is you don't want to accept that because if you do, then the truth is you have no evidence, which is the real reason the scientists aren't listening to you. It's not because they just categorically deny the supernatural. It's because you have no evidence and you don't want to admit that. And so you're trying to define science as being such that it just categorically limits the supernatural, which it doesn't. This is false. Nobody in science says this. Everybody in science is happy to admit the supernatural exists if you can give novel, testable, repeatable predictions, which is the standard they use for literally everything. And if you do that, we're happy to grant the supernatural.
Okay, so let me just explain a couple things. This is not part of my argument, so we got things kind of got derailed a little bit. It's a straw man to say that I'm saying this because I don't think there's evidence, because I think there is evidence. So there's nothing to do with my belief or where I think there's epistemic support for theism, because
you are saying that scientists don't accept your evidence because they define the supernatural out of existence.
No. That's not what I was saying.
Okay. What are you saying?
So that's not what I meant. Like, all I meant was I wasn't. So in other words, I think there's scientific evidence in support of premises that are in philosophical arguments that have basically theistic.
I would agree with that. Like, there's definitely support for scientific evidence that support certain premises in theistic arguments. Some of the premises are obvious. Yes.
Yeah. So look, but this is just to go back to this. This is the definition I'm looking up on science. I just did a
Well,
Google.
so I don't want to go back. I've literally debunked you on this. You are 100% debunked. Every scientist agrees with me on this. If
Okay.
you make novel, successful predictions, everyone will just dismiss methodological naturalism. If you can do it, we are happy to grant the supernatural. Methodological naturalism is in place because no one's ever done that. There is no evidence of non-natural things. Therefore, we start with this assumption. It's not a definitional thing where we dismiss all supernatural claims. It's you need to provide evidence first. That's it.
Well, I submit that any level of evidence that could be provided can. So just let me read the definition real quick. The systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world. It says physical.
Yes,
right?
because
So
that's the only
basically-
thing that's evidence of there. Every single human being, every single scientist will be willing to add supernatural once you provide evidence of the supernatural. That definition is not such that we simply define everything else out of existence. That definition is because that's all that's ever been demonstrated to exist yet, and we're happy to add anything more once we have evidence of it.
Okay. Well, look, since this isn't part of my argument, let's not spend like more time on it because this was not germane to the argument. The point I was raising was God is the best explanation as a metaphysical explanation, right? We're going to compare the competing worldviews where on the theistic side, we could posit God as the explanation for the universe. On the non-theistic side, the best you could do is point to the quantum field. And then when I ask, where did the quantum field come from? You basically say like it's necessary. So you're willing to accept that something is necessary, something is self-existent. Yours is just this quantum field that appears for no explanation other than it's necessary, right? So you can't go beyond.
God?
Well, it's not different from but that's my whole point, right? So essentially, like your quantum field is like the sort of natural, like quote unquote God, because you can't, you have to just posit it as like the first cause, right? And then if someone's like, well, where did that come from? You're just like, it's self-existent, right? Because essentially, if you didn't say that, you would like, it wouldn't be coherent. So you have to say that.
So go back to the argument that God is better than this. How?
Okay. The argument that God is better than that is that I feel like it provides, so when we look at the full range of data, right? The quantum field, you would have to say, out of this quantum field, everything sprung into existence, and that includes not only the physical world, but all of the complexities that arise from biological life forms, like our consciousness, our morals, our free will, right? Which are very deep philosophical problems, right? They've totally flummoxed philosophers for thousands of years. How do we explain consciousness? There's so many different views on it, from it's somehow in the fabric of the universe to it doesn't exist.
Why do you think positing a God is a better explanation for these things than a quantum field?
Okay, because God provides a framework where you can understand, because in the Christian worldview, God is a mind. God is the greatest conceivable being, and God is all good, right? So when it comes to morals, you could say, well, morals.
So just to jump in, so you're saying that in order to explain these things, you just say they're a part of the fundamental essence of reality.
I'm sorry, what?
So like consciousness, morality, you're saying the reason these are explained is because the fundamental essence of reality is conscious. The fundamental essence of reality is moral, and that explains why morality exists in our universe.
I guess what I'm saying is like in both like my worldview and your worldview, we have to go back to the derivative. In mine, it's God. In yours, it's the quantum field. So with mine, it's like my derivative as a concept, right? I admit it may be ad hoc, right? But just as a concept, like as God, as this perfect mind that's all good, right? You can then use that to be like, oh, well, we have minds, so we have consciousness, and we have free will.
So
God created us.
my question. My question is your explanation that you think is better is saying that here is something in reality we can't explain now, consciousness, morality, whatever. And you're saying that the better explanation is to say, we can't explain these things, therefore they are a part of the fundamental nature of reality.
It's not a God of the gaps. What I'm saying is
I didn't say it was. Is this this seems to be your argument. Your argument seems to be, we can't explain these things now, therefore they must be fundamental.
No, it's that it's a better. So in other words, we've made some progress in explaining them, right? But it's so disjointed, it's so discoherent, and it's all over the map. And
So
what I'm saying,
it's disjointed, discoherent, therefore it's fundamental.
well, it's not therefore. Like in other words, I'm not making a deductive argument. I'm saying I'm making like an abductive argument. I'm saying like it's the best explanation, right? Like I'm not saying it's perfect.
So abductively, these things are disjointed, they're discoherent, we can't explain them, therefore it's fundamental.
No, not therefore it's fundamental. That the other explanation is better. It's not perfect, but it's better.
The therefore can be probabilistic. I don't care.
Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Fine.
So your argument seems to be it's disjointed, we can't explain it, therefore it's fundamental with some probability.
Yeah.
You don't see why that's a problem.
Not if it's probabilistic, no.
Well, it's not. That's the point, is that simply saying that we can't explain something gives us no probability for any explanation. So it's like, if I see something I don't understand, the fact that I don't understand it gives us no probabilistic inclination towards any hypothesis, right?
Agreed.
So saying that consciousness or morality are unexplained or disjointed, it doesn't tell us whether it's fundamental or whether it's a composite or whether it's an emergent property. It tells us nothing. This is literally nothing.
No, but that's why we weren't like connecting, because what I was trying to say was it's not a God of the gaps. It's not, we can't explain it, therefore God. It's that look at the other explanation. It's a metaphysical explanation of a greatest conceivable being that is a mind that is all good. That is the hypothesis, right? So I put that forward as the hypothesis, and I say that can explain that we have minds. That can explain what morals are, because morals are just basically like almost like
No,
an
that doesn't explain
extension.
anything. It just says that
How
whatever
does that not
consciousness
explain
is,
anything?
because it doesn't tell us what consciousness or morality is. It just says that we don't know what consciousness or morality is. But if we say the fundamental nature of reality has consciousness and morality, that explains why we have it. That doesn't tell us anything about consciousness or morality. It tells us nothing. It just takes these unknown things and places those unknown things at the very beginning, at the origin of the universe, and says the fundamental nature of reality, well, it also has these properties. And that gives us some kind of a cognitive explanation of why we have them now, as opposed to saying that they were emergent or of something in the middle.
Yeah.
We're just saying that whatever these unknowns are, well, they're unknown at the very beginning of the universe.
Well, like in other words, no, because like you could either take, like I agree with you to a certain extent, because you could either kind of take this reductive approach where you always try to explain something by breaking it down into smaller parts, right? Or what was the other way that you kind of described it as, like I actually forgot like the way you were just describing it, but like emergent, right? So you could either say it's emergent, or I'm going to explain it reductively. So you could go that approach. I get it. That's fine. That's a useful way of looking at things. Or you could go the other approach and say, no, like we're not going to just keep reducing everything down to like the quark, right? Like at a certain point, we're going to say.
Well, I think that's a slightly different way of looking at it. So my question is why do you think picking that option of saying that it's fundamental counts as a better explanation than saying it's emergent? Because simply, so say there's these things we don't understand, consciousness, morality. I agree. We don't have solutions for those yet.
Right.
And so you're saying that I've made up this hypothesis that this consciousness and morality is a part of the fundamental nature of reality, which is a God, and he's conscious and he's moral. And that explains these things. Like, okay, I explain them as being emergent. Why do you think simply positing it as being from t equals 0 is better than positing it from t equals 22?
Okay, well, the one additional wrinkle that I would add is that people have a personal experience with God, right? So that's another
All right,
point.
so I want to clarify. So if there's some independent evidence of God, say even novel testable predictions or whatever, if we showed God, if we have independent evidence of God, then it would be rational to conclude that because we have independent evidence of God, he can also explain the other phenomenon. That's fine. I'm granting that. But I would say that the other evidence of God 100% fails. So if hypothetically all the other evidence of God failed, do you still think it would be better?
No, I think if all the other evidence failed, I think they'd be equal, because basically the way I look at it is like
I agree.
there's hand waving going on, right? Because what happens like on the one side, it's like there's like you guys were talking about this earlier. You were saying like that most philosophers are compatibilists, right? To me, that's kind of like hand waving the issue away.
Sure.
Consciousness hand waving. It's emergent. We just you wave your hand, it just comes. And so like yeah, no, I think they're equal. And I think the only thing that tips like the theism side a little bit is like that people personally experience God. And that's important. Like we can't just dismiss that because like that's, you could almost make the argument that like everything we know is through personal experience. So like you can't just, so like to me, and I think that's what fuels a lot of theists.
Just to jump in. So I would agree. I think that if there is no independent evidence of God, then using God as an explanation of morality or consciousness or whatever is no better than saying it's emergent. It tells us nothing. And so what we need is this independent evidence thing. Now, I think there's independent evidence of quantum fields, Casimir effects. We can make novel testable predictions that show quantum fields exist. And because there's this independent evidence of quantum fields, then it's the best explanation of what caused morality and consciousness, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that the
doesn't
personal
flow
experience,
though. That doesn't flow. I mean, like no one's doubting that there's quantum fields. The question is, are the quantum fields the necessary self-existent cause of the entire universe? And which physics can't.
So there's two different things here. So we grant that morality and consciousness are unexplained, and they're unexplained on your worldview and my worldview. Yours just puts them at the beginning because yours doesn't tell us what consciousness and morality is or what it's made of or how it works. It just says God has these things. And so I can say the universe creates these things at some point in the middle, emergent properties. Both of these are just, we take these unknown things and we place them back in time somewhere. Yours just places them back in the beginning, mine places them back in the middle. And the question here is, which one has more background evidence? I think the quantum field has more background evidence, and so we can grant the unknowns of what is consciousness, what is morality at the middle. And you think it's God has background evidence, so you grant the unknowns of consciousness and morality at the very beginning. And so that's the main contention here. Now, what qualifies as a necessary being is a different argument. And so the question we want to know is, which has more background evidence, God or quantum fields? Now, I think quantum fields
no, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's a fair way of doing it because what you're then doing is quantum fields are there's something physical within the universe. So we're back
they're physical, they're not in the universe.
Yeah, but they are physical, right? So we're back to this issue again because like you can't, it's not fair to say like to compare the quantum field on one level and then God, which is like in the Christian worldview, God is not even in the universe, right? He's like outside the universe. So like
quantum fields are also outside of the universe.
Quantum fields are within space-time.
No, space-time is a field. Space-time comes from quantum fields. Quantum fields pre-exist outside of space-time.
No. That's not correct.
Yes, this is literally
what do you mean
the
they're outside of space-time? What are you talking about?
This is literally
what
the consensus
are you talking about?
This is literally the consensus among physicists. Google emergent space-time. It is the consensus that space-time is emergent.
You're talking about like the Twitter space or whatever?
No,
there's nothing outside. Physics will not say
God.
Anything is outside of the universe. Think about what you're saying, Tom.
They literally, everyone says that. The universe in physics refers to our space-time continuum. Our space-time continuum began. Stop talking. Our space-time continuum began at the Big Bang. Pretty much every physicist believes there is something outside of the universe. The multiverse, string theory, all kinds of things. The consensus is the universe is not all things. Like nobody thinks that in physics. Everybody thinks there's things outside of the universe. The difference is that we don't. When you say universe, you mean all existing physical stuff. They don't think there's something outside of that because quantum fields. The consensus is quantum fields exist outside of space-time and that space-time emerged from quantum fields. Google emergent space-time. It's the consensus among physics. And so they do not think that our universe means the way you're using the term. No.
So actually the current state of cosmology is there's the inflation, right? And so you could posit that the universe is infinite because of eternal inflation, right? But all of those basically infinite universes are all part of the physical universe. Our universe, they're so far away.
No, again, you're using universe wrong. The way you're using it is not in physics.
No,
so universe does not mean all physical stuff. I
never said that. I said
so physics agrees like so our universe had a beginning. Goose early universe inflation is not the same thing as the Big Bang. So no, but our universe had a beginning, Big Bang. The physical reality did not have a beginning. That's the consensus.
No, No, actually,
Yes.
there's no consensus on the cause of the singularity, right? You have
No.
you have
Wait,
Big
wait.
Bang cosmology, right?
The consensus is it has a physical cause. There are different hypotheses of what the physical cause is. The consensus is it has a physical cause.
Well, of course, but that doesn't say anything because, like, there's a famous line, and I think it was I can't remember who said it, where it's like we don't know what banged, why it banged, or how it banged, right? So
Sure.
science says no, we don't have consensus or to answer those questions. Okay, the most
Right.
if you go to
Wait,
like
the consensus
people
is
like
not God. Not God is the
no,
consensus.
I know
So
that, but that's not. I'm not.
I
I'm
don't
not making
understand
that.
your point.
I'm not making that claim. I'm saying you're way overstating the case about quantum fields. Quantum fields has
No.
become.
My statement is saying that you're misrepresenting physics. That's all I'm saying. So physics is the universe had a beginning, which physics says was like the quantum field or multiverse or string theory. That's the consensus. They are not saying all physical things had a beginning. That is not a position in physics. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that's not a
I
thing.
never said that.
Wait.
Because we don't know. We don't know whether time. We don't know like basically
Well,
how.
that's something there is a consensus on. There is a consensus that space and time is emergent. That is the consensus.
Whether it's the consensus doesn't mean it's been demonstrated scientifically. Okay, there is no unified theory of.
I don't care if there's a
What are you
unified
talking
theory. That's
about?
irrelevant.
What is
You
appealing
were
to consensus?
misrepresenting physics.
No, I wasn't.
When you were yes.
You were
quantum,
saying.
you said the quantum field was inside of space-time. You were wrong.
No, all right. Well, listen. So we're gonna put the stake in the ground over whether quantum fields are inside the space-time.
Well, no. This is key to my argument. So it's a part that we need to.
Again, I think reasonable minds can disagree. I don't think that's established. I don't think it's even
it's not.
coherent.
If you want to disagree with all the experts, that's fine. But
I'm
all
not.
the experts.
All right, you're
Yes,
right.
you
All
are.
the experts agree with you,
Google
Tom, and then not
Google
with me.
is emergent space-time. Sean Carroll has literally said this on stream. The consensus is everybody agrees. Space-time is emergent from quantum fields. Casimir effects. Yes, we're happy.
And so,
physics is happy with this.
what substratum did the quantum field exist in?
I don't care. It makes it relevant to the argument.
It's not coherent.
Wait. So the consensus in physics, quantum fields created space-time. That's the consensus. Now, what created quantum fields? We don't care. It's irrelevant to the question. The only claim I'm making is in physics, space-time is emergent from quantum fields. This is the only claim I'm trying to get through to you. This is the position in physics. I don't care if you agree. I don't care if you think it's coherent. I do not care.
Okay, what I care is whether it's been scientifically established, and all you keep saying is, "No, that doesn't matter. It's the consensus."
No, I don't care what you think has been scientifically established. This is irrelevant. God has not been scientifically established. So whether something's been scientifically established is again a separate question. What we're comparing is what's the best explanation, God or quantum fields?
But look, no, you're again that's a straw man because I never said God was scientifically established. Right?
No. I didn't. No. So the claim here is we're trying to compare which is better, God or the quantum field, right? That's the topic.
In terms of what's a better explanation for
yes.
what we observe, like in terms of the physical universe, and then
right. And then we got to the question of which has better background evidence. Now, I agree. We haven't proven. Wait. One sec. We haven't proven quantum fields are the origin of everything. We haven't proven that, but they have significantly more evidence than a God. That's the part I'm arguing here. So. I agree we haven't scientifically proven quantum fields created everything. We haven't scientifically proven quantum fields created space-time, but they have significantly more evidence than God did it.
But I guess
that's why it's the consistent physics.
Like my hypothesis could even incorporate your entire hypothesis. Like there's nothing.
That's not evidence. I could add in magical farting leprechauns. If I add in magical farting leprechauns to the quantum field, that doesn't mean it's evidence. That's just garbage. We dismiss it. It's not evidence. So we dismiss that.
No, I'm talking. First of all, just to string words together like magical farting, whatever you said, that's not a coherent concept.
No. That doesn't make a difference. The point is you can take the known evidence and add on something to it. The added thing is dismissed, whatever it is. So the fact that you can take your hypothesis and include all the things in my hypothesis means yours is one of those add-ons that is dismissed. It doesn't matter what nouns you place there. So the question is which is the better supported hypothesis, God or quantum fields? Quantum fields have evidence.
Why would it be dismissed? Because of Occam's razor? Like you're just saying because
Occam's razor? No, because there's no evidence. It's irrelevant.
No. I'm talking about as a philosophical. Like what I'm saying is the way you posit
all philosophical add-ons, no evidence are dismissed. All of them.
What I'm saying is like it's an apples to oranges comparison to say like
What?
let's say where's there better background evidence for let's compare
Well,
whether
so just to clarify, by
no,
background evidence, I'm including all evidence,
we have to
philosophical, whatever.
assume this is why I think you're making a false argument. We have to assume for the sake of argument that my hypothesis exists, right? And then say
What?
yeah, let's just, for the sake of argument, I'm not saying you're conceding any ground. I'm just saying for the sake of argument, concede that my hypothesis exists. Does it provide a better explanation for all of the data that we observe compared to your hypothesis? The relevant test isn't like, is there more evidence that the quantum field exists or God exists? That's totally begging the question, right? Because my whole argument is that if God existed, he would provide a better explanation. Now, I would then have to provide tons of other arguments to be like, well, where's the proof that God even exists, right? So,
Well, no,
like,
no. So I think you're not understanding. So saying that if my hypothesis existed, would it explain the data better is irrelevant. That's bullshit.
how?
So because like if I said I have a magical farting leprechaun that would organize my room in this way where everything is exactly placed as it is that a better explanation than a bunch of different factors that led up
If you
to
could
the way it
provide
is
a
organized?
coherent explanation for what a magical, how a magical
Irrelevant.
farting,
Irrelevant.
how is that
It makes no
irrelevant?
difference. The content of the noun is irrelevant. The structure of the argument is invalid. The
let me-
fact that you make one explanation to explain a set of phenomenon, I don't care what you place in the noun of that explanation. It isn't evidence until you can demonstrate it exists.
You don't think that if the noun is a contradiction, like if I
Well,
describe
obviously that would be worse, but I don't care. I don't care if it's a contradiction. I don't care how
So
well
if I-
formed it
if I-
is. It
if
will
I
still
pos-
never be evidence. It will never ever be evidence
No,
to
that's not what my
construct a
point is.
noun.
No. What I'm saying is, if I posited you a cause for something, you were like, "What is that cause?" And I describe something to you that's.
I understand what you're saying. I don't care about the content of the noun, whether it's
Why?
contradictory or not, because
Why?
it's irrelevant. The structure of the argument is invalid. It makes no difference if I say there's a magical farting leprechaun and I make a perfectly coherent description of what that is, and I take the time to do that. It will still never be evidence if it could explain everything about the way my room is organized. It will never be evidence, not even a bit. It makes no difference the content of the noun. What
Right.
matters is, can you show that thing exists independent of the phenomenon you're trying to explain?
So basically, what your position is, like, to boil down the essence of your worldview is testable. So basically, you're like an empiricist. Unless something can
No.
provide
No, just to
testable.
clarify, if you're claiming something exists independent of your imagination, then you need testable prediction.
Okay.
If you're just claiming it's a part of your imagination, you don't.
No, well, listen, you're also drawing like a separation between our imagination and our perceptions, which you really can't do, right? So everything in your worldview is based on testable
just to clarify,
predictions.
it's not an empiricism. Empiricism is the position the only true knowledge is gained through empirical verification. I'm claiming there are other kinds of knowledge, like conceptual knowledge. Conceptual knowledge is true in your head. It doesn't tell us anything about reality. So, like, if you want to make claims about reality,
So what good does it do?
it gives us conceptual knowledge. So, like logic, math, you
But
can
it
still
doesn't
gain
tell you
conceptual
anything.
knowledge.
But that's why I'm saying essentially your worldview is empiricism.
But doesn't
Because
no.
you put everything in. It basically comes down to what you say.
It can't
like,
essentially be empiricism.
unless
It's
you can
literally
make
not empiricism, it's
testable
not empiricism.
predictions based on your posit of the cause. Unless you could do that, it's just it's an elephant farting pixie dust thing, and like So
absolutely.
Okay, so you're an empiricist basically. Why don't you just admit it? Wear the badge of honor, Tom.
Empiricism is the position only
There's nothing wrong
knowledge
with
is
that.
because you're just
Just wear the
mischaracterizing the
badge
position.
of
Again, you're
honor.
being dishonest and you're trying to label my
I'm
position
not.
something it's not to try to dismiss it. I grant a priori knowledge. I'm happy with that. Does it tell us anything about a God? No. Does it tell us anything about reality? No. You need empirical verification for those things.
There's
So I'm
holes in
happy
that
with multiple.
philosophy
Stop. There are ways to gain knowledge that aren't empirical. So I'm not an empiricist, which is so this whole topic you're bringing up, calling me empiricist, is an irrelevant straw man ad hom that doesn't address anything I've
I
said.
don't mean it as
So I'm
an
happy to
insult.
grant multiple kinds of knowledge. Your knowledge, if you want to claim a God exists, you're going to need novel predictions or something better, which you haven't provided.
Right.
So,
Okay,
and you don't have that. So you have no evidence.
No. So number one, I didn't mean it as an insult. Okay. Again, I said
I don't care. Drop your empiricism is wrong. It's irrelevant. It doesn't address anything I've said. So go back to address the things I've said.
Okay. So there is evidence, like we agreed earlier, there is evidence. Now, my basic contention is all of these arguments that could be put forward, they're not conclusive, right? But when you combine them
Right.
with
So I don't care if they're conclusive. So I'm not going to claim that they need to be conclusive. I want any percent of evidence.
Yeah, so when you combine them with the personal experience of God, which is independent evidence, right? Because
Right.
people,
It would be if it was true. Yes.
yes. So when you combine the fact that people personally experience God, right, with the other arguments collectively, that provides a rational basis to believe God exists. It might not be true, but it's rational.
If that counted as a background information to justify belief in God, I would agree with you. I would say yes. If the combination of the arguments plus the personal experience counted as a justifiable independent verification or a reason to believe God exists, then that would count as background information that would lean in the direction of a God being the necessary thing. Now, I want to take that hypothesis, your personal experience plus arguments, compare that to the quantum field. The quantum field has novel testable predictions that have been confirmed in the lab repeatedly and testably to show they exist and can explain the origin of space-time. This beats the crap out of your garbage arguments and personal experience. Just completely destroys it, demolishes it to nothing but garbage. Now, even if we granted it, it would demolish it and destroy it to garbage. So the quantum field being the necessary thing now completely crushes yours. This is significantly better. This is why in physics, yours is just garbage. We don't care about yours because the evidence for here is toweringly better, novel testable predictions. Now, I would go further and say that your arguments and your personal experience are garbage and can be provenly shown to be garbage. And so they're not even evidence. But even if I granted them, they're still going to lose to the physics that says here are novel predictions that we can confirm quantum fields exist through testable predictions and can explain the origin of space-time and don't need a creator. And here's all the physics that we can demonstrate that confirm these. That beats yours, hands down.
No, well, it doesn't beat it because, again, number one, I'll make a 3-point response. 1, apples to oranges. 2, hand waving.
What?
3, yes, apples to oranges.
I don't
You're
know what that
comparing.
means.
What it means is you're making a false comparison, a false dichotomy between.
Wait.
something-
So we're trying
Let's
to
not go.
explain.
Let's. I don't want to go back to.
I'm
like,
trying
this quantum
to
field-
understand what your criticism here is. So I'm saying our question is what's the better explanation of like everything we see, right? Morality, physics, the universe. And I'm saying the better explanation is quantum field. You're saying the better explanation is God. And we're saying what's the background information we have that indicates these things? Yours is personal experience and arguments. Mine is
Right. But, well, because this is it's kind of complicated, but this is what I mean. Like, number one, I don't want to go back to whether quantum fields are in the universe or not, right? Because we have a different view on that. But essentially,
you have to accept my hypothesis or you're strawmanning me. So my position is they're outside of the universe. They explain everything in the universe.
Okay, they're fine. I'll accept that. But the point is that they're physical, right? So
yes, they're physical.
So there's weaknesses on both sides. Like the weakness on your side is that like you're positing something like a abstract. Even the quantum field itself, it has to be based on a law of physics, and you have no explanation.
Space-time is a single field. There are other fields. All of the fields are physical, and so having other fields outside of space-time isn't a contradiction. So, like in my worldview, space-time isn't the only thing. It doesn't govern everything. There are lots of other fields where other stuff is going on.
What I'm saying is that like the fields have to be based on a law of physics.
Right? Laws of physics describe the fields, not based on anything.
But we don't know if the fields emerged from some higher order mathematical law of physics that exists in.
So my hypothesis is they did not. So let's take my hypothesis. Quantum fields are fundamental. This is not a proven thing. Just like you can't prove God wasn't created by another God. You just define it as such. So I simply define the quantum fields as uncreated.
It's not
so
only
those two are that's parallel.
It's not only not proven on your side. It's the only game in town.
Or yours.
Because
what?
No, because you can't. If that wasn't the case, your entire thing would fall apart.
Wait. So
you have no evidence for it.
No.
You have no
so I don't
evidence
need
that
that.
they're necessary, right?
Stop. So you have a position. Your God is necessary. I have a position. My quantum field is necessary.
Right.
The justification for both of these is we both claim it as such. We define it as such. We might come up with arguments as such. I don't care. Those are the same. So those are parallel.
But why is
I don't care about those.
But why is it fair for you to ask me where is the evidence for my God, and then when I say where is the evidence that your quantum field is necessary, you have none?
Well, so those are two different claims. So the claim is if I ask you where is your evidence that your God is necessary, and you can ask me where is my evidence my quantum field is necessary, and our answers are the same. We define it as such. Those would be equivalent. So there'd be no difference there.
The difference is that one.
The first question you asked was
no. The difference is that there is a difference because God is not physical, right? And yours is.
I don't know why you think that matters.
That matters because it matters from an ontological perspective. It matters on so many different levels.
I don't know. I again, I'm not following here. So like
because
whether you,
this is why I was saying it's
it
apples
seems
and
like
oranges.
you're defining physical stuff as contingent for some reason. There's no reason to do that.
Well,
There's no
because
evidence for that.
everything that we know that is physical is contingent, right?
Right.
So like basically like that's why I was saying it's the only game in
Right.
town.
So there's no evidence of non-contingent physical things, and there's no evidence of non-physical things. And so again, you're claiming that there is a non-physical thing, which we have no evidence of, and that there is a necessary non-physical thing,
We have no
which we have
direct
even more
evidence.
no evidence
No.
of.
No, there's no direct evidence of my non-physical hypothesis, right? But there's indirect evidence. So that's a total fallacy. And I hear
what?
atheists do that all the time. It's a total fallacy. It's false.
Wait.
right?
I'm not understanding.
There's a difference between direct evidence and indirect evidence.
Well, I understand that, yes, like most things are indirect evidence. We have indirect evidence of neutrinos. I don't understand when you say there's indirect evidence of God. That part I'm not following. But let's say that,
like, in other words, there's a
suppose you haven't presented any evidence in this argument yet. So is from my perspective, there is no evidence of non-physical things at all.
I could
There
say
is
the
evidence of physical things.
I could just say that again.
Those are physical. Quantum fields are physical. But let's say from my worldview, there is currently no evidence of non-physical things. And there is evidence of physical things. There is no evidence of non-physical necessary things, and there's no evidence of non-physical necessary things. And so right now, the current evidence we have is for physical things. And so if I'm adding the property of necessary and saying this is probably a physical thing, that is a better explanation than saying there is an entire new realm of non-physical stuff which has no evidence. And there is in that non-physical stuff, there is a necessary thing, because that's an extra addition that you don't need. So there's more evidence for my position to say necessary thing is an extension of physical things than for you to say it's not.
No, I hear you, man, but I don't think you could mix the ontology of like the metaphysics of whether something is necessary or contingent with basically like its ontology, right? Like it's just they're just different categories.
That's
right?
what you're doing.
I feel like that's what you're kind of doing.
Well, just
look,
clarify. You're claiming that physical things can't be necessary because all the physical things we know about, none of them are necessary. So you're making this confabulation.
No, I'm not saying they can't be. I'm just saying you don't have.
Or it's less likely.
It's like a first principle that you have to enunciate, because if you didn't, it's like a house of cards. Your entire thing would fall apart.
Wait. So I'm granting that. Let's say that rationale is true in some sense, where we can use induction to justify whether or not, I don't know, ontologies do or do not have some kind of necessary or contingent nature to it. Right now, we have no evidence of non-physical things in my perspective. And so because there's no evidence non-physical things exists, the conclusion is there are no non-physical necessary things, just like there's no of any other kind of non-physical thing. So if I want to say necessary thing is a real property that exists, I would be more rational to conclude it's an extension of the physical, even though we have no evidence of physical things having this property, because we have evidence physical things exist, and we have no evidence non-physical things exists.
I just don't think you could draw an inference either way. I just think like if they're
I'm using your argument. Your argument is this. This is your argument.
Well, look, first of all, let me ask you a question. How is your chat enjoying our conversation? I'm a little curious. Do they hate
pretty
me?
Well, I have like 174 live viewers, which is pretty high.
Nice, man. So let me step back, and I enjoy the conversation with you. Do you think it's rational to be a theist, or like what is your view? Because I don't even know enough about you.
I think based on my epistemology, it would be irrational to be a theist. I think that for other people who have other epistemologies which can be justified, for them it may be rational.
So, but based on yours, you think it's irrational. You think
it's so like based on my epistemology, it requires novel testable predictions to confirm anything exists independent of your imagination. You don't have any, therefore it's irrational, just like Santa Claus.
Well, but that's what you're describing in terms of the testable predictions. That sounds like almost like a philosophy of science. It doesn't sound like science itself.
Every epistemology is a philosophy of science.
Oh, so you're just saying that's your epistemology, right?
Yeah. So like there can be epistemologies where like religious people have prayed and their prayers were answered at a sufficiently higher rate than chance, and for them it would be rational to believe in a God. And so there are epistemologies that can accommodate and make God justifiable simply by luck or whatever, lucky knowledge or lucky. And so there's possible to have other epistemologies that do justify knowledge, but I think overall the more consistent ones don't do that.
So all the conversations you've had with theists, right? And I've seen a few on your channel. you think those people are intelligent and arguing in good faith, but they're irrational. That's how you look at it.
Yes. I think that given the knowledge of
Wow.
most theists they have the capabilities to understand epistemology to a degree that they would recognize that their beliefs are unjustified, but because they're biased based
Well,
on emotion, they don't. So they're irrational. Yes.
yeah, but that doesn't make it like you could be wrong and not be irrational, right?
Oh, right. So I'm not saying that they're simply wrong. I'm saying that the epistemology they have constructed is
Mhm.
such that it is provably wrong in that it allows holes for things that we know are consistent problems with human rationality, and they don't plug those holes, which makes their epistemology garbage.
Right. So going back to our earlier conversation, like where I was positing it, like, hey, look, there's two explanations. They're both rational. I just think mine is better. You don't even think mine is even so we're that far apart.
Right.
Like you don't even think mine is
Yes.
even like I'm not even using reason like correctly in my like argumentation.
Right. So, like, I think that if we have certain kinds of beliefs that have been defeated, we have defeaters for these kinds of beliefs, and you incorporate these beliefs into your epistemology, that is an irrational epistemology.
Well, see,
Oh,
I
and
look
in
at
this context, by belief here, I don't mean God. I mean like
yeah.
fallacies in human reasoning, type 1 and type 2 errors, appeals to authority, those kinds of things. I think if you incorporate these as justifications for your worldview, in your case, I think it'd be personal experience. If you incorporate these as justifications in your worldview, I think it's irrational. So I think it's irrational for you to use personal experience as a justification for God's existence. And I think it's irrational for you to use the arguments that you use as a justification for God's existence, because both of those things have defeaters.
And what is the defeater for the personal experience of God?
Delusions, illusions, misconceptions, fallacies, biases,
Those are
all of the
just
tens of thousands of those
conjectures.
things.
Those are
What?
just conjectures.
Conjectures. Well, like,
Conjecture. You're just speculating. That's what it is. It's not a defeater.
wait. Do you acknowledge that those things exist in humans, and that all the scientific evidence exists, those things exist in humans? Not specifically for God, just in general.
Sure, of course.
Right. And so you need to find a way to filter those things out of your epistemology, because
No, you
like,
you
you have
carry
to
the
differentiate.
burden. You carry the burden of the defeater. I don't have to prove that.
Wait, you just agree that these exist.
I'm not. As opposed to what you just made up new words that I never heard about before. Of course they exist. They're concepts.
Wait. So the question, if you accept these exist, then any belief you have could fall in the category of these things or in the category of truth, and you need some methodology to separate those two, right? Does it fall into the category
No,
of these
you do.
things?
You do.
Wait,
You're presenting the defeater. Why do I have to?
No. I'm saying that any rational epistemology that grants that delusions, illusions, misconceptions, fallacies exist will have to be able to filter out or take a belief and show it's not those
I
things.
don't understand. Let's say we were in a courtroom and during cross-examination, I went up to the witness and I said, "Perjury, Your Honor. Perjury exists, and therefore the other client has to demonstrate they're not perjuring themselves." They don't have to do that. You have to do that.
What's perjury?
Perjury is false testimony.
So like my argument is that
you don't just get to go to the other side and say like, you're like these objections, like you have to filter them out and demonstrate that they don't apply to you. Like, no, I'm making a claim.
If you agree, here's a problem with all human brains that fails. All human brains fail in this way, and you have a belief. You have for every human being, everyone has the burden of proof here. If they have a rational epistemology, that epistemology must include this piece of data that there's this kind of belief that fails a lot, and it must find a way to make sure that whatever belief or proposition it's trying to justify is not one of those failed ones. And so what I'm claiming is that because we know there's this common problem in all human brains, all rational epistemologies have to include this data point and find a way to make sure any proposition is trying to justify doesn't fall into that category.
But do you think people normally tell the truth or lie?
They attempt to tell the truth.
Normally tell the truth, right? So, yeah. But your position is, let's assume they're lying, and then you have to work backwards to show that they're telling the truth. Yes. My position is the person's telling the truth. There are these problems in human psychology that arise in limited contexts where people delude themselves, they deceive themselves, they lie, they're whatever, right? But I don't carry the burden of disproving the veracity of my own claim. If you're presenting it as a defeater, if you're saying like, look, your personal experience is false, right? And I have these defeaters because people delude themselves. You then have to show why it's more likely true than not that they're deceiving themselves. It's not the burden's not on me to show, like,
Well,
prove I'm telling the truth.
already been
It's
proven.
totally
That's
false.
been demonstrated. So, like, in courtrooms and history, any testimony of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs are immediately dismissed as false.
That's because
They don't count. No,
That's
no, no, no.
because-
They don't count as evidence because they have been demonstrated to be false. The personal testimony of these things is wrong with 100% confirmed tests. So every time we test these things, it is 100% false. But the reason is because human brains make stuff up. So like if I said I saw a dog, that would be reasonably. That's accepted in a courtroom. Or if I said somebody murdered somebody, acceptable in a courtroom. So for testimony of things that have an empirical basis, that is accepted. That is accepted as
Right.
evidence. For testimony of things that have no empirical basis, that is not accepted because it's false. So every single time.
So,
And so
this is
because
a
we have this methodology we've built up and tested to be able to differentiate certain kinds of fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions, etc., we can differentiate between testimony to show the ones that are reasonable and the ones that are unreasonable to accept. We don't just accept testimony. We divide testimony into the kinds that are reasonable and unreasonable, and the unreasonable kinds are for things that lack an empirical basis: miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs.
Okay. I'm glad you brought this up because I hear this frequently and I feel like this is an opportunity to maybe help educate like some of the people in your chat about this who maybe have the same viewpoint you do. What you said is true in terms of the judicial system in the United States, okay? And the reason that's the case
Everywhere in the
or pretty much almost everywhere in the world. I can't speak to all other countries, right?
and history,
Right,
legal and
right.
history.
But that's because our judicial system, like in the United States, it's harder for me to talk about other countries. In the United States, they're courts of limited jurisdiction. In other words, the court is not a truth-seeking commission, right? The court has limited resources and doesn't have the capacity. If somebody brings in, for example, like a UFO made the abduction, right? The court doesn't have the capacity to hear those claims as a general matter. There may be ways maybe you could sneak it in. But the reason it doesn't is because generally you have to lay a foundation for evidence, right?
Well,
And
so
you don't.
Can I just jump in? So that's not true. So the Supreme Court literally does this. So if your case goes to the Supreme Court, it will literally act as a truth-seeking investigation. That's what happened in Behe, Kitzmiller versus Dover. So when you get to the higher level Supreme Courts of a state or federal level, it will act as a truth-seeking investigation in order to try to deduce whether or not the thing you're seeing is true. So, but that is not the reason that courts dismiss these claims. The reason courts dismiss these claims is because at one point in time in the past, they didn't. These were accepted in courts, like witch trials, whatever, where using these kinds of things were accepted as evidence of guilt. And they were proven to be wrong 100% of the time. And so we got rid of them. We recognized these methods were bad, did not provide justification, and now we omit them from being counted as evidence in a courtroom because they fail.
Okay. First of all, on the higher appellate courts, appellate courts, when you're on appeal, usually the amount of issues they can consider are more limited, right? Because you have to preserve the issue at the lower court in order to preserve it upon appeal. There's briefs that go in. They're not they're not there for fact finding, right? So they're limited.
Yes,
to
they can be. So Supreme Court.
Generally, they're not, though. Generally, they're
obviously.
not.
Generally, they're not. Generally, fact finding would only apply in these cases where there's no precedent, like miracles, magic, etc.
Yeah,
and so it's only in a very small percent of cases where it's even a consideration.
Right, exactly. But what I'm saying is like it's really misleading to point to like what's admissible in a court in the United States as some sort of like benchmark in terms of like the actual like reliability of the evidence, because courts.
So the reason I pick these out is because that's the reason these are not allowed is because of the reliability of these evidence. The reason these kinds of evidence are not allowed is directly because they're unreliable. That's the reason they were taken out.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that the standard for getting into court is so much higher because the courts don't have the capacity. They don't even have the capacity to hear a regular case. Okay, they're so backed up.
Again,
they would never have the capacity.
That's a modern issue. That's a modern issue. So
no, but they would never have the capacity.
This precedent I'm standing, is
How
not
would
from modern
anyone-
cases.
Okay, how would anyone ever be able to establish to the court? Let's say somebody saw a UFO, right?
Yeah.
How would they ever try to bring that in, right?
Novel
It's just
justifiable
like
predictions.
it's no. But what I'm saying is like it's so outside the capacity of like a judicial proceeding for somebody to come in and be like, I'm going to now bring in evidence that I saw a UFO. The courts are also worried about the prejudicial effects. Like I'll give you an example. Like a lot of people think.
Wait.
like-
So let me just skip to the end and answer your question. So if I said a UFO came and killed Bob in front of me, and I saw a UFO come and kill Bob, here's the evidence. We have pieces of the spaceship. We have that's technologically way beyond anything we can do. We have video footage of it happening. We have physical happenings of the molecular structure, like of some kind of radiation that is beyond what humans can make. We can give physical data that would require empirical physical data to confirm this story. We would never accept the testimony. Doesn't matter how many people saw it. We would never say, because of the testimony, we accept this to be true. But if we had other things like pieces of the UFO, if we had empirical data of the changing of the molecules and some kind of radiation that we can't interact with, this would be good evidence that the eyewitness testimony would be accepted. And so in cases where you have empirical data, empirical confirmation of the new phenomenon, courts will accept it. The eyewitness testimony isn't sufficient. The eyewitness testimony is the thing we cannot accept because eyewitness testimony is so bad. But yes, we would be happy to accept once you have empirical evidence of these things, they would be absolutely admitted in courtrooms.
Well, it would really be like a novel issue. Like we're really getting like kind of a field because I just don't. What my bottom line point is like when it comes. The courts are like almost unique bubble structures and systems.
Well,
right?
this is not a unique bubble structure. This is true in history. This is true in every
No,
field that
but
deals
it's
with
not-
testimony. Every single
ask
academic
any
field
lawyer,
that deals with testimony.
Ask a lawyer if it's misleading to
What?
say, will a court accept this type of evidence, and then say, and then to basically draw a broader inference and be like, therefore, like as like layperson or just more broadly in society, like that's therefore like an inference that's not reliable or that's not true. You just
Well, that's not the argument. The argument is if a form of evidence has been proven false in certain contexts, will the court omit it? I'm like, yes, it will.
Of course, but that's not.
That's what's happened. That's why every field, not just courts, every field, every academic field, every legal field, every field that deals with personal experience has this distinction that personal experience fails demonstrably in these cases. And so in these cases, it doesn't count as evidence. Every single one of them, because it's been proven that personal experience fails in these cases, which are fallacies, biases, intuitions. We know these fail. And so we know these are not allowed as evidence on their own.
No, they're not. Because like, I'll give you an example, like lie detector tests, right? Sometimes they are admissible in court. Like in some states in civil trials. Well, no, but they are though, right? Because like,
yes, this is something we're working on. Eventually, they're going to not ever be. But yes, in some they are because they have been demonstrated with some level of success to work in some cases, which has never been the case for miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. In these cases, there are 0 successful cases, which is why it's accepted in 0 courtrooms.
But I'm not comparing those things to lie detector tests. What I'm saying is that like it's much more amorphous than I think the way you're presenting it, and those things are just of a different nature, a different degree. I just don't think it's fair to be like you can't bring it up in court, and therefore when we're arguing.
Again, that's not my argument. My argument is this standard applies in all academic fields that deal with personal experience. Every one of them, not just court. Court is an example.
It's not a defeater. You have the burden of showing why.
Well, no. So every academic field has proven that personal experience does not work in these cases. Every academic field omits them for this reason. This standard of evidence you're using has been defeated in every academic field. One example is court. Another is history.
Well, first of all, eyewitness testimony and personal, you can only testify in court based on personal knowledge, right? So it's
right, which does not account to this one category of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal,
that you don't get to do that, Tom. You don't get to say like your personal experience is acceptable in court, but then when it comes to this one category, it's not, and therefore
that's
like,
wait. That's literally what the defeater is. So like if we say you have fallacies, biases, intuitions that can be proven to be false with 100% certainty, these kinds of things aren't accepted in court. That's perfectly rational. I'm not sure. I don't know why you think that's not rational.
It's not. It's misleading, right?
How is that so if someone has a personal testimony of UFOs but no empirical evidence, every courtroom is going to dismiss it. Every history room is going to dismiss it. Every physics book is going to dismiss it.
Not really, because what the person could do, I'll tell you why. What the person could do is say, I saw something in the sky. They wouldn't be able to say, they wouldn't be able to say it's a UFO, right? Or I saw an alien, but they would be,
Yeah,
I
that's
saw
fine.
something,
I'm
I
okay
saw a
with
bright,
this.
what?
I'm okay with this. Yeah. So you say you saw something.
Okay.
No. So people see things all the time. Lots of evidence of people seeing things.
So in other
Great.
words, it's okay for but that totally defeats your argument, because they are allowed to test. If they think they saw a UFO and they're allowed to in court say, I saw something in the sky, they're providing testimony based on their personal witness.
That's 100% acceptable, and you can do the exact same thing and provide testimony that you had a vision. But if you say you had a vision of God and that's evidence of God, that's you saying you saw a UFO of aliens.
But this is why I'm saying it's misleading, because to say because it's not admissible in court, therefore when it comes to trying to establish it epistemically in another context, you can't.
No, again, court is an example. The same context applies to every academic field: history, biology, science, physics, every one of them.
Limited by methodological naturalism, though. We already established that.
No, again, I've proven that false. So every academic field was happy to grant the supernatural once you provide novel predictions. Every one of them, all of them, happy to accept it, no problem. But the reason we don't is because you don't make novel predictions. But to go back to the point here is that personal experience isn't accepted for UFOs exactly for the reason you said, where you can give personal experience, you had an experience, but experiences are already explained by a plethora of demonstrably existing phenomenon, particularly in the brain, which already explain all the data. So if you say you saw a UFO, I can say you had a delusion, and I have more evidence, because delusions, there's lots of evidence delusion exists. There's no evidence UFOs exist. And so until you provide an empirical basis of UFOs, my conclusion is the more rational one to join, that you had a delusion. In the case of God, the exact same thing applies. If you had an experience of God, until you can provide novel testable predictions, which don't need to be physical, I don't care. If you predict some consequence that is physical, that's fine. Until you do that, I am more rational to conclude that you had a delusion, and every epistemology that does that is a more rational epistemology, because it already acknowledges that there are these phenomena that already exist and have a ton of evidence, illusions, delusions, misconceptions, fallacies, biases, etc., that exist to cause this phenomenon that you're describing, not the God. So until you provide more than your testimony is fully explained already by something that already has a ton of evidence, namely these psychological phenomena.
Yeah, well, listen, man. I think we may have to agree to disagree. I'm trying to read your chat. I'm a big fan of the chat. No. I don't agree. I mean, I think you're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I think you're kind of setting up you're setting up a test that you're kind of already setting it up in a way that's going to fail, and then you're pointing to that.
No. This is all because of all the methods we tested have failed. For the way we built science was testing a bunch of methods. Most of them failed. We kept the ones that worked. This is one of the ones that worked. So I'm not setting up this method to exclude the supernatural. As I said before, I'm happy to include the supernatural. You just have to meet an accurate criterion that differentiates imagination from reality, which is novel predictions, and you can't. And so I don't see any reason that your proposed hypothesis is any different than all of the other ones that have failed for the exact same reasons, which is why we exclude them.
All right, man, listen. I'll listen to this recording, and I'll join. What do you do this every Sunday?
Yep.
I'll come back with a response. I'll listen to this over.
Cool.
Unfortunately, I'm working from home today, so I'm really falling behind at work. But I did enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, me as well. I appreciate you coming up.
Definitely, dude. All right, man.
Yep. Talk to you later. Hey.
Hey, let's go TJump.
Not much. Got questions or something?
Oh yeah, I was just switching my mic. So I was just gonna ask you, are you like a materialist?
Yes.
Okay, so by a materialist, you just mean that like you believe that only material objects exist and you reject the existence of material objects, right?
Yep.
Give me one moment real quick.
Moments don't exist. They're immaterial.
Yeah, so just give me 1 second. Your phone was just give me like 1 second.
Let bang up.
So I'm back. So anyway, how do you come to deduce that only material objects exist?
Because they're the only ones that make successful novel predictions.
Successful novel predictions. So I guess you use successful novel predictions as the only bar for evidence, or I guess supporting the idea that only material objects exist or any form of claims whatsoever.
Novel testable predictions are the only thing that has been demonstrated to successfully differentiate imagination from reality. It may not be the only thing, and if there are others, we're happy to present them. But until then, the only one we know about is currently novel testable predictions.
But I guess novel predictions are going to be based on empirical Siemens. So if that is going to be the case, or the evidential bar for novel testable predictions, how can you extend this bar to something, or to falsify the existence of something which is non-empirical? That doesn't make any sense to me.
You don't need to falsify anything. You need to provide evidence for it. So you have the burden of proof to show that a non-physical thing exists. We
Wait,
have the
hold
burden
on.
of proof to show physical things exist. 1 sec. And so if we have novel predictions that confirm physical things exist, we now have reason to believe physical things exist. And until you provide evidence for non-physical things, we have no reason to believe non-physical things exist. Therefore, the position that materialism is true is the rational position.
Yeah, I'm sorry to break your moment, but I think you're just lost in the sauce, because I'm not making the assertion that physical things don't exist, right? The assumption of, or not even the assumption, but the position of materialism just states that only physical things exist. So when you're going to want to affirm this, you're going to want to deny the existence of immaterial objects or Platonic concepts of the sort. But if that's the case, and you're just appealing,
it's imaginary.
Excuse me?
So if you have no evidence those things exist, it's rational to conclude they do not exist.
Why?
Because it's rational to conclude they're just something you made up in your imagination.
Wait a second. So just to make this clear, right? So you're just saying, you're basically, your whole argument is based on the fact that because there's no evidence presented for the idea that immaterial objects exist, then it is rational to conclude that they don't exist. That sounds as an argument from ignorance.
No, it's an argument from evidence. So like if I say there is a magical pixie behind every proton, pushing every proton, is it rational for physicists to conclude that is false and it does not exist?
I'm sorry, I wasn't actually paying attention to the analogy. Mind reiterating it?
Sure. So if I'm going to go up to a physicist, Sean Carroll, and say there are magical pixies pushing every electron in the universe, would he be rational to say that is wrong? No, there are not. They do not.
I think the most rational approach to that type of situation is remaining agnostic, or taking a state of apoc rather than making any form of affirmative claims, right? Or Sean Carroll, for example, can point out why your position is false in virtue of appealing to the physical data that we have, the sense data, which suggests otherwise.
Right, so I can just say that they're smaller than the eye can see, so we just can't detect them. It's so tiny.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to this case, because you cannot appeal to sensory datum to falsify the existence of something which is sensuous, or something which transcends our sensory faculties. That's going to be an epistemic issue on your part.
This is a common misunderstanding of epistemology. Unfalsifiable claims and falsifiable claims that have been falsified are equally wrong.
Wait, why is it the case?
Wolfgang Pauli is not even wrong. There's a quote specifically about epistemology on this, where the fact that you can make any falsified claim unfalsifiable demonstrates that unfalsifiable claims are equally as unjustified as falsified claims.
Yeah, so I mean, I asked you for the evidence and you just called it, but that's besides the point. I'm just going to respond. I'm just going to take a different approach, okay?
This is a question of epistemology. In epistemology, why are unfalsifiable claims equally as bad as falsified claims? The reason is because any falsified claim can instantly become an unfalsifiable claim, and therefore, because you can transition any falsified claim to an unfalsifiable claim in order to try to make it seem more epistemically justified, it demonstrates that all such claims are equally unjustified. There's a one-to-one correlation.
I'm sorry, but I think this is a derail, in my opinion, at least, and I'll explain why. So for one, I'm pretty much trying to say here that, I mean, the unfalsifiable, falsifiable thing, and whether it is bad or it is not bad, it depends on what you even mean by bad in this situation, right? I mean, if what you determine as bad and good evidence or bad and good claims based on the scientific theory or Karl Popper's theory, then obviously it's going to be the case that unfalsifiable theories are going to be worse than falsifiable theories, right? Because it is
I'm not
non-scientific.
talking about falsifiable and unfalsifiable theories here. I'm talking about the difference between unfalsifiable and falsified.
Wait, that difference is obviously trivial, right? Obviously, the difference between something which is falsified and unfalsifiable is that one can be falsified and already has been falsified and shown to
The
be
question
wrong
here is
in virtue of the evidence that we have, and the other cannot be falsified.
Right. There's obviously a difference. That's the point. But the difference is the point I'm bringing up is epistemically, what is the level of justification difference between the two? That's the question we're asking.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that doesn't really respond to what I was arguing, because what I'm arguing basically is that your position assumes the falsity of the contrary position.
Is you're claiming that you should not reject unfalsifiable claims. That's your position.
Wait, how is that my position?
So, like, if I say something's unfalsifiable, like pixies that are smaller than
what do you mean by reject in this case? Because if you mean like something which is unacceptable,
positive claim, it does not exist. Reject it does not exist.
So for one, I think that is understandable. So it depends on what you even mean by the different metrics of falsifying things, right? I mean, we can appeal to
I don't care about the methods.
But the point in this case though,
unfalsifiable things, you think we should not claim do not exist.
Yeah, so this is not real. This is extraneous, right? Because we're talking about whether immaterial entities exist. I don't even think that the idea of immaterial entities is necessarily unfalsifiable, right? So for one, that is already irrelevant to our conversation. And secondly, I'm just not. I guess, I'm not pleased with the justification you presented on the table, because all you've said thus far is that the reason as to why it is a case that only physical objects exist is because our sensory data suggests such, and my sensory data falsifies such. The thing is, the sensory data cannot falsify something which transcends our sensory faculties or abilities, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? So you'd have to appeal to a metaphysical argument, which basically shows the falsity of this metaphysical view, which is that ideas or objects or concepts
exist. If you
exist.
provide no evidence, then I only have reason to believe it's a figment of your imagination and not a part of reality. I am rationally concluding, therefore, it is not a part of reality. So until you can provide evidence, falsifiable is one kind, novel predictions is my preferred kind. Until you provide evidence that yours exists in reality, I don't care what it is, physical, non-physical, immaterial, don't care. I'm rationally
it's funny how you, I guess, it's funny how you criticize me for committing a common epistemological problem when you quite literally just did that a few seconds ago, because you said a while ago that because I have not presented any evidence for the contrary position, which I have never even said I adhere to, by the way. I'm just simply being skeptical of your position, the justification you have for that position. You're trying to say that because of the lack of evidence for that specific position, that makes it rational to believe in your position, which is not, it's not the case, right? I mean, all skeptics will disagree with you on this. In fact, the more rational approach towards this is taking the state of APOC, which is basically the suspension of judgment.
Like I said, you are wrong on this. This is basic fallibilism. You are wrong on this. You are rationally concluding all unfalsifiable claims are made.
Yeah, so basically you just disagree with all the majority of epistemologists, I should say, who says that.
No, so I've already addressed this. This is called fallibilism. Fallibilism is the position you can have knowledge without certainty. So if I have evidence the physical world exists and I have no evidence of any other kind of a thing, I'm rational in rejecting all of those things and say they do not exist. There is no immaterial realm, because there's lots of evidence of material realm. There's no evidence of a non-material realm. Therefore, I'm rational, including there is no material realm. Because all of the things humans come up with in their brains, the vast majority of them are imaginary and don't correspond to reality. There are infinitely many alternatives to the immaterial realm that are equally as justified, because they have no evidence, just like the immaterial realm. And so we're rationally including all of them do not exist. For example, this is the teapot analogy from Bertrand Russell. I can say there's a teapot floating between Venus and Jupiter that we can't see, we can't detect. Is it rational to believe it exists? No. Are you rational in saying it does not exist? Yes. You are rational in saying there is no teapot between Venus and Mercury. You're rational in saying that, because you can conclude it's something, a figment of a human imagination, and does not correspond to reality until evidence is provided, because there's infinitely many other things you can replace that. You say it's a teapot, an elephant, a potato, etc. And they're all equally justified, which is to say they are not justified, but you are rational in saying None of them exist. That you are 100% rational and sane. So this is not a hard concept at all.
Yeah. What do you want to debate?
Potatoes.
You said what?
Potatoes.
Potatoes? What about it?
Potatoes are the best fruit.
If potatoes is the best fruit?
Yep, potatoes are the best fruit.
Okay. We can debate that. Okay, so on what basis?
All right. Next, I win.
Yeah. What's good, gang? What's good, gang?
Hey.
I. What do you want to debate?
Bing, you got something?
Who is it? Yeah, I got something to say. Yeah, you said before that you could have an alternative to non-materialism, which is like a physical necessary existence. How is that possible?
What? That would still be a form of materialism.
No, yeah. How is a materialistic necessary existence possible? Like how do you?
There's no
go about
logical
physics?
contradiction with a material necessary thing.
No, I think there would be.
Okay.
I don't think
What
it's
is that?
possible. The fact that physical existences are by definition prone to change.
They're
and
not
measurement.
definition. Next.
Yes, they are.
No.
Okay, so then you're saying that the first existence, the necessary existence, could have been a physical existence in which there is no change, right? And it's
Yes.
not something that has a mind or could choose things, right? So
Yes.
it's a mechanistic being.
Sort of.
Okay, so then if that being could not have changed or have not changed in order to produce something, then how could it produce anything?
It's nature.
Yeah, but the nature requires a change in some sort of materialistic
No, its
property.
nature is
Yes,
unchanging. So its nature is just its
either its
thing.
energy or its location. Or
No, its nature isn't change. Nature is the way a thing is. So the thing's nature can never change, and its nature can be such that it creates things.
Yeah, but you're not accounting for the properties that it has to have in order to do these things if it's something that does not have a mind, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about. So there can be a physical thing like a quantum field that is unchanging. It never changes, it never decides, and it then has a nature to create things at some point.
I don't want to get too technical, but quantum field is not something which affects classical objects.
It literally is. Literally in physics it is. But that's irrelevant to my argument.
You don't just say literally and expect people to accept it. It's not you.
Casimir effect. The Casimir effect is literally an effect. They literally do. Casimir effect. It's been proven that. Oh my God, you're so dumb. So Casimir effect. Google the Casimir effect. Quantum fields. This is proof of quantum fields by them interacting with physical things. You're so ignorant of physics.
I know,
but this is
Bill's
irrelevant to
theorem,
my argument. It's literally irrelevant to my argument.
No, it's not. It's not relevant because by definition, physical objects change. They move.
No.
Yes,
Physical.
Yes,
Let's
you
just
do.
Google physical object. Physical.
What's a physical object if it doesn't have any physical properties?
Physical object.
How is it a physical object if it doesn't have any physical properties?
No, there's no change anywhere in the definition of physical object. Not on Wiki, not on vocabulary, not on Encyclopedia Canon, not on Collins.
Okay.
It is a thing made of energy, I guess. Let's go with that.
Yeah, what's the properties of physical energy? What is that?
I have no idea.
You have no idea, so you're not really pausing anything. You're just tapping out, saying
No,
random
it's
random
energy
things.
is the stuff that exists as far as we can tell. So if you want to say what's physical, it's
so
a
you're
thing
not
made of
really
energy.
telling me it's physical. It's like physical
I
necessitates
gave
certain
you a
properties.
perfectly coherent definition there. Physical stuff is the stuff we interact with, which is all made of energy, and so anything made of energy is by definition a physical thing.
Well, you're just calm down. You're just saying
I don't know what energy is. I don't need to know what energy is. It's irrelevant.
No, but you're not telling me the entailments of what's a physical energy. Like you're just saying it's energy and it's
Yeah, I don't
physical.
care. It doesn't matter.
No, you should care because because when you say something's physical, there's
No, I don't need to know everything about energy. I don't need to. You're irrelevant. So I don't need to know everything about energy.
You're not listening.
To know it's logically possible to have an energy-based thing be the necessary being. There's no logical contradiction with an energy-based thing like quantum fields being the necessary being.
TJump, you're saying nonsense. You're saying it's logically possible. I can just say it's logically possible. You're not really. You're not giving me any coherent definition of what's a physical energy.
I don't need to
because you're not telling me any of its properties. You're not telling me.
No, I don't need to do any of that because that's again, this is you're not understanding of philosophy. Like I don't need to give you a full list of properties of what energy is. I can just say one of those properties is necessary being.
You have no, but like then The reason why something is necessary is because of its properties. It's not.
No. The
independent
reason
of its
something is
properties.
necessary is because it exists in all possible worlds. It's not because of its properties.
But that is entailed because of its properties.
No, that is not entailed
Yes.
because of its properties. You don't know what
Okay.
necessary means.
So can
Necessary means
anything
that
be a
it
necessary
must
being?
exist in all possible worlds. That's all it
Yeah,
means.
yeah.
You can have
So why
any
does
set of
anything
properties.
exist?
A pineapple can be a necessary being.
Yeah. So why would it be? Why
would it be? Because
why would anything be a necessary being?
If it exists in all possible worlds.
Well, yeah, okay, that's the definition of what is a necessary being. I'm saying, why would
Yes,
that definition be
if
true?
something, that's literally what it means. So if an object exists in all possible worlds, it is by definition a necessary being.
I'm not asking
Any
what it
properties
means.
it has.
I'm not
Doesn't
asking
matter
what
what
it
it,
means.
whatever.
I'm not asking what it means. I'm asking why would that
Bang,
definition
shut up,
apply
bang,
to
shut up.
anything?
A necessary being is any being that exists in all possible worlds.
I know
of
what it
any
is.
set of properties. Any set of properties
I
that
know what
exists
it
in all
means.
possible worlds is a necessary being.
Yeah, I know what it means, but you have to justify why that applies to anything.
Holy shit. Anything that exists in all possible worlds of any set of properties is a necessary being by definition, bang.
Okay, but why does it apply to this? Like, you're not just okay.
Holy shit, bang. How are you this dumb? How are you this dumb? Bang,
Okay,
bang. So
you're
there are three
telling me a
boxes. There are three
definition, and
boxes.
you're not telling me why that
Bang,
applies
shut
to
up, shut up,
anything.
shut up,
You're
shut up,
just
shut up.
saying
There are
nonsense.
three boxes in front of us, bang. An object in all three of these boxes is called a bob. Now, if any object is in these three boxes, is it a bob, bang?
No, but you have to justify why any
Holy
is.
shit. No, dumbass. How are you this dumb?
Bro, you're the
How?
dumbass, dude.
How?
You're
Like
all you're
so-
doing is
so-
giving a definition, and you're not applying it to anything.
Yes,
You're not justifying it to
holy
why
shit, holy
it
shit.
applies to anything.
If somebody
Stop
is
saying holy shit
unmarried,
and you're
are they a
dumb. You're
bachelor?
not saying you're saying
Bang,
nonsense.
bang.
You're saying
If someone
nonsense.
is unmarried, are they a bachelor?
No, they can't be. How is that relevant? How is
Oh
that
my God.
relevant to you justifying the
Oh my
definition
God.
applies to a certain existence?
Oh my
right?
God, how are you this dumb? So
So retarded.
unmarried means not married, right? Unmarried, not
How is that
married.
relevant, dude?
Because so if somebody is unmarried, that means they're a bachelor by definition, right?
Okay, sure. So how does that apply to a necessary being?
So if an object exists in all possible worlds,
Yeah.
by definition, that makes it a necessary being, right?
Oh my! I know. Well, I told you 4 times. I know what the entailment of a necessary being. You have to justify why that thing is a necessary being. Why does it apply to all possible worlds?
Oh my God, bang.
Oh my
If
God,
it exists in all possible worlds, that proves it's a necessary being. That justifies it's a necessary being. Bang.
Okay, why does something exist in all possible worlds? Why does that thing exist in all possible worlds? Can you justify that, please?
Wait, that's irrelevant, bang.
No, it's not irrelevant. That's my whole point. You have
The
to
question is
justify the
is
account
something
in
a
which
necessary
something
being?
exists in all
Is something
possible worlds.
necessary? Something is a necessary being if
There has to
it
be a
exists
necessary
in all
being.
possible
Yeah,
worlds. There doesn't need to be a reason
something
why.
is a
There
necessary
does
being.
not
but
need to be a reason why.
Something
If
is a
it
necessary
exists,
being, but what I'm arguing, it cannot
my
be a
God.
physical being.
I'm so done with this. Bang is so dumb. If something exists in all possible worlds, it's a necessary being. There's no reason why. You don't need to apply a reason why. If it exists in all possible worlds, it's a necessary being, regardless of what it is, and that could be anything. A potato could exist in all possible worlds, and it would be a necessary being. It's that simple. This is not hard. What's up? You're muted.
Hey, yo, can I be heard? Okay, hello. So, give me a second while I quickly fix my settings. Because there's something going on with my mic. Okay. The fuck? Oh shit.
Do you have a question?
First off, before I continue, I just want to know, like, what position you take, like, if you, like, think that if you're an atheist or, like, a fucking theist. I just want to know, because
atheist.
You're an atheist?
Yep.
Why do you think, that is perfectly fine. I'll just simply, like, ask you this, like, your reasoning for why, like, you don't think God exists. Because I'm like, I'm agnostic toward, I'm agnostic towards the position. So like that's just me. But why don't you think God exists?
Because anything people come up with is mostly imaginary and fictitious, and so until evidence is provided for a thing, it's rational to conclude it's just a figment of people's imagination and does not exist.
I'm sorry, sorry, my mic was kind of. Let me just quickly mute. Could you just repeat yourself while I just mute? Because I think my mic was like getting in the way.
Sure. So anything humans come up with in their imagination mostly don't correspond to reality and do not exist. God is a thing that people came up with in their imagination, and until evidence is provided it exists outside of their imagination, it's rational to conclude it only exists as a figment of people's imagination and therefore does not exist.
So you're saying because people can like fucking like what like conceptualize what he is, like that he's a like not what God is supposed to be? Like what the fuck is God to begin with?
No. I'm saying that people make shit up all the time in their heads, and there's no evidence that shit exists in reality. And so the fact that people make shit up isn't evidence it exists, and you need evidence that it exists to believe that it does.
Why does it need to like? Why does it have to be reality in order for it just to be like existence? Because like we know that the entire point of existence.
Those two words mean the same thing. Reality and exist are the same thing.
Because we know that the entire point of existence is just something that you acknowledge. That like I actually like that like, from the definition like I'm going by, something like existence is just something that we like just something that we can acknowledge. If I acknowledge that there's a fucking cup in front of me, that's technically like regardless of how I like even if it does exist like in the mind or what, so external from like reality, then it still exists. It just exists in a place that like we don't know, so it's just beyond our comprehension.
No, it exists in your imagination, which is a part of reality. But if you're claiming a cup exists independent of my imagination and you're wrong, then that cup that you're referring to with that word does not exist.
No, it just doesn't. No, it exists. It just exists. Well, hold on.
But you're not paying attention. So if I say there is a cup over there and it exists independent of my imagination, but it's only a part of my imagination, then I am wrong. The cup I am referring to does not exist.
It exists. No, it just exists. Like it does exist, but it just doesn't exist from like in the form that we know it. So if for example,
you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. So if I say there is a cup in front of me which exists independent of my imagination, but it doesn't, then I'm wrong.
Wait, could you repeat that again? Because like some dick sucker.
So when I see something, I see a cup, and I want to say this cup exists independent of my imagination. Full sentence. This cup exists independent of my imagination, but it's only a thing in my imagination. Then I'm wrong. It does not exist.
You're like wait, what? Like because I didn't understand that very last part. Like if you're wrong.
So if I have a belief, there is a TV in front of me, and I believe this TV exists outside of my brain. It's not just a thing that my brain made up. I believe this TV exists outside of my imagination. Now, if it does only exist as a figment of my imagination in this realm you're talking about, then I would be wrong. The TV I'm talking about, which I believe is a thing that exists outside of my brain, does not exist.
So you're saying that it just doesn't. Okay, so but my entire point of existence, or the point that I've come to, like with existence yet, is that regardless if it's conceptual or like external from what we know it as, it just exists in a place that like is external from our minds, and there's something that we just cannot grasp. My entire point is that it doesn't necessarily have to be wrong. It could just be something that's completely like not perceivable, if you know what I'm trying to say. For example,
right, but I'm saying so if I say the TV I believe that exists is perceivable, and you're saying no, it's a thing that isn't perceivable, then the TV I believe that exists is false. Doesn't exist.
That goes against my definition, because I'm not saying that it has to be perceivable in order for like us
no.
to.
So in order for it to word, I don't think
in order for it to exist external from like our mindset. I'm just simply like, or in order for it to just exist, period. Okay, since we know there are different forms of existence. Okay, if it's like it can exist as an idea, because by definition, ideas are just something that have no physical form. So I don't really care for like the definition that you're going by. It would like my definition would still support it that it does exist, and that we don't need to see it in order for it to exist.
Okay, so like if I say I see the TV, and when I say TV, the entailments of that word, it's a physical object outside of my brain.
No, it isn't.
Oh my God, you're not understanding. So whenever somebody is talking about something independent of their imagination, what that means is that this thing they're talking about has some kind of entailment, some kind of properties that they think it has. Now, if it doesn't have like those properties, like if you think there's a TV and it's made of matter or whatever, and it isn't, there is no TV made of matter there, then the thing you're referring to does not exist. So when you say something exists, independent of your imagination, like God, they think exists outside of space-time, created the universe, whatever, and that only exists in some kind of ethereal, platonic idea realm, and it didn't actually create the universe, then their God that they think created the universe literally does not exist. Fipto, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm up now. Okay, so well, earlier you said for us to believe something, we have to have tangible evidence, an evidentiary standard that we can actually apply to it to say that this thing is real.
For it to be justified.
Yeah, or at least, for us to quantify it. Yes. Well, so I'm not gonna. This is not gonna be the entirety of the conversation, but just to start off, through naturalism, how does it comprehensively substantiate itself in reality?
I have no idea what that even means.
Okay, what is a logical logical way to conclude that naturalism is correct?
So my epistemology starts with I think therefore I am. There's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I need a methodology to differentiate between the imaginary things and the experiential things. The methodology I use is novel testable predictions, the things that can accurately predict the future, like the hypotheses that can accurately predict the future before we know them, that gets them right, are then justified. So I have a hypothesis, the material world exists, it makes predictions, it gets them right, I'm justified in believing the material world. Conclusion.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm asking, how does naturalism substantiate itself within that, though? How did you come to the conclusion that naturalism is the answer and there's no possibility for the God world?
Well, you don't, whether there's possibility is irrelevant. The conclusion is that in order for something to be justified, it needs to be able to make novel testable predictions.
I'm asking for analytically.
Wait, listen carefully. So for something to be justified, it needs to make novel testable predictions. The material world makes novel testable predictions. Therefore, all of the assumptions of the material world are justified by whatever predictions it makes that are correct. Right? So if it makes a successful prediction, I am now rational and justified in believing all of the assumptions of materialism.
Okay.
You are breaking up, I think.
When you say
you are still breaking up.
Yeah. When you say
you're still breaking up. Try to fix your mic and rejoin. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Jay.
What's up, buddy?
You seem very quiet. Tavern, you got a question? Go for it. Jay is like a part of the stage. You don't have to. You can ignore him.
Sure. Yeah, I've got a question, right? So, well, hold on. Am I audible first?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we had a conversation, I think, around a few days ago, or might have been a week ago, right?
Sure.
But something struck me as very interesting that you said, right? That in that conversation, I was presenting a proof for a proof using the ontological argument, Gödel's ontological argument. And what was interesting is you said that the incompleteness theorem applies to all of mathematics. Do you still hold to that view?
I think so. For no, not all of mathematics. Only forms of mathematics that are forget what the criterion was. They have to apply that forms of mathematics that are entailed in describing all of mathematics. So like if it's attempting to make a formal and complete system of mathematics, then Gödel's incompleteness theorem will apply. So all systems of mathematics that are attempting to make a formal and complete system of mathematics.
So would you then say, so what do you mean by a system of mathematics that can describe all of mathematics? That's not really a thing.
You would have to Google the formal definitions there for what that means in mathematics.
No, I'm saying that there is no such thing as a theory that can describe all of mathematics.
Right, because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem.
No. It's not because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It's
You can take that. This is way too technical. You can take it up with the philosophers. I have no interest in this discussing that.
okay. All right. So so I ended up corresponding with X, right? About the ontological argument, right? So what was interesting was that I presented the argument, right? He asked for a formal rendition of it, and I presented the formal rendition, right? And he didn't really reply back, right? So
he actually did during the stream. He actually looked it up, and Oppie responded to the more new version or something, and actually said that the same conclusion applies or something. I don't remember. He actually replied to it in the stream, and found that Oppie had actually addressed the newer one or something.
Yeah, I am talking about Oppie's. Yeah, I'm talking about a response to Oppie's criticism. Right?
That's not my expertise, so I don't bring it up against me. There's nothing I can do with it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I guess you're not interested in ontological arguments. Would you suspend your judgment about whether or not?
Wait, well, I am interested in ontological arguments. I know they're all false.
How can you know they're all false if you've never analyzed them?
Because I have analyzed them, so I know they're false.
You just said it wasn't your expertise.
Going through like the super technical stuff, like I don't need to do that to debunk ontological arguments. I can debunk them without going through all the technical data.
I'd love to hear how you debunk them, yeah, without going through the technical.
Synthetic analytic distinction. You can't get from a priori properties to a positive set of properties for an ontological being. You can't do it. So it's the same thing of what's the island guy who refuted the very first ontological argument. If you want to say that there's some positive set of properties of like a god or whatever, and say it's made of whatever stuff, you can just posit an alternative, different set of positive properties that's going to be equally as justified. Analytic arguments just don't tell us anything about the external world. You need something more than that. So epistemologically, they just don't do anything until you have reference to the external world.
Wouldn't that follow with all arguments then?
Yes. All analytic arguments, yes.
Presumably all arguments are analytic. Yeah.
The argument itself is, but that's why we use things like direct experience and stuff that's not analytic, a posteriori stuff. We add that in with the arguments and we combine them to get evidence of the external world.
Okay, so that's what soundness is, right? Is confirming syntheticness. So you can have a synthetic component to an argument. And I don't believe that the ontological arguments are purely analytic. You know, they're not mathematical.
How do you get to the synthetic part?
Well, I mean, so in the same way that you would get to a synthetic part in any other argument, right? When I say the sky is blue, right? I don't need a formula.
You experience that part you experience. So how you get to the blue part is you experience it. I don't understand how you get to that in the ontological part, ontological argument.
Oh, that's very easy. You presumably define what people understand to be positive, right? So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not they experience it. All that matters is they can understand what it is to be positive, right? So in the same way that
I have no idea what you're asking. So like my question was, how do you get from ontological arguments to positive properties about what this being is supposed to be?
Could you repeat that?
How do you get to positive properties from using the ontological argument about what this being is supposed to be like? What positive properties in reality does it have?
It doesn't. It uses a disjunction, right? So it says,
right, but that means that the whole argument is defeated. I can just toss it to the garbage now. Your argument's done. Bye-bye.
That's not how that works.
This is the answer to your question about how can I debunk all ontological arguments without going through the technical data, because they have no way to establish positive properties of things that exist. They can't go from the analytic gibbery gobbery gooberish to positive properties of existing things in reality. Therefore, garbage.
Well, that's your claim, right? That's what you're saying. That is your claim.
Well, you just admitted that. You just said it doesn't have positive properties. You admitted it.
No, I said it was a disjunction. I didn't say it didn't have positive properties. So,
Okay, how do you get to the positive properties of things that exist in reality?
Using presumably modal higher order logic from
Okay,
the
that doesn't help
disjunction.
me. I'm not asking for technical gibberish. I'm asking like literally, how do you get, what is the justification that you can go from a priori to a posteriori things?
Well, that would be the technical part, right? Which is what you
No,
said
no,
earlier, is that you don't
I'm
have
not, how do you get from a priori to a posteriori things? Like, give me the method that you do this by. Don't just give the names of the method, give the actual method.
Are you under the impression that a priori and a posteriori are the same thing as analytic and synthetic?
For the sake of the argument, I'm just using them as almost synonymous, but it wouldn't make any difference. So go ahead and show how you get from the analytic truths to the synthetic truths.
You don't. You use synthetic truths in analytic arguments. That's how that works.
Okay, show
So
how you do it. Show how you get to the the soundness of the synthetic truths.
The soundness of the synthetic truths. Well, there's a very simple example for this, right? So either it is the case that you understand what a positive property is, right? And in the counter argument, right, that I presented to X, I did end up presenting a very technical response.
I don't
hold on.
care
I know you don't care. I know you don't care, right? I know you don't care about the technical part. What I'm saying is
just give me the positive property of God. Go.
I'm saying you don't need to present a positive property in order to derive
Garbage can. Garbage can.
What? That's not an argument.
That was the whole point of my argument.
That's just you throwing a hissy fit.
If you don't provide any positive properties of a God, I can just present any alternative conception of a God I want and say that's equally as plausible a God, and so I can just garbage can the argument. That's how I can defeat every single version of the ontological argument without ever looking at it.
Without ever looking at.
If you don't present positive properties for what the God is, I can make up any set of positive properties I want and say that's the God, and then I can just grant your argument and say garbage can, and move on.
I don't think you're understanding. It's not merely that you present a positive property as an axiom. It's a derivation from a disjunction, right? So if I say,
so present the positive property of a God. Go.
That he exists. Presumably that's what it's.
Got anything else? So my potato is God.
Well, in the definition that's given in the ontological argument, is going to be something that is much more necessary than a potato, right?
What are the positive properties of this God? Go ahead.
That's going to be a technical response. You don't want a technical response.
You have to be able to translate it to English where it's just gibberish.
So mathematics must be gibberish because I can't translate it to English.
Sure you can, but I don't see why that's an analogy here. Yeah.
Okay, so you would presumably be able to say that homotopy type theory is false because it follows that you don't understand it. This is literally an argument from ignorance.
No, the argument isn't that it's false. The argument is that I don't want to take the time to debunk your nonsense. There are already academics who do that, and so you can go bother them. That's the argument here. Like I don't have any interest or need. It's not profitable for me to spend the time to do that. There are already academics who do that. Go talk to them.
Well, then so how can you know if an academic has debunked something, right? If there's a response to it that hasn't been counted.
I could spend the time to do that. I just don't care to. So again, I don't have the time or interest to do any of the technical stuff. There are already people who do that. That's not my field. Go bother them.
So then you'd have to be agnostic, right?
No, I know it's false. Like I can prove all ontological arguments are false without ever looking at the complicated semantics, as I just showed you. Give me the positive properties.
That's directly
contradictory. For any complicated system of semantics, it has to be able to be implemented in such a way that it can do something in an argument style or a philosophical style. And so I can take any argument you want. If your goal is to try to indicate the existence of some kind of being that has some kind of properties or whatever, I can just skip to the method you're using, just get rid of the method. I don't care about the method. Show me the conclusion, and I can then translate it to my method and show it doesn't work. So I don't care what
that's
kind
what I
of
was hitting
complicated
on.
semantics. What?
Yeah, so that's what I was hitting on. What is the justification for naturalism that we would
It's not your
come from?
turn, Fido. It's not your turn.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So
Taven, I don't care. You can make up any kind of method you want that's as technical as you want to make it in your own language. But until you can apply it into reality in a way that's demonstrably successful, I don't need to know anything about your language. Your language game, I can just say your language game is garbage. Stop wasting my time until it can do something in reality.
Would you say the same thing about mathematics because you don't understand the vast majority of mathematics? So
yes,
therefore, it's
and
false.
I can show that once they demonstrate something in reality, then they're reasonable to believe, and until then, yeah, they're false.
So all mathematical theories are deductively false if they don't apply to reality.
They do. Well, I mean, yes, literally. So, but most of them do apply to reality. The ones that we use do apply to reality. Like F equals ma times 47 does not apply to reality, so it's false. Yes.
Well, presumably, what do you mean by apply to reality? As in, like, it can be instantiated in some theory of physics?
Sort of.
Okay, so unless it's got something to do with reality, right, as in it can be applied to reality, you don't like, so unless it's like empirical, you don't care about it, right? That's what you're saying.
Right. So if it doesn't describe something in reality, then it's just a figment of your imagination, which I'm happy to grant it's a figment of your imagination. That's okay. But if you're making the claim that there exists some perfect being in reality, well, now you got to do the reality thing, and your semantics don't do that. That's just a part of your imagination. So semantics, imagination, you need some additional methodology to get outside of your imagination. That's where the novel testable predictions come in.
So, well, then what would you do? What would you do about very simple things like, we know that the axioms of number theory don't apply to reality, right? So you
make novel testable predictions?
Do they make novel testable predictions about what? They're not theories
Anything.
of
So
reality.
can you use those to make predictions about reality? Like if I take one rock and I add it to another rock, will I get 2 rocks? Yes, good. I'm happy with math now.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very trivial understanding of how mathematics works, right? You do realize that.
No, this isn't about how math works. This is about, can you use math to make predictions? This is not a description about the fundamental essence of math or how it relates to reality. I don't care about any of that. What matters is can you use whatever hypothesis you start with as a conceptual hypothesis, apply it to empirical reality and get things right. And if you can, then you're justified in believing all the assumptions you want about your language game thing.
When you make a prediction in physics using mathematics, presumably you're using theories, part and parcel theories of mathematics, right? So there's no way to confirm. There's no way to.
I'm really bored with this. I want to move on. If you want to take up the
run away.
Stuff, go bother grandma.
I'll see you later.
Go bother grandma. All right. Fibdo, what did you have?
Me? Is it my turn or is the other guy going?
Sure. No, Jay's just like a partner on the stage. You can keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was asking. Okay, so how does naturalism justify itself then, when the origins of naturalism cannot even be substantiated with the very tools that you use to make novel, predictable, and testable predictions?
So let me see. So the method is this: you make up a hypothesis, anything you want, any entailment you want. Let's say naturalism is one of these. Natural world's all that exists. This is one of the hypotheses. And the hypothesis makes predictions about the future. And if you get those predictions right, then you're justified in believing whatever your hypothesis is. Okay? So I have a hypothesis, materialism, natural world exists. I use it to make predictions, DNA, double helix, age of the universe. I get these right. I am then justified in believing all of the assumptions of my hypothesis.
Okay, but that's an issue because within the Christian theology, you can have both, the natural world and the supernatural.
I don't.
It's
care.
just you're very well. Yeah, you actually can, and
I don't care
to appeal to naturalism. Well, to appeal to naturalism, though, you're only appealing to one factor, which I would agree. Yes, there are testable and predictable ways of concluding things through the natural world. But what I've been asking is, well, at the first instance, what is a practical philosophical thought that actually could conclude that, logically speaking, the natural world should exist on its own absence of a supernatural
I don't
deity?
need nothing else. That's one of the assumptions. So my assumption is there is the natural world and nothing else. I make predictions based on this. I get these right. I'm then justified in believing there's the natural world and nothing else. I don't need
Yeah,
anything
but
else. I don't need to falsify
that's
this. I don't
like
need to
covering
falsify
up your
anything.
ears and going la la la.
No, it's basic evidence. So until you provide a hypothesis of a spiritual world and use that to make novel testable predictions, then there's no evidence for it. It's just that
Well,
simple. Like this,
okay,
this is
so
the same problem that theists
yeah.
have about the problem of underdetermination. You just don't understand that. Can there be other hypotheses with extra stuff that can explain all the
Okay.
data? Sure. I
Well,
don't
there's only two explanations for naturalism, and both of them have illogical reasonings behind them. And simply, I can look at those two worldviews and conclude that naturalism has to be false, such as the first one, that there is an infinite reality that we live in.
10 problems.
Because
10 problems with the thing you said. Wait. So first off, there's millions of different versions of naturalism. So that's wrong to say that there's two. And even if you could say those two were false, that doesn't include non-naturalism. That would
well,
also be
just
false.
absent of supernatural beings.
Okay, I would agree there. So yeah, naturalism is there's no supernatural. 100% agree.
Okay. So I'm saying, absent of the supernatural, there's only two conclusions you can come to. Is either we live in a finite, eternal universe, or maybe came from another universe, but you'd be invoking an infinite still.
So that's also wrong. So first,
you would be invoking an infinite to propose another universe.
One sec. So there's infinitely many ontologies. There's a supernatural,
Okay.
there's a natural, there's an ubernatural, there's a pooper duper natural. There's all kinds of different kinds of ontologies here. Supernatural and natural are just two of the many kinds of ontologies. So even if we grant naturalism is false, that doesn't mean supernaturalism is true. That's false. But none of that matters here. So the point here is what has evidence. Like all of these are logically possible.
You said if naturalism was false, that doesn't conclude the supernatural would be real?
Correct, because there's other ontologies.
But naturalism is the denial of the supernatural.
Right.
So to prove that false, that there is no supernatural, that would conclude that there is a supernatural.
No. So again, there's multiple kinds of ontologies. There is not just two. It is not natural and supernatural. Natural and supernatural are two kinds of ontologies, and there are many other kinds of ontologies.
Okay, like which? Without involving the fact...
Quantinatural, there's tons of them. These are tons of them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, when we're talking about let's just take the two worldviews, though. I'm proposing that there's a mixture of the two, supernatural, natural. Okay. You're proposing that there's only natural. So from our two arguments, if yours is wrong, then mine would be, logically speaking, correct.
Sure.
Yes. So that's what I'm proposing here is if you are wrong, in fact, and you're direct and on the point that there is no supernatural, if you are wrong about that, there would be a supernatural.
Clearly.
Okay. So logically speaking, the only two conclusions that naturalists can come to the conclusion of their hypothesis is by invoking either one, an infinite, or two, spontaneous generation, which is non-existence to existence, which both belief systems are illogical conclusions to come to.
All worldviews have three options: infinite regress, self-creation, or
infinite regress is an infinite.
Yeah. Yes, that's one of the things I said. So all worldviews, every one of them have three options: infinite regress, self-creation, or foundationalism. This is it.
Yes,
all worldviews.
Yeah. Wait. What's the third one?
Foundationalism, necessary being.
Okay, that's a little bit odd because so from that would either be invoking one of the other two. So the third option seems like it's kind of just a red herring.
Stop. All worldviews have three options. The Agrippa's trilemma, the Munchausen trilemma. All worldviews have three options: infinite regress, circular reasoning, foundationalism. So it's like infinite regress of gods, infinite regress of universes, circular reasoning, it created itself, or there's a foundational one essence.
Yeah, just there. It's just there.
Yeah. So all,
but it's invoking an infinite. That's the issue with it. So it's like trying to separate infinite regress.
Stop. All worldviews have these three. So if you want to say two are bad and one is good, all worldviews have that one option, no matter what you do. So criticizing two of the possible natural solutions, it doesn't matter. Any solution that you pick, naturalism can replicate.
Wait, so how does the God world replicate any of those?
Well, God's foundationalism. It's necessary being. It's a kind of foundationalism.
Oh, okay, sure, but how does that go into naturalism?
Necessary being.
How do they
necessary quantum
coincide?
field. So there, you have a foundationalism of naturalism, which is a necessary being, which is a quantum field.
Oh, so you're invoking quantum mechanics. Wait, but this is somewhat of
I
a
didn't say
newish.
anything about quantum. I didn't say anything about quantum mechanics. There can be a necessary being in naturalism. An example would be like a quantum field, but don't focus on the quantum field part. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Your
The necessary
hypothesis is-
part.
Wait. Your hypothesis is there is a necessary being, which is a sky daddy. Mine is there is a necessary being, which is a non-mind based force.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is the God world is a mixture of the two, except it does give the actual option that the universe necessitates, which is a finite point, a finite beginning.
I don't care about any of this. So all worldviews have three options: infinite regress, circular reasoning, foundationalism. We can both pick foundationalism under naturalism or theism. Either one works.
But foundation, okay, so under theism, it doesn't even appeal to foundationalism, I wouldn't say. I would say that's a mixture of the infinite and also complementary to the universe's necessity and requirement for a finite point for us to reach at any point.
Any kind of necessity is a foundation.
It does necessitate a finite beginning.
That's fine. That's still foundationalism. So you pick foundationalism, I can pick foundationalism. We can have foundationalism on both worldviews.
Okay, so what you're going to say is that, well, that the chemicals that exist are necessary.
I don't.
They necessarily exist.
That's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what you claim is necessary. You claim.
Well, I'm wondering, how does naturalism fall into this?
There are infinitely many ways you can do this. Infinitely many things you can claim are necessary. It doesn't make a difference. So naturalism says there is a non-mind that is necessary. You claim there's a mind that's necessary.
Yes. Okay, but how does naturalism fall into this category, though? What's necessary within naturalism?
There are infinitely many things. It doesn't make a difference. It's just not.
Yeah, but I'm saying that naturalism can't even appeal to the third option.
What? No. I just did.
Yeah, it can't, though.
Necessary non-mind thing.
There's nothing necessary within naturalism. Naturalism is the belief that there is no purpose, necessity. It's just
stop.
Okay.
No one says that. That is not a thing. Naturalism is not that. So naturalism. Philosophy, a theory that relates to scientific method and philosophy of aiming that all beings and events in the universe, whatever their inherent character may be, are natural. That's it. There's no contingent. There's no view of contingency. This could be necessary. There's nothing in this that contradicts necessary at all.
Why is the natural world necessary?
It can be. That's the argument. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying it can be. So I can just take the foundationalist position, say there is a necessary being which is natural, and that solves the problem. That solves your argument.
Wait, a necessary being that is natural?
Yes, a natural necessary being.
What would that be? Would that be God? Are you categorizing God as natural now?
No mind. It has no mind, so it can't be God.
Oh, okay. So like a mind. Well, if it had no mind, then how does it do anything? Because what we can see is everything with a mind anything can only do things of its own own essence, properties, volition, however you want to phrase it, when they have a mind. But if it has no mind, it only reacts to its environment. It's a chemical reaction.
No, wrong. So it can react to its nature. It doesn't react to its environments. It's nature. So first of all, you're wrong about minds. We have no evidence minds can do anything outside of space-time. So it's wrong to try to infer a mind as the foundational thing. That's already unjustified. It's justified to conclude a quantum field is the thing, but this is a different conversation. So why could a thing that is a necessary natural thing create stuff? Because it's its nature to do so. Not to choose. No choices. It just doesn't, because it's nature. Problem solved.
When you invoke mind, are you saying brain specifically?
No, I don't care about brains. Consciousness, intentionality, I don't care.
So you're saying we have no evidence of the supernatural, is what you're saying there?
What the difference?
Like a supernatural mind?
No. We don't have any evidence of a non-physical mind.
Of a non-physical mind. Well, if naturalism is false, though, we would have evidence of that.
I don't know. Like naturalism could be false, and we would still not necessarily have evidence. Those are irrelevant statements. But
okay. Oh, sure. Okay. Evidence is what you're saying, but I'm saying if naturalism is false, then there would be a supernatural being.
You made a claim
would be the necessity to the beginning of this universe.
No, but so you made a claim that naturalism, under our current worldview, the only time we see people making decisions is if they have like a mind or something along those lines, right?
So I'm not saying actions go. We look at people who even
no, that's not.
have
So
brain damage
you
and
made
they
an
lack
inductive-
faculties,
You made an
which
inductive
our
argument that-
minds.
Wait, I don't
Yeah.
care. I don't care. That's different argument. So what you said
Okay.
was that in order
Yeah,
to
absent of a
justify your
mind,
belief
you
that,
you may not do anything outside of a chemical reaction.
yeah, something along those lines. So that argument is based on the assumption that minds or intentions can cause things, and we see that because of what our observations. But all of our observations, our minds cannot do things independent of chemicals, space and time. So using the same inductive process you're using to try to conclude that you would need a mind to change the initial state, which is false, we would conclude that it can't be a mind because all the minds we see are physical.
Yeah. We're
a better
talking about a
explanation-
physical
better
mind here.
explanation- A better explanation is it's a quantum particle. Quantum particles can fluctuate on their own, a part of their nature and unchanging. It's fine.
Wait, quantum particles don't move on their own.
No, quantum fluctuations can happen because of the nature of the quantum field, which does not change. So the nature of the quantum field does not change. It's unchanging, but it causes quantum fluctuations, which are changes in things outside of the field.
Okay, so you're saying it causes. So you're saying the universe is causing something, but
its nature, which is unchanging, can cause things. Yes.
Okay, but that necessitates the universe's existence, correct?
Well, quantum field, yeah, not the universe.
Yes, the quantum field necessitates the creation already as it is. What precedes the creation is what I'm asking.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm asking. So the quantum field necessitates that the universe that we live in exists. Like it's things are occurring because the universe we live in exists. What happens when the universe predates what the quantum field actually is? I mean, the quantum field is really just the universe on a tiny molecular level.
No, the universe is our space-time field, so quantum fields are outside of our universe. But the fact that there is, say, a time before the creation, perfectly fine. Quantum fields can fluctuate across spectrums of time. They don't need to fluctuate at the instant time begins. So you can have t equals 0 to t equals 2 billion, no universe, and then the quantum field fluctuates to create the universe, and that can be in an unchanging nature of the quantum field.
Okay, so do you have an example that the quantum field exists outside of our universe?
Yes.
I mean, I'm wondering how do you experience it if it's outside of our universe?
That's the implication of the physics.
Okay. Well, you're saying because because determinists want to predict how, on the quantum field things would happen because it's not aligning with certain models, but it's really just we're unable to predict it. There's no real measurement.
Stop. We have literally measured quantum fields. They have literally physically been measured. They literally exist. Casimir effect. Google Casimir effect.
Yeah, but if you're able to measure it, what I mean, what science does and our measurement tools are able to do is measure the natural world.
Hypothesis, assumptions, if those make predictions and those are correct, it justifies the assumptions. The assumptions are that space and time emerge from quantum fields. Quantum fields exist outside of space and time, and they created the quantum fields, our universe, or created the space-time of our universe.
So you're saying that something existed infinitely by invoking the quantum fields, correct?
Yes. But hold on.
Yes.
This is justified by physics. You have nothing. So
well, you're saying
stop talking.
Yeah.
Stop talking. This is justified by physics-based evidence that quantum fields exist. They exist outside of space-time. These have real evidence. Your God hypothesis has none of this. Has nothing. So if we're trying to say what's the better explanation of the necessary being, the quantum field wins.
Okay. How do you know that the quantum field is outside of the universe, though? Just because it does not interact with our physics?
Because there's evidence. That hypothesis
what is that evidence?
Yours doesn't. The Casimir effect.
Yeah, but you can't make any predictions about the quantum field.
Yes, you can. That's the point. If I make a hypothesis, any hypothesis, magical farting leprechauns, and I use that to make predictions about what we're going to experience in the future, and it works, that's evidence of the hypothesis. Quantum fields have that. God does not.
Okay,
quantum field better than God.
Yeah. So also on another note, you're appealing to special relativity when you say that time and space. Well, yeah, that's an appeal to special relativity. That time is contingent upon space, right?
No, it's not. No.
Okay, so
No,
it's I'm asking.
space and
Okay, I'll
time
ask
being
you.
emergent from quantum fields applies to any version of time, not special relativity. No. Like all versions of quantum mechanics and quantum physics, space and time, the consensus is that it emerges from quantum fields. That's nothing to do with general
Yeah.
special relativity. Quantum mechanics and general special relativity don't mix.
No, special relativity has to do with the coinciding of time and space.
No, that's so again, there's in physics, there's two branches. General and special relativity is one branch, quantum mechanics is a different branch. They do not mix. They are separate fields. We don't know how to make them mix. We want to. That's a big problem in physics. I'm talking about
Yes.
quantum mechanics, not general and special relativity. I don't care about those.
Okay. Well, the same appeal is made in special relativity then. That says that
stop
time and
talking about
space.
special relativity. Stop.
Okay,
talking
well,
about
I'm just
it doesn't
saying.
make a difference.
You're
In
saying that
quantum
time and
mechanics,
space.
in quantum mechanics, the consensus of physicists is space and time, whatever they are, emerge from quantum mechanics. I don't care about special relativity. So space and time are emergent from quantum fields is the consensus among physicists. This has evidence. God does not. So this is a plausible explanation of the necessary being. God is not.
Okay. Well, can you show me a paper that says that quantum particles are outside of time and space?
Google emergent spacetime. First thing will pop up.
Yeah. Emergent space-time, you said.
Yep. Physics paper, emergent spacetime. Yeah, second one I got was a paper from University of Illinois. There you go. Third one I got was emergent spacetime from ArcVix, the academic journal, physics.org, academic journal, Cornell University, academic journal. Yeah, these are all academic journals you can find pretty easily. Emergent spacetime is the consensus in physics. And it's a field, not a particle.
Postulate that space-time is not a fundamental property of the universe. It's emergent, which means it's come out of the theory. Okay, so what exactly? Okay, hold on. So emergence theory
the
views
question you're about
space-time.
to ask doesn't matter because
Well,
this
it
has
builds on
evidence.
Einstein's space-time model
Stop,
too.
stop. The question you're about to ask this does not matter. All of this has evidence. None of your God hypothesis has evidence. So whatever answer you want to try to find to justify this has evidence. Yours doesn't.
Yeah.
So this is a better
Yeah. So
explanation.
emergence theory views space-time in a way that builds on Einstein's space-time model, in which the future and past exist simultaneously in one geometric object. Is that what you're
one
affirming?
model. No, that's one model. There's many different models of emergent
Okay.
spacetime. But again, none of this matters. Stop.
Okay.
All of the physics has evidence. None of God has evidence. You're not addressing the point. The point here is all of the physics has evidence of this. This is all justified. The model that you just presented of a B theory of time where past and present exist eternally, that's more justified than God because God doesn't have evidence. All of that has evidence. All of the physics has evidence.
Well, there's a few issues with that. It's one, I can look to naturalism, even this theory itself, and this is theoretical that this would be correct. This isn't, an actual strong.
God. You're still infinitely better than God.
Well, you're saying space-time is better than God, so you think the past and future exist within a geometric shape, like an actual geometric shape.
No, I'm not saying that at all, and none of this matters.
Okay, you're just saying it's better.
Sort of. These models make testable predictions, therefore they are better than the ones that don't. So all of these models are based on physics that have been confirmed to exist independent of our imagination. So all of the properties of these models, all of the math has been demonstrated to exist in reality. None of the properties of God have. Nothing about God has been confirmed. Therefore, using these models as an explanation of what's the necessary being is a better basis than God stuff, which has no basis.
Okay, so when you say testable, when your foundation is in testable predictions, is it truly in testable predictions to say that, well, as long as you can test and predict certain factors, or I guess, does that mean all factors, that means it's true?
I don't know what you're asking here. So testable predictions are how we differentiate imagination from reality. You can still have conceptual truths without that just fine. So like what you
can you predict the human mind?
Sort of. I'm not sure, but why would that matter?
Because I mean, if it's not testable or predictable. I mean, there's certain parts that are predictable, but people do things that are beyond predictability. Therefore, concluding that I mean, the mind must not be real.
I don't think you're following. So, testable predictions don't mean that you need to literally predict everything that is ever going to happen. It means you need to predict one thing and get it right. So if you can predict one thing and get it right, that's evidence of your model that another one doesn't have. So you don't need to predict everything. It's not part of the entailments here.
Okay, so if I said a certain medical procedure is good for people, and I use one study, one instance, one person, one candidate, that's enough to generalize this and apply it to across everyone.
Stop. You're not understanding. One example of a successful prediction is more evidence than 0 examples of a testable predictions. What becomes sufficient is a different question. The only thing that matters here is what counts as evidence. Novel predictions count as evidence. And so if you have 1, that's more than 0.
Yeah.
The quantum fields have tens of thousands of successful predictions. Physics does. The material world has millions of them.
Well, isn't the problem with quantum? Well, the issue with quantum though, which I don't know how you're getting to this point that it's testable and predictable, is that determinists hate the quantum field because it's not very predictable.
I don't care. All of those things you just mentioned have thousands of testable predictions.
No, I'm telling you, they're testable, I guess, but they're not predictable.
Casimir,
like that's the issue with the quantum field.
Stop. The quantum fields are predictable. They have probability waves where there's more in one area, less than one. They literally make successful predictions, thousands of them. God makes 0. So you keep bringing up all of these things in physics that have tons and tons of data supporting them.
Okay.
Trying to say that there's problems with them when your God has 0 support. There's nothing in support of your God.
Can I get kind of a I guess grasp of what you are conceiving as a testable, predictable example from
Google
Casimir effect. Casimir effect. It starts with a Q.
C.
Casimir effect. Let's see. Casimir effect shows that the quantum field theory allows the energy density in certain regions of space to be negative relative to the ordinary vacuum energy. So this has to do with the traveling speed of light.
There are 2 metal plates. They're put really close to each other. Quantum fields cause energy to collapse on one to push the plates together. It's a physical effect that we can demonstrate that proves quantum fields exist.
Okay, so sure, you can conclude quantum fields exist, but you're saying are you saying they're outside of the natural world, outside of time, space, and matter, but they're at the same time? Wait, what?
Yes, they are outside of time, space, and matter, and they affect things in time, space, and matter. Sure,
yeah,
no problem.
But the issue is one of the theories that you actually showed me is actually through the quantum.
Stop. Again.
It invokes.
Stop.
It invokes time.
Again, you've lost. You've already lost.
No. But it's contingent upon time.
Stop talking. I'm going to mute you. All of the things you just mentioned have tons of novel predictions and tons of evidence. God had 0. So all of the things you mentioned in physics are already miles ahead of your God as any kind of explanation. So stop bringing up complications of physics because they're all better than yours. No matter what you say, they're all better than yours. So you need to address the actual topic. Your God has 0 predictions. Mine has a whole bunch.
Okay. Well, I can throw out emergent space-time though, because it is contingent upon time. It's making this prediction
Stop. You don't get to say that. I get to say it's necessary, and you don't get to throw it out because you have no evidence. I have evidence. So where's your evidence of your God?
Where's your evidence of the necessity of it?
It's entailed in the hypothesis. So I say quantum fields are necessary, therefore prediction of the Casimir effect demonstrated. I have justification in concluding they're necessary. You have no evidence. So where's your evidence?
Hold on. So this is not the Casimir effect. This has to do with the emergent space-time theory.
Stop. You're not addressing my question. I'm just going to kick you out. Here is my hypothesis. Quantum fields are necessary. I make a prediction. Casimir effect is true. I now have evidence of necessary being quantum fields. You have nothing.
Well, just because you can use the quantum field and manipulate it and use it to test certain parameters of the universe, it doesn't mean it's a necessary entity that would have caused creation to spawn.
Literally what it means. It's literally what it means. So that's in the hypothesis. So where is your evidence? I have evidence. I've
Well,
shown you my evidence
that's
that
a
exists. Where
yeah.
is yours?
So that's in the hypothesis, but
Yes. If
it's
the hypothesis makes successful predictions, that's evidence of the hypothesis. I have
yeah
evidence.
yeah. But what is the
Where
hypothesis?
is yours?
Yeah. Okay. So well, I'm asking about the quantum field. Is it contingent upon
No,
space and
it's
time
contingent on
existing?
nothing. No.
It's contingent upon nothing. So you're
No,
saying
it's
it's
contingent on
completely
nothing. It's a
outside.
necessary being. Now I've given you my hypothesis. I have a necessary being. It makes predictions. The predictions have been confirmed. Where's your evidence? Stop avoiding.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about. So the two theories of
Stop talking about theories. We're done. We're done on this topic. I've already gone through this enough. Where's your evidence? I've presented mine.
But you want to accept my So evidentiarism. It's not something that you argue with atheists over. Now that's usually an argument about which God, because that's a slaughterhouse on other religions. But when it comes to evidentiarism, all you have to do is say you deny. Like that's really all you have to do.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Okay. So I tell you why my God is real through X, and all you have to say is no. That's literally all you have to do. That's why I don't even try evidentiarism with unbelievers. It's a useless argument.
Well, so like if I just presented you my evidence of quantum fields, and if you say no, you're rejecting the field of experts that have empirically demonstrated and confirmed through multiple various ways that this is true. It just makes you look like an idiot. So if you just tried that on my evidence, it would just make you lose because you'd look like an idiot. So if I do that, there has to be some kind of a reason I'm saying no that makes it rational other than just I said so. Otherwise, it would make me look like an idiot. So just denialism isn't good enough. The reason I can deny your evidence is because it's crap evidence, but that's irrelevant to the point. So the point here is that my model has evidence that it exists in reality. Yours doesn't. And therefore, it's rational to conclude my model is correct and yours is incorrect. Now, if you say there is actually evidence, that's fine. And then there would be competing models, and that's a fine debate. That's worth having. But until you actually present evidence, there is no conversation to be had. I have physics. I have evidence.
Okay.
So until you present something, there's no conversation.
Okay, well, but you made a strong claim about the quantum field being outside of space.
Stop bringing up the quantum field. Google emergency time. It is outside of. I don't care if you're paying. I don't care. I'm not going to have. I'm not going to have a discussion with you. I'm not going to have a discussion with you on it. I've told you the hypothesis. I told you.
Yeah, I told you evidentiarism is useless with people who are atheists.
You can say that, then you can get off the stage. But I presented you evidence that is verifiable and independently verifiable by anybody. They can go check it themselves. Until you present something on your side, you're done.
Okay. Well, if I tell you a story, does that count as evidence? Or well, it wouldn't count as proof. It would count as evidence.
If it has novel testable predictions that can be confirmed in physics, sure.
Okay, so the concept of miracles are outside of predictions. Would you agree?
No.
Miracles. So you're saying you could predict miracles?
Well,
they're novel, testable, predictable. They're testable and predictable miracles. Like supernatural miracles. Those are testable and predictable.
I mean, it's logically possible.
Can you show me an example of that?
No, because it's not. I don't think they exist.
Okay, through logic, can you show me an example of that, logically speaking?
Sure. So, like, I pray to a god to heal my limb regrows. I pray to heal that person's limb regrows. That would be testable, novel prediction. Yeah. Okay.
So here's an issue, though. How many times does that have to happen for you to believe it?
P-values, there's a complicated answer for that in science, but I go with 5. 5 is good.
Five instances is good.
Yep. I mean, for limbs regrowing, I could go to 2. 2 is good.
Okay, well, limbs regrowing. Okay. So limbs regrowing 2. What about just regular bodily healings?
That would have to happen at a rate higher than chance, since we already know what happens at chance, and so it would depend on the disease.
Okay. What about cancer? I mean, cancer's pretty bad.
Happen to happen at a higher rate than chance. We already know what happens by chance, so it would be contingent on the type of cancer.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the percentage though? I mean, like,
I would have to Google it.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, like, do you have it like a percentage per body, like that you have to go by, or something like that, like an actual
body?
Yeah. There's a percentage chance that this won't actually happen to you, and then here's the amount of bodies that I would necessitate because it's based on this percentage chance.
There have been studies literally on this, measuring rate of cancer remission. It's called spontaneous remission rate of cancer.
Okay.
And so you can actually find the data on what the exact number is if you just Google spontaneous remission of cancer rate per cancer per area. And if you do a study and show that prayer works at a higher rate than that, then that would be positively indicative that it works.
Okay, so if I actually did that, you would say that is concrete evidence for God.
Yeah. So if you wrote a paper or did a study on prayer and tried to show that prayer could have a higher rate of cancer remission, spontaneous remission than random chance, that would count as evidence of God. Yes.
Okay. Wait, so seriously, if I showed you a paper on this that you would throw everything away. Like you would become an actual, born again believer. Like
no. So there actually are papers on this. There's a number of them, and they fail. Like there's a few positives, a few negatives, and a few neutrals. The vast majority of them show negative. They all fail.
Okay, so you're already showing me that, you already know this doesn't really exist, and you're going to just propose it anyway because you're not going to fail in this area.
An example. Well, no, you asked for an example of a known disease. You picked cancer. I started with something that there were no examples.
Okay.
Of. Limbs
what about blind from birth?
I specifically picked a one that has never happened. Limbs regrowing. Okay. I said, give me two examples of this, and then you switched to cancer because you wanted an example of this. Same thing applies to being blind at birth. Spontaneous remission, people gaining the ability to see after growing, is also a thing we know about. Same thing, spontaneous remission. So I gave you a perfect example that's never been seen. Limbs regrowing. Give me an example of that.
Well, I don't have an example of limbs regrowing.
But I'm betting that the only examples you do have are of cases of diseases that we already know have a spontaneous remission rate.
Yeah, question. With those studies, do they separate people based on religious views?
Yes, they're specifically done based on prayer studies.
Okay. Well, you said prayer studies. Okay.
Well, it's like they're mostly Christian. Like I think they're all Christian in these studies. They're done by the Templeton Foundation, a Christian organization.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, wait, hold on. The eyesight thing was too?
I have no idea about the eyesight thing. You'd have to Google that one.
What the heck?
I have no idea who did the eyesight thing.
Yeah, the only thing that I have that's even and it's not even a study because you can't really do a study on that. It's what was it? A dude getting struck by lightning.
Okay, what about it?
Yeah, I mean he got his eyesight back in one of his eyes that were blind after being struck by lightning.
Okay. Doesn't sound like it would even remotely be surprising given biology.
Yeah. Well, I was saying outside of lightning strikes, though, what evidence is there for the whole blind eyesight retention rate?
Recovery from blindness, Wikipedia. Like, I would be willing to bet. Oh, look, I found like 3 papers on it already. Like there's a reason that all these miracles are only of things that happen naturally, biologically. Early cases, there's one from the year 1020, year 1728, 2021, 1932, 66 early cases. So yeah, just Google it. If it's a natural phenomenon, you can probably find cases of it happening naturally. Or if you think it's a miracle.
Okay. So this is a little bit where I'm more ignorant in. But I mean, it seems like the shoes kind of flip because I also asked what exactly is your clearest example to substantiate naturalism? And it seems
Novel
that you
testable
haven't even
prediction.
taken to. Yeah, of course, novel testable, but what is
The
that?
standard's the same on both.
What is the novel testable prediction that substantiates the non-God world?
So again, the model is any worldview that can make successful predictions we don't know yet and get it right has evidence. The naturalism world has made tons and tons of predictions, like with Darwin, evolution, DNA, physics, quantum particles, gluon, bosons, neutrinos, et cetera, and these were all made under the naturalist worldview hypothesis. As far as I know, there has been none made under the supernaturalist world hypothesis, and if there had been, then that would be great evidence for it. So, like prophecy, if prophecy worked, that'd be great evidence. If we die and see God after we die, that's great evidence. If Jesus comes back from the dead and all the revelation things happen, that's great evidence.
Oh yeah. At that point, it's too late.
I don't care if it's too late. That's what evidence is. Novel testable.
Yeah,
predictions.
sure. But you don't want that to be the evidence.
Well, I don't care what the evidence is. For me, it's independent. I don't care what the Bible says. What
Yeah,
care
I
about
know.
is evidence.
I'm just saying,
So,
like, honestly, you don't want that to be the evidence that you fall on.
I'd be fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. So, like, if that's the evidence, I'm like, all right, I believe now. So, I just want to be consistent rationally and believe what has evidence, and so I'm going to wait for evidence. And novel testable predictions are the evidence. Materialism makes a ton of them.
Yeah.
Supernaturalism
So
does not.
with the creation of the universe, what is the novel testable prediction?
What? Well, novel
Yeah,
testable prediction isn't the creation of the universe. Like, you don't need to predict literally everything. Remember? So, like, novel predictions are
So you
physics,
just
the
assume it.
CMB. Like if it makes some predictions and those predictions are correct, then all of the entailments of the theory are correct.
Okay.
So like
Okay.
evolution predicts that we're going to find a transitional fossil between a fish and a lizard at this exact strata, this exact location called Tiktaalik. Found it. That is then evidence of all of the fossils in between that and the other fossils we've discovered. We don't need to find every single fossil. If you make some predictions and like multiples, and they are correct, that's evidence of everything in the model. Everything. So if I make predictions in physics and materialism that is correct about age of the Earth, CMB, early universe inflation, et cetera, and those are right, that's evidence of everything in materialism.
Yeah, but the issue is the worldview that you can study the natural world exists in the God world. So this is like stealing, like, well, I'd be saying sharing a testable view. But unfortunately, what you're saying is because I cannot prove the beginning point of where we actually can start testing all these things, I'm just going to assume that there's no God.
No, this is the
because
underdetermination
the natural,
thing. So like,
yeah,
this is a common problem with theists that if science makes a prediction, gets it right. Say, I think the material world is true, DNA is double helix, got it right, woohoo. You can then take that and post hoc insert it into your worldview and say, well, maybe God did it that way for some reason or whatever. That's not rational. That's irrational. We dismiss all post hoc theories because they haven't made novel predictions. The only one that gets evidence is the one that makes the novel predictions.
Yeah.
Post hoc
Okay.
taking that and adding in alternative explanations. You can do that for anything. I can say magical farting leprechauns made DNA into a double helix. Does that make it rational to believe in magical farting leprechauns? No. Is magical farting leprechauns a rational alternative hypothesis to DNA and abiogenesis? No. The fact that you can add in post hoc explanations of the data and all the data is consistent with infinitely many of these is irrelevant. So the fact that you can take this information and make it fit into your worldview does not matter one bit. Naturalism has the evidence. Theism and farting leprechauns are on equal footing with zero evidence, even though they could explain the data.
Yeah, but you're saying naturalism has the evidence post creation date, but and so you're going to assume the first step because you can test things through naturalism. But here's the issue: you can test things through the God world as well with the same exact tools to test the same exact things, but it actually does have a logical beginning to it.
Wait. So I think you're still missing the point. So I just addressed this. Like, if I have a worldview, it makes 10 predictions.
Both
and gets them
worldviews
right.
share the same tools.
No, only one person makes a prediction and gets it right. So like Einstein predicted the curvature of light around the sun. He got it right. There wasn't the theistic worldview that did that. No theistic worldview did that. Einstein did that with his naturalistic worldview. And so his naturalistic worldview got it right. There is no theistic worldview that got it right. Naturalism
Okay,
is justified.
so you're saying because the Bible didn't say so, it must be wrong? Like,
well, no.
Usually you'd go, well, if the Bible said some untrue things, then it would be wrong.
Well, if the Bible says some true things, that would be evidence. It just doesn't say any true things.
It doesn't say any true things.
No predictions about the future that are true. No, not yet.
No predictions about the future. Well, I mean, it does make some claims about the human heart that seem to be rather true, actually.
No, those aren't claims about the future. So it's taking people at the time period who are humans, like humans today, and taking their psychology and putting their psychology into a book that is, I don't know, easily relatable to people, and saying, oh, look, it's still relatable to people. Congratulations. That's not a novel prediction. That's making it relatable to people's emotions at the time period, which is taking something we already know and then explaining the thing we already know. So it's post hoc.
Yeah. So
like, what would
the
be
only
great
prophecy,
evidence-
though. Yeah, the only
What?
prophecy then that you could be looking to in the Bible would have to be, end times. Basically, everything just goes to rags.
Well, specifically, like Jesus coming back would be phenomenal. That Jesus comes back, that's going to be some pretty good evidence.
I mean, yeah, that would be good evidence.
But I mean, like
That's not the evidence that atheists would want. But yeah, that would be good evidence.
We would want that. That is evidence we would
Well,
want.
no, because what that would entail is that Jesus is back to bring divine judgment.
That's okay. Like, we're fine.
Oh,
with being
sure.
perfectly
Okay. Yeah,
consistent. So like, we just want to be rational. So we're going to only believe things with evidence. And so if Jesus comes back, that's evidence. And we'll be like, yeah, cool. We're happy with that. The fact that Jesus's entailments are asinine and that he's going to punish people for waiting for evidence, that's his problem. But what we want is evidence. And so the fact that the Bible only makes those kinds of ridiculous claims at the end times is the Bible's fault. Like, there are other books who make other kinds of claims. Like, Hinduism predicts the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years. That's really good. That's a phenomenal prediction. If the Bible was filled with those, that would be great evidence.
Yeah, but that's under the presupposition that, I mean, the models that were given for the age of the earth were actually real. Now, of course, I don't argue over the age of the earth, like, ever, but you do recognize that the age is made within a model.
You mean in physics? You're talking about physics right now? Modern physics?
Yeah, when it comes down to the models, the dating models, and physics models, yes.
If our best, most reliable forms of scientific data show something to be true, and a book 6,000 years ago could predict that and get it right, that's really great evidence of that book. That book's impressive.
Okay. Yeah, but when it comes down to it, when you accept only under the naturalistic worldview can we actually view these things, that's you do realize that's actually false, because under the theistic worldview, you can actually use the same tools that you're using right now.
Okay, go ahead. Make novel testable predictions about the future using God.
Well, it's not using God, though. I'm saying the natural tools that we have to make novel predictable test.
Yeah, what you're saying is called post hoc.
What is it? You say the three words. You say novel, predictable, and testable.
Novel testable predictions.
Yeah, novel testable predictions. When you do this, you don't have to invoke God every time. Like I don't think any Christian goes around and just says must be God in every instance that something happens.
That. So use God.
But this is what your argument depends on.
No, it doesn't. Like my
you just told me. You even just displayed. Go ahead and use God to make novel testable predictions.
You don't need to do it every time. You need to do it one time. Do it one time. Go.
Okay, do it one time.
One time.
Okay, but all you're going to say is, well, let's just say I think most Christians
would evidence.
Wait, what?
So like I'll give you one time in Hinduism. One time in Hinduism, the book.
Yeah, you're talking about the 4.3 billion years.
That's a correct prediction. That is evidence of Hinduism. What do you got? Give me a prediction.
Yeah, but the issue with Hinduism is it accepts contrary beliefs within its own system.
I don't care. They have evidence. You don't. They made a successful prediction. Go. Give me
so when it comes to
you guys can do.
Okay, when it comes to the Christian faith, though, the evidences that would come to mind would happen to be, okay, well, if I were to say, oh yeah, well, because right now I think most Christians are on board with, oh yeah, it looks like end times, people are accepting evil and are willing to trade good for evil, or at least in your worldview, relative goodness for relative evil.
I'm a moral realist, so I don't.
Oh, I don't know how you get to that point if we're just chemical reactions and gases in the universe.
most atheist philosophers are moral realists. You don't like whether we're made of chemicals or made of soul
Yeah,
stuff
but you
doesn't
can't
add or
justify
detract from
that.
morality. We
Yeah,
can
there's
actually.
no way
So
to justify that
we
though.
can't. Oh my god. So again, most academic professional philosophers who are experts in this field and know way more than you do justify it just fine. But that's slightly off topic. But I guess it's also a relevant point. So why do you think being made of matter makes something inherently morally less significant than being made of soul stuff?
Well, less significant because if God exists, that means we were created with a purpose, with a sense of morality, objectively speaking.
No.
If
You said we're
no
made
God
of matter,
exists,
right?
then all that exists is us as a chemical reaction. You can't control your thoughts, your actions. You're merely reacting to my thoughts, my actions that are also reacting to, I guess, maybe the heat, maybe to your thoughts, your actions. We're just chemical reactions at that point. There is no human will. There is no consciousness.
You
There's
can have
really
free
only
will without
chemical
God.
reactions in existence.
You can have free will without God. You can have free will.
But you
with
can't. You're just a
materials.
chemical reaction at that point.
Why do you think that being chemical gives you less ability than if you're spiritual? Why do you think that chemical stuff causing you makes you less capable than if spiritual stuff causes you?
Well, I would ask, can sentience come from chemicals?
Sure.
Okay, you're saying sure. That seems kind of half-hearted. Do you actually believe this?
Yeah, so I believe both.
Yes,
that
you
it's
wholeheartedly
logically
believe
possible
chemicals.
from either one, from spiritual stuff or physical stuff. Either one could potentially produce consciousness. There's no logical contradiction in either one.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as chemicals, I mean, I don't think there's no evidence for that. But
there's tons of evidence. It's the consensus.
for consciousness from chemical reactions.
Wait. So here's the question. When we imagine there's two substances, there's the soul stuff substance and there's the physical substance.
Okay.
The consciousness we know exists, and we know the physical stuff exists, but we have no evidence of the spiritual stuff.
Well, hold on. The consciousness part.
Wait. So
that's relative. I mean,
no, the consciousness is the unknown. That's the sentience thing you're talking about. We don't know what it is. We want to know what it is. It's the phenomenon we're trying to describe, and we have two possibilities. We got the physical stuff and the spiritual stuff. Now, whether it's made of physical or spiritual stuff, since we have no evidence of either one of those being able to produce consciousness, the better explanations go with the things that we know already exist, which is the physical stuff.
Yeah, so you're going to presume it.
No.
You are presuming it's real and existing, and that it comes from chemicals. That's exactly what you're doing.
Well, we both think consciousness exists. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we both do, but we have different beliefs on where it originates, and it seems like you don't want to wholeheartedly step on the plate to say that consciousness. Yes, I believe that consciousness
I'm a materialist.
does in fact come from chemical reactions, and
not chemical reactions exactly, but physical stuff. Yes, so I think consciousness
chemical
comes from
compounds.
stuff.
Should I say chemical compounds? Like it's a compound of chemicals.
It's physical stuff, so it's not chemicals. Chemicals are a part of it. But it's physical stuff.
Sure, physical.
Comes
Okay,
from physical stuff. Yes.
Physical stuff. Yeah. Okay. Well, but I'm saying is, okay. Well, what makes my form of morality any more objective than yours?
Whoa, yours isn't. Yours is subjective.
Wait. Okay. What about yours? Is yours objective?
Yes, because it exists true, independent of any opinion. So it's.
Wait. Hold on. So your sense of morality exists. Okay, absent of the mind.
So my sense of morality is just my perception of it, but I think that what grounds that is objective, which is like a moral naturalism, like law of physics.
Okay, well, I mean that's kind of self-defeating. I don't know how moral naturalism is
Google it.
Substantiated at all at this point, because what you would have to look at is it's funny because it's contingent upon the mind thinking about what really makes.
No, it's not. No, literally.
I mean,
not that. Literally not that. So
yeah, I mean, if there is no God, there is no morality. It is all relative.
Oh my God! Stop. So moral naturalism. Google it. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is the position.
I don't need to Google it. I mean, you'll probably.
Oh my God! Moral naturalism is the position that there are stance independent moral truths. That means it doesn't matter what anybody thinks about it. It's not contingent on the mind. It's not contingent on opinion. It is an objective fact and reality, just like what you think God is. The difference is that it's not contingent on the mind, so it's not subjective, which your God is. And so, moral naturalism is one of the many theories with most academic most academic philosophers are atheists, and most academic philosophers believe in moral realism, and it's more justified than the silly God position. The morality of the secular models is significantly more justified than the silly God position. And if you want to understand why Google moral naturalism in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the God position is not taken seriously in ethics because it's not objective. Hey.
Yo, TJump.
Bye. All right. It is 2:30. I have to go. Thanks for joining the stream, guys. Peace out. Talk to you later.